Chapter 635. Yang Tian Emperor Gets Crazy. Chapter 635. Yang Tian Emperor Gets Crazy. Fiery Dragon and Bloodmaned were restlessly agitated. Comoros and Cassidy of the Ghostmar clan were oppressing them furiously. Especially the true God Realm expert of the Dark Spirit clan. His attack was so malicious. Comoros and Cassidy had the True God Realm cultivation base. Cassidy was at the second sky of True God Realm, while Comoros was at the third sky of True God Realm. However, they couldn't use their full power at this moment. They seemed to be equal to Fiery Dragon and Bloodmaned. Vision of the Dark Spirit clan had the second sky of True God Realm cultivation base. The warrior of the Dark Spirit clan had a body as firm as pure steel. Perhaps his body was even more tenacious than Fiery Dragon and Bloodmaned. Comoros, Cassidy, and Vision had joined hands. Together with many hotshots of the Ghostmar clan, Fiery Dragon and Bloodmaned couldn't endure such force. They were fighting and retreating at the same time. They wanted to find Yang Tian Emperor and Dishan to help them. Too bad. Yang Tian Emperor's side had been already struggling. Qin Hong was enough to hold them down. Seeing Comoros leading a group of the Ghostmar clan's hotshots, pushing Bloodmaned to this area, Yang Tian Emperor and Dishan were hesitant, their faces grimaced. "Ark!" Fiery Dragon shouted, rolling his eyes at Qin Hong and the Heaven Temple's group, speaking indignantly. "So annoying. Why do I have to meet these human brats everywhere?" Bloodmaned, Fiery Dragon, "If you ignore Yin, we will leave immediately." Comoros hovered in the air, his face cold. Vision of the Dark Spirit clan didn't say anything. His deep green eyes flared a bloodthirsty, malicious light as if he hated that he couldn't kill everybody here. He was looking at the group of human experts including Qin Hong, Yang Tian Emperor, and Jimu. While the Dark Spirit clan had been confined in the Dead Soul Mountain range, many wandering Dead Souls had been hunted by human warriors in the Dead Soul Mountain range, turning into refining materials for their weapons or medicines. Turning back to the resentment they had cast 10,000 years ago, human clan had sealed them in the foreign land, making the members of the Dark Spirit clan live with their bodies and souls separated, which had decreased their power drastically. Vision had a deep grudge against humans, much more than what he had against Fiery Dragon and Bloodmaned. This situation doesn't seem right. Jimu shifted his look from Fiery Dragon, Bloodmaned, to the hotshots of the Dark Spirit clan and the Ghostmar clan. He said with great confusion, "Seems like all this relates to that kid Yin." Ewing couldn't hold her forced smile, talking in a low tone. "That boy is truly a disaster." Jimu and Ewing didn't join their conversation. They just stood there with a complicated complexion. They wanted to retreat quietly as they saw something wrong here. Fiery Dragon and Bloodmaned were the level 9 members of the Monster Clan. They were equal to the True God Realm warriors. Besides, there were 3 more pagans at the True God Realm. This force was something Human Clan could resist. If they stayed here, it was not different from suicide. Qin Hong was hesitant. His face suddenly changed into a little anxious. He spoke to the other warriors quietly. "Prepare to withdraw." "Damn humans!" Vision of the Dark Spirit clan changed his countenance and shouted as he saw the human groups want to leave. "Kill them first." Comoros, Cassidy of the Ghostmar clan heard Vision. They nodded, swinging their arms. "Kill humans first." The warriors of the Ghostmar clan stormed out from behind Comoros and Cassidy, furiously attacked Qin Hong and the warriors of the Heaven Temple. Fiery Dragon and Bloodmaned didn't move. They didn't know Qin Hong, Ewing, and Jimu. Of course, they wouldn't care about their lives. They even wished that the Ghostmar clan and the Dark Spirit clan would kill them all. Jimu and Ewing paled. They halted while dashing under the shades of the ancient trees. They suddenly felt a malicious soul thought snatching down like a soul seal, dizzying their consciousness. Comoros looked cold and evil. A strange light shone radiantly on his eyes as he was using the mysterious soul technique of the Ghostmar clan, covering all people around him. Although Qin Hong could sense it beforehand, as his mind perception could recognize the soul seal, he didn't have the competence to avoid it since the soul binding technique the other was using had blocked all directions. An invisible soul net snatched down from the sky, enveloping the entire area. The creatures under that massive net felt as if their soul had been stagnant in a bog. The more their souls struggling, the deeper they sank into the darkness. Their consciousness started to scatter as they were about to lose their minds. Yang Tian Emperor, Li Zhengrong, Qin Hong, Ji Mu, and Yuing weren't exceptions. These human warriors were covered in the soul-restraining power that Comoros had released. Their sea of consciousness became turbulent. Gradually, they were all stirred up. Quite the contrary, Dishan wasn't affected. He stayed unharmed. Although he didn't understand soul power, with the sturdy body of the winged clan, he wouldn't be affected by strong soul energy. Regarding using soul, he was really dumb. Although he could recognize something weird, he didn't know where it came from. Fiery Dragon and Bloodmane weren't affected either. Their situation was similar to Dishan of the Black Wing clan. They all had a tenacious body. They were the creatures that didn't depend on the soul to level up. To Human Clan, it was the deadly soul fluctuation. But to them, its effects weren't really fierce, so they didn't need to be tense. The sun, moon, and stars were shining in the sky. The bustling forest where furious battles had taken place suddenly quieted. There was no sound or noise. Only Yang Tian Emperor, Li Zhengrong, and the others were holding their heads, painfully resisting something. Fiery Dragon and Bloodmane stood next to each other. They were discussing in a low tone, considering whether to help Yang Tian Emperor and Li Zhengrong or not. Dishan stood not far from Fiery Dragon and Bloodmane. His eyes were filled with wicked thoughts. He was urging his power impatiently. He understood that if Fiery Dragon and Bloodmane didn't help them, Yang Tian Emperor and Li Zhengrong would have the same ending as Qin Hong and his warriors. The soul energy Comoros had released would kill them little by little. Dishan knew his competence. He would never be able to disturb the experts of the Ghost Mar clan and the Dark Spirit clan. He could only depend on Fiery Dragon and Bloodmane, but he didn't dare to provoke their beast instinct, as he was afraid that it would break everything. If he dies, Shurian won't let us at ease. He's Shurian's great-grandfather. Dishan waited for a while, then pointed at Yang Tian Emperor. If Shurian's agitated, none of you will live in peace. Hearing Dishan, Fiery Dragon and Bloodmane couldn't help but change their visage. They became restless quietly. Roar. However, at this moment, Yang Tian Emperor suddenly roared with a wild countenance. Blood splashed from his entire body. Instantly, he became bloody crazy. The soul restraint from Comoros lost its effect on Yang Tian Emperor. The bloody Yang Tian Emperor stormed forward like the moth heading towards the flame. He dashed towards Comoros and shouted, "I want you to die." Drops of ruby, immortal blood flowed through his veins, blending with the god blood in his body. At this moment, Yang Tian Emperor's power was beyond the power of a spirit realm warrior. His flow of energy was wild and brutal, carrying an endless murderous aura. His flesh and blood started to melt when he got enraged, which looked terrifying. Everybody gazed at him in fright. Their faces changed dramatically. They didn't expect that this second sky of spirit realm human warrior could be so formidable and insane at the same time. They all were petrified. Even Vision of the Dark Spirit clan was startled, his face disbelieving. This was the first time he put on the solemn countenance. When they were in the endless sea, Yang Tian Emperor was the peerless warrior. That year, when he was still at the first sky of spirit realm, he had resisted the 3/3 sky of spirit realm hotshots of the demon clan. The power he had shown them at that time had terrorized people. Today, he had reached the second sky of spirit realm. At the most critical time, he had burned the immortal blood as the price for his tremendous bursting power. A precious armor made of blood emerged from his bloody bones, covering his bones. It was vivid red and evilly strange. This armor seemed to drink from his flesh and blood, making his aura more imposing. A magical blood wheel appeared in Yang Tian Emperor's hand. The blood will look like a sun dyed in blood. It was burning, releasing a garnet light accompanied by the thick scent of blood, darting towards Comoros. While the magical wheel was moving, blood waves rippled layers by layers. Hundreds of waves piled up, creating a viscous blood object. It nauseated the true god realm warriors like Comoros. The blood in their bodies couldn't help but surge turbulently. Yang Tian Emperor's aura burst instantly as a bloodlight shot toward Comoros. Comoros was frightened, as he was scared by the erupting power of Yang Tian Emperor. He shouted, "Cassidy!" Cassidy's face showed that he was struck. The scattered tattoos on his body suddenly revived. The tattoos flew out of his body, turning into so many dark green written techniques, gathering in the void. A strange, evil fluctuation emitted from them. All ancient trees near Cassidy seemed to be led by that strange energy. Rigid branches became as flexible as cotton. They extended massively towards Yang Tian Emperor like countless tentacles. What power! This was the innate ability of the ghost tattoos on Cassidy's body. It could manipulate any kind of flora to help him. The trees would become the extension of his limbs. These giant trees seemed to have a new life. They wiggled and extended their branches to cover the entire sky. Yang Tian Emperor was coiled, and his speed reduced. F***ck it. Move! Fiery Dragon roared. He twisted his giant body, sweeping his dragon tail forward, cutting the branches piece by piece. As Bloodmaned saw the dragon taking action, his brutal nature was stirred up. He let out a long roar and then started to attack Cassidy. The gold fur in front of his chest was like a shower, shooting and covering both Cassidy and Comoros. The soul power Comoros had released lost its effects instantly. Human warriors including Li Zhengrong, Qin Hong, Ji Mu, and Yu Ying restored their clear mind. They immediately got the situation. Right at this moment, the tranquil lake started to ripple. A halo of starlight shot out from the bottom of the lake. Dishan's eyes brightened. He was cheered up. The boy's good now. Fiery Dragon laughed wildly. He steadied his mind and attacked Comoros while roaring furiously. The perpetual night forest belongs to the demon clan. Who dares to mess here? I'll make him live in misery. Chapter 636, Fierce Man. Chapter 636, Fierce Man. Yang Tian Emperor's blood and flesh were burning hot like flames. He was sinking in insanity. What he was burning was his immortal blood and the god blood he had absorbed. The immortal blood and the god blood were stimulated thoroughly. The erupting energy had broken Comoros' soul restraint. It also burned Cassidy's with power that was entangling him into ashes. Just like the moth flying into the flame, he stormed towards Cassidy, using the blood sea to cover him. In the blood sea Yang Tian Emperor had released, even the true god realm warrior Cassidy had to struggle hard. The energy from Yang Tian Emperor's body had disordered Cassidy's blood, making it turbulent. His consciousness became hazy. When Fiery Dragon and Bloodmane saw the big change in their current situation, they didn't hesitate anymore, barging in and entangling Comoros and Vision. Above the lake's surface, light shadows entangled. Different energies impacted. Two giant figures towered the entire area like giant cloud clusters. Countless trees were exploded and smashed due to the shock waves and energy impact. Qin Hong and the Heaven Temple's group felt tiny in such an earth-shaking battle. They felt anxious. Qin Hong didn't dare to act rashly. He wasn't sure if leaving at this moment would enrage the beasts or not. They hid in the broken pieces of wood, still panic-stricken. Ji Mu and Yu Ying exchanged looks. They gawked, unable to believe their own eyes, as they were looking at Yang Tian Emperor in his insanity. They were scared. That man, is he really at the spirit realm? Ji Mu sighed in fear, shaking his head continually. I can't imagine any spirit realm warrior could burst out such formidable power like him. Yu Ying bit her lips, couldn't hold her miserable smile. Perhaps people around Shi are all mysterious and imposing like him. Sometimes I think, whether it's true or not, that our divine great land has been peaceful for so long, and that's why we don't have any peerless warrior. The brutal craziness Yang Tian Emperor was exposing was beyond their common knowledge. It was so formidable. Cassidy was a true God Realm warrior of the Ghost Mark clan. He had received the ancient inheritance with the innate mysterious tattoos of the Ghost Mark clan. Although he hadn't recovered completely, it was enough to have a battle with the peak human warriors of the divine Great Land. However, Cassidy was struggling to fight with Yang Tian Emperor. Apparently, he had fallen into the disadvantaged situation. The development of this battle had gone beyond their imagination. As Ji Mu and Yu Ying found that no one noticed them, they didn't hasten to leave, but hid in a corner and observed the situation. They wanted to know the next events. Yang Tian Emperor seemed to get crazy. A blood armor covered his exquisite bones. The blood wheel in his hand was rippling blood waves, carrying out the energy of desperation. Dishan faced up to watch the sky. His black wings fluttered gently as a helpless, desperate feeling swarmed his soul. Yang Tian Emperor had also affected him. At this moment, Dishan got to know that Yang Tian Emperor had concealed his real competence from the beginning. He hadn't performed his best yet. The blood wheel and the energy Yang Tian Emperor released around his body carried a deep despair, intent domain. It looked like he could only urge his real power instantly at the moment he had fallen into a desperate situation. At that time, he could achieve a state no one had ever imagined. He had used desperation to awake his rampage power, causing the subdued opponents an immense despair. He had used his steel will, which had been quenched by hundreds of battles, to destroy his opponents' minds. The way Yang Tian Emperor comprehended his power was apparently an evil, crooked path. It was crazy and stubborn. Only the imposing character, whose face was calm and heart was wild like him, could walk on this extraordinary cultivating path. He could burn his own flesh and blood in desperation, igniting the god blood he had absorbed to burst out his best potential in the dead corner. Only an extremely cold-blooded person, who was cruel to even himself, could comprehend and develop it furiously. Yang Tian Emperor was that sort of a fierce man. Using the second sky of Spirit Realm Cultivation Base, he had burned his blood and flesh to gather the power from the desperate situation to stimulate his potential and erupt the power hiding in his flesh and blood. He had used the hopeless thought of the certain death to forcefully drag his opponents into the nightmare of despair. He had used his incomparable will to die together with his opponents. Such a character, if he weren't crazy, he was a madman with great wisdom and willpower. Cassidy was distressed. Submerged in the intent domain created by Yang Tian Emperor, the terrifying sight in which the Ghost Mark clan was destroyed emerged in his head. Each member of the Ghost Mark clan burned like dying fireworks. They shot up to the sky and fell one by one. Their souls perished before their bodies reached the ground. As their grand sages, he and Kamaros had no solution. Their souls were confined, and they could only see things accelerated to the point they were afraid of the most. They could only watch their patriarch being besieged and hurt severely by countless experts. They had witnessed their patriarch burn his soul to send them into the written charm scripture before he sealed it and died. Painful and pathetic memories uncontrollably rose in his heart. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't wash them away. Cassidy's inner demon was born. A helpless despair appeared from a deep place in his heart. He felt all of his power had left him, while his soul was sinking into darkness. He was a true God Realm expert, but he couldn't get rid of the desperate power Yang Tian Emperor had released. He had been dragged into the abyss of a nightmarish memory. He didn't have the will to resist or the determination to risk his life to escape. That genocide battle was forever his inner demon. After so many years, he had pressed it down, trying to forget. He didn't dare to recall or think about it. He thought he had gotten over this painful challenge. Only when Yang Tian Emperor burned his god blood and his flesh to release the energy he had comprehended in despair, Cassidy recognized that he hadn't escaped that knot in his heart. He still bore the grudge of that humiliating past. He was a true God Realm warrior, but his mind was seized and his power decreased drastically. In Yang Tian Emperor's furious wave of attack, the Red Blood Sea, he was like a simple leaf that would sink in the Blood Sea at any minute. Everybody was subdued by the strange phenomenon in the sky. At his second sky of Spirit Realm, the power Yang Tian Emperor had demonstrated now wasn't less than the peak of true God Realm warriors in the Divine Great Land. The bursting power and desperation was the most stubborn and extreme power in the world. It was like the sharp sword dyed in blood that could pierce through everything. Tui, Cassidy gushed out blood, dripping on his chest. His clear and bright eyes started to lose the focus as they no longer had light. Yang Tian Emperor was now a bloody skeleton. None of his muscles was intact. He looked so terrible that everybody would feel the extreme fear at first glance looking at him. Some timid people would instantly have butterflies in their stomach and vomit directly. To which degree of brutality and craziness he had to burn his body to pursue the extreme power Upanishad under the pain of ripping the heart. The one who could reach this far, who didn't treat his flesh body as he should, if he couldn't increase his strength massively, even God would disagree. Cassidy spat blood. His aura was restrained. Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth like two small streams, continually flowing down his body. It was as if blood in his body was led by some mysterious force, and it wouldn't stop until all of his blood had run out of his body. Qin Hong watched the scene from a distance. Later on, he sighed and shook his head. Hero. He suddenly realized that although he had been pressing Yang Tian Emperor, he couldn't put the old man into a hopeless situation. He felt lucky now. Otherwise, what awaited him was the extreme sea blood. Qin Hong understood that if Yang Tian Emperor had done it on him, with his real competence, he would have died already. In Heaven Temple, he was addressed as the man who should never be underestimated. However, as he had witnessed Yang Tian Emperor's burst in a desperate situation, he knew he was too far behind this man. No wonder why our master has appreciated him that much. Ji Mu was bewildered for a while and then sighed. I rarely admire people, but today I admire him. Turns out there is a fierce man like him in this world. Yu Ying kept silent, just nodding to show her agreement. Fiery Dragon and Bloodmaned were concentrating on dealing with Kamaros and iVision. These two high-grade monster clans experts were savage. Their powers weren't less than the other two pagans. When everybody was gazing at Yang Tian Emperor, the rippling lake had calmed down. The brilliant starlight didn't shower from the sky anymore. The lake's surface became the tranquil, bright mirror again. It reflected the fierce fight above the lake. There was no ripple on the lake's surface. A scarlet halo appeared on the lake and started to expand. The extreme heat rose, and shortly, the lake's surface cracked open into a small duct. While the battle above the lake was still excited and furious, a majestic body got out of the lake from that small duct. He slowly emerged in the light of the sun, moon, and stars. Then, he frowned and observed the sight. Dishan was looking at Yang Tian Emperor with admiration. He suddenly sensed something turning around. He was dumbstruck, kneeling down right away and greeting with great respect. Master, Shurian nodded gently. Millions of star dots were covering him. They looked like a dense cloud of winged insects hovering around him. At first glance, he looked like he was wearing a brilliant costume made of stars, which was gloriously beautiful. On his chest, intimidating soul fluctuations rippled. Countless star rivers crossed each other, twinkling as though they could dazzle people. It looked like he had numerous galaxies gathered in front of his chest and helping him collect and maintain the mysterious star abilities of the vast star sea. Master, you've broken through again? Dishan sensed for a while and then shouted in joy. Shurian beamed a faint smile to confirm his assumption. Suddenly, Shurian darkened his face, squinting and looking at Yang Tian Emperor, who was covered in blood. What's going on? Dishan stooped and quickly briefed him about what had happened. Sure, Yin listened to him with a stiff face. His eyes gradually became cold and evil. Later, he nodded, raking his eyes through Qin Hong's group and ordering Dishan. Kill. Dishan happily regarded him, and then stormed towards the Heaven Temple's group. Chapter 637. Tit for Tat. Chapter 637. Tit for Tat. Shurian lifted his head while his arms positioned in the posture of drawing a bowstring. Countless star dots massively rolled from his chest to between his arms. In just a moment, a Big Dipper bow was formed by the star dots. Fist-sized clusters of star dots arrayed the Big Dipper. A starlight arrow was slowly condensed, then gently knocked on the bow. Swoosh! A shooting light crossed the sky and pierced through layers of obstacles, darting towards Qiu Hong. Qiu Hong's spirit trembled. His mind perception, martial spirit, couldn't catch Shurian's thought. It couldn't guess the trajectory of this starlight arrow. He could only feel an imposing danger flying towards him at an unimaginable speed. It was like a dark hand that he couldn't see, grabbing and squeezing his neck resentfully. Qiu Hong felt suffocated. His pores were all blocked, and his face was filled with fear. Light dots zoomed in his eyes. That light shot was like a meteorite falling from the immense galaxy, bringing with it the ancient power of the vault of heaven, shooting directly to his chest. Qiu Hong's visage changed dramatically. He didn't have time to think as he urged his mind perception martial spirit, pouring all his vehement thought into the golden leaf. The golden leaf bloomed a fierce, dazzling golden halo. It transformed in the void, turning into many glorious golden leaves, piling up and creating a hefty shield in front of him. Clang! Clang! Light sparked everywhere, while the golden leaf wall was shaken. Sounds echoed like the jingling of bells. Qiu Hong's face suddenly reddened, as fear arose deep inside his gray eyes. At this moment, Dishan arrived and started to slaughter the other warriors of the Heaven Temple. Old Li, Shurian let out a low shout. Li Zhengrong reacted timely. He didn't say anything, but stormed forward. Many different types, secret treasures flew out, bombarding the warriors. At the same time, Shurian summoned War Devil, pointing at Qiu Hong. War Devil turned into a shadow, disappearing into the bright sky. When it reappeared, it had already reached Qiu Hong. Qiu Hong discolored. His mind trembled. This was the first time he got scared. He didn't know why his mind perception martial spirit had lost its effect. He couldn't read War Devil at all. War Devil wasn't a creature. It didn't have the soul fluctuation. It was just a fighting puppet with the powers of its owner when he was still alive. The puppet's appearance was to deal with Qiu Hong. Qiu Hong was always dependent on his mind perception martial spirit, but it didn't work with War Devil. At this moment, his weakness was exposed. His power wasn't excellent enough. War Devil pushed forward, and the golden halo in front of Qiu Hong was devoured bit by bit. All of a sudden, he fell into a dark abyss. The War Devil alone was enough to deal with him. Li Zhengrong and Dishan had joined them from a far distance. Sometimes they barged in, totally subduing Qiu Hong. Not far from them, Shurian turned around to look at Yang Tian Emperor. His eyes became cold and evil as his anger blazed. He didn't know that the more Yang Tian Emperor was pushed, the more intimidating power he could erupt with. In Shurian's eyes, Yang Tian Emperor had consumed all of his flesh and blood, which indicated he had been strenuous to the acme. He was pushed until he went insane. Camaros and Cassidy arrived here to show him that they wanted to clear the Dark Devil clan. They also wanted to kill him, their master. To ensure the result, they had even invited the hotshot of the Dark Spirit clan. They wanted to capture them all at once. If Fiery Dragon and Bloodmaned hadn't supported them, even if Yang Tian Emperor had burst out his energy of desperation, they wouldn't have been able to endure it. Perhaps they all would have already died. Shurian's face was cold and dark. His lips curled into a freezing smile as dazzling starlight suddenly shot out from his eyes. The Big Dipper bow created by the star power was drawn. Star dots started to congeal on an arrow before it shot out furiously. Starfall, the Big Dipper God Arrow. This arrow was connected tightly with the stars from 9 skies. Stars in the sky all twinkled, overwhelming even the bright moon. Star dots fell like a heavy rain over their heads. Starlight condensed in the sky, turning into the fist-sized stars. They all carried an imposing star energy, moving according to the trajectory Yin had in his mind, as they rumblingly bombarded Heaven Temple's warriors. Warriors of the Heaven Temple that came here this time didn't have high realms. Their realms were lower than the spirit realm. No matter how hard they tried to dodge, they couldn't avoid the star bombardment of the starfall. Starlight glowed on them as their living fluctuation faded away and their aura disappeared. Warriors who had the spirit realm had more falling stars aimed at them. All of a sudden, they found themselves confined in a star barrier. They couldn't move, and their consciousness became hazy. Right at this moment, Yin aimed his arrow and shot it. The Big Dipper arrow shot out, like the meteor chasing after the moon. Many meteors shot out from the Big Dipper bow at the same time, darting rapidly as if they could pierce through space, thrusting through the flesh bodies of those Heaven Temple's warriors. Puff puff, blood splashed, as the Heaven Temple's warriors had their bodies tattered. Even Xiao Hong, who could see the martial technique beforehand, couldn't gather his luck to escape. 3 meteors shot at his legs, breaking his bones. War Devil seized the chance and covered the man with its dark halo. Then it fiercely attacked him. Dishan and Li Zhongrong took the opportunity when the Heaven Temple's warriors were disorderly panic-stricken to harvest their lives one by one. A magical black ball emerged from Yan's palm. Just like a wandering spirit, it moved around the dead warriors and collected their souls. While entangling in the battle with Fiery Dragon, Kamaros saw the Heaven Temple's warriors die. He was shaken, as he wanted to throw the written charm scripture there so as it could absorb the souls. However, right after that, he saw the soul-gathering pearl had taken all the souls. Kamaros felt a chunk of blood stuck in his throat. He was so indignant that he wanted to shout and die. He wanted to trouble Yin. The reasons he wanted to kill the Dark Devil clan, besides the humiliation, was because he wanted to collect souls through slaughtering. This would supply the energy to help their patriarch awaken. Seeing Yin using the soul-gathering pearl to snatch the souls of the dead warriors before they vanished, he was enraged. Yin, Ji Mu, and Yu Ying suddenly cried, their faces frightened. Yin glared at them with an indifferent countenance. "What? Are you crazy?" Yu Ying's eyes filled with worries. "Do you know what you're doing? If you do that, even the cult master can't protect you. You've turned your back to the 7 ancient factions. Qin Gu Chuan of the Heaven Temple would never spare your life. He will stimulate the other ancient factions to kill you, your friends, and your family." Yu Ying came here this time to deliver Yun Hao's message to Yin, asking them to visit the secret domain, where they would have a thorough discussion to see if they could find a solution to bring the Yang family to the Ice and Fire secret domain. Yun Hao had such a risky plan because he appreciated Yin and wanted to gather the force of the Yang family. He had tried his best to carry out this plan. As far as he was concerned, the alien tribes were raging here and there. If Yan's team stayed outside, they would be all dead sooner or later. It would be better if they could go to the secret domain and join their force to fight against the hotshots of the pagan clans. Ji Mu and Yu Ying came here with goodwill. However, they found that Yin wanted to kill the warriors of the Heaven Temple. Once this affair was revealed, Yin would never have a chance to be with the 7 ancient factions. "Yes, I'm about to get crazy." Yin looked calm. "I'm not going to bring my men to the Ice and Fire secret domain. I don't want to see us as the fish in the fish tank who will never have a chance to escape. About the other stuff, I even killed Chu Baiqing, let alone these guys." "You killed him indeed," Xiao Hong screeched. "True." Yin stood nonchalantly. "Chu Baiqing's dead. Ning Duquan's dead. You'll be dead too. You've killed my people. It's just tit for tat. People who come here today will not leave this place alive. All of you. I want to see how many warriors Heaven Temple can send here for me to kill continually." He continued to gather and condensed the star energy as he knocked the arrows and shot them like a furious storm. He killed them one by one, except for Chiu Hong, to prove his words. Ji Mu and Yu Ying were petrified. They were totally struck dumb. Chu Baiqing's death made them realize that Shi Yin was really crazy. Just like Yang Tian Emperor, he wanted a big fight at any cost. So, do we need to linger here? Ji Mu beamed a forced smile, looking at Yu Ying as he didn't know what to say in this situation. You guys shouldn't think about leaving this place, either. Shi Yan's face became cold. Yu Ying discolored. She got enraged immediately. Shi Yan, you won't spare me, will you? I don't want to disclose things happened today. No one can leave. Shi Yan was indifferent. Before I get to know the plans of the 7 ancient factions, you have to stay where I can see you. If you guys want to go without my permission, don't blame me for being impolite. Ji Mu and Yu Ying were indignant. Their faces grimaced. I have to be careful. Shi Yan was still calm. Ji Mu and Yu Ying couldn't shake him. I hope you will understand my worries. Going the same way with me at this moment isn't a bad thing to you guys. Dishan oldly watched them. Shi Yan let out a low shout. Then, he contacted the war devil using his soul to ask it to be more watchful. After that, his eyes turned garnet. Negative energy burst out from his body as pallid tentacles jutted out from his pores. He looked eccentric and evil. The Sky Destroyer divine sword appeared in his palms, and the eyes on the sword opened. An evil, destructive energy fluctuation rippled, raking through every corner from him as its core. Chiu Hong's soul shivered. His mind perception, martial spirit sent him an intimidating fear. He felt hopeless. Lock! Shi Yan's garnet eyes gazed at him, and then he roared suddenly. It was as if thunder reverberated in Chiu Hong's head. Blood dripped down from 7 holes in his face while he was shaking uncontrollably. Dishan, War Devil, and Li Zhengrong seized the chance to attack him. Immediately, Chiu Hong's blood and flesh exploded. His soul was like a balloon that was blown too much and burst directly. Shi Yan pointed at Ji Mu and Yu Ying. Wait until the situation gets better. I won't maltreat you. If you still want to leave, don't blame me for being merciless. Then, he held the Sky Destroyer divine sword, with the 3 snow-white bone thorns in his sleeves, and walked to Kamaro's while the pale tentacles were wiggling around his body. The soul-gathering pearl floated behind him. It was dragging Chiu Hong's soul into the bead. Essence chi of Chiu Hong's group turned into invisible energy that naked eyes couldn't observe. They were flying from everywhere and connecting with the tentacles jutted out from his body, making his appearance more evil and frightening. Chapter 638, Negative Field. Chapter 638, Negative Field. None of the Heaven Temple's warriors, including Chiu Hong, escaped death. Under Shi Yan, Dishan, and Li Zhengrong's slaughter, they were all dead bodies now. Ji Mu and Yu Ying were indignant. They wanted to fight with Shi Yan, but when they witnessed Chiu Hong getting killed easily, they felt a chill in their hearts. The energy they had accumulated discreetly slipped away. It wasn't that they were scared, but they didn't want to see both sides bear losses. And they didn't want to cause grudge against Shi Yan. In their eyes, Shi Yan was crazy at this moment. He didn't have his cognition with him now. Facing with him under such circumstances wasn't a wise move. They wanted to wait until Shi Yan restored his calmness to discuss again. Ji Mu and Yu Ying didn't move, waiting at their spots in silence. Their eyes were bright, looking at Shi Yan without blinking. They didn't care about the gazes that came from Dishan, Li Zhengrong, and War Devil. Shi Yan had told them his ideas. As long as they didn't hasten and act rashly, they didn't need to worry about being oppressed. Dishan and Li Zhengrong trusted Shi Yan completely, and they would always follow his words. Ji Mu and Yu Ying observed Shi Yan's demonic appearance, as fear and surprise arose from deep inside their eyes. The pale, finger-sized tentacles covered his entire body, condensed from the negative energy, between 1 to 3 meters long. Looking at him from a far distance, Shi Yan didn't look like a human anymore. He now appeared as a beast or demon that frightened people. Ying and Ji Mu could see that those tentacles weren't real. They were just condensed energy. However, each tentacle was releasing terrifying soul fluctuations. Even on standing a couple 100 meters from him, Ying and Ji Mu seemed to be affected. The desires in their hearts were stirred up, generating negative moods. They were petrified, although they knew Yin didn't aim at them, as he didn't treat them as enemy. The ones Yin considered his enemies were Kamaros, Cassidy, and Vision. His surging soul fluctuation from the tentacles only aimed for those three. A magical soul field was created by the pallid tentacles, turning them into soul ribbons, tying Kamaros, Cassidy, and Vision. A negative, chaotic aura surged from Yin like a rising tide. The negative moods rumblingly covered the three of them, as if they were submerged in the deep ocean. However, this mood just stayed for 3 seconds. Afterward, from deep inside their eyes, the feeble light of desires flashed. A kind of energy that could distort the sea of consciousness filled the space around Yin. The tentacles emerged from his acupuncture points constantly released the negative moods, creating a magical negative field, which affected all kinds of creatures around him. Fiery Dragon and Bloodmane were also affected. The desires hiding in their inner world rose. Their minds were occupied as they had entered the bloodthirsty state, the basic instinct of the monster clan. Tian Emperor was also affected. He had already fallen into insanity. Under the effect of the negative field, his aura rocketed. Desperation filled his eyes, but his power increased one more time. Waves of blood sea rose and splashed one after another, striking on Cassidy. Cassidy felt his chest heavy and pressed, as blood trickled from the corners of his mouth uncontrollably. The blood wheel on Tian Emperor's hand shimmered with a bizarre red halo, covering half the sky. It even dyed the horizon blood red, and Cassidy sank in it gradually. Holding the Sky Destroyer Divine Sword in his hand, Yin, at the third sky of Spirit Realm, could feel the magical effect of the negative energy deeply. He was still calm in the negative field. He gathered and poured the negative energy more into the sword, as more blood-red eyes opened one by one on the sword. The garnet pupils were like tongues of beasts, releasing an evil blood light that illuminated the whole area. A destructive intent domain emerged from the sword blade, expanding everywhere. Big trees shriveled, luxuriant green foliage yellowed and died, and insects stopped singing from deep underground. It seemed their life was reaped instantly. Yin closed his eyes, adding the intent domain he had comprehended into the Sky Destroyer Divine Sword. The death intent domain became a place to slaughter, gradually pushing forward. At the same time, another vital soul thought of a shot towards Fiery Dragon and Bloodmane. His soul, thought, gave back the vitality to Fiery Dragon and Bloodmane, which saved them from the effects of the death intent domain. Also, it helped Tian Emperor promote his strength better. Yin's death intent domain overflowed into the Sky Destroyer. A tranquil, sluggish thought started to transgress the area, while the foliage on its way had its life sucked away. Ji Mu and Ying kept observing silently. They looked at the 1,000-year-old trees wither rapidly, as if they had been dead years ago. The luxuriant grass turned yellow, dried, and finally turned into dark fertilizer for the soil. The singing of insects disappeared instantly. These signs outlined the space in front of Yin, which was wrecked by the formidable, endless, destructive intent domain. Ji Mu and Ying couldn't stand the sight. Their eyes changed in fright. Eventually, they realized that if Yin wanted to kill them, it wouldn't be a difficult task. Different from the brutal and crazy Tian Emperor, Yin's attack didn't multiply or thunder. It was strangely quiet, but this quietness gave people a fierce anxiety. It was like the death embracing the earth. Yin's attack was like a calm stream, with his intent domain as the pioneer, followed by his powers, which carried some meanings of death and destruction in this world. His attack had seized the minds of the three true God Realm warriors, Camaros, Cassidy, and Vision. They couldn't maintain their sound mind anymore. The furious fiery dragon and Bloodmane were calmed down by his vital soul light. The two hotshots of the monster clan looked at the situation around them, staying silent. Yang Tian Emperor was the only warrior who wasn't affected much. He was still bombarding Cassidy. With the blood wheel in his hand, he looked like a bloody-skinned man. Everybody would shiver at the first at him. Cassidy had lost his mind. He forgot to use the advanced soul of the Ghostmark clan while wrestling with Yang Tian Emperor. They were entangling with each other in close combat. With only one glance, Shurian knew Cassidy was over. Yang Tian Emperor would crush him fiercely. Shurian had experienced the bursting power of the Yang family's immortal martial spirit in close combat. Yang Tian Emperor's immortal martial spirit had a high level. As long as he hadn't burned all of his immortal blood, he could have an undying body. Only someone who had mental problems would want to fight face-to-face with him. Cassidy was that sort of person. Help me kill that hotshot of the Dark Spirit clan. Shurian was calm. His eyes were like the tranquil water in the well as he talked to Fiery Dragon and Bloodmane. Kill him. We all gain benefits. Fiery Dragon and Bloodmane were hesitant. At this moment, they couldn't decide. They exchanged looks and used the distinctive body gestures of Monster Clan to communicate. They were from the Monster Clan, one of the alien tribes. Cooperating with Yin had violated their rules already. If they joined Yin and killed the members of the Ghostmark clan and the Dark Spirit clan, once it was exposed, the consequence would be like Yin's. The seven ancient factions would reject them. They would become the crooked traitors of the Monster Clan. They had shouted, telling Camaros and Vision to wait and see their deadly powers. However, at this point, they were hesitant. Yin frowned as he changed his mind. His eyes gave people an ancient, torrential aura. The Big Dipper bow was created one more time. He touched his chest as countless star dots gushed out, turning into clusters of light which were as big as a finger and shot forward thunderously. This attack seemed to provoke the stars in the sky again. Abundant starlight above their heads showered like the water of the Milky Way. Starlight poured into the clusters of star dots, turning into the sharp star arrow, covering all members of the Ghostmark clan who Camaros had led to this place. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they were blood red. Flows of negative energy diffused from the tentacles on his body. At that moment, Yin's evil aura rocketed. Shortly after 3 breaths, his aura had surpassed Yang Tian Emperor. Third sky of Rampage Realm. Yin's eyes were tranquil. They didn't carry any emotions a human should have. He looked like an evil, ancient creature from the foreign land, arrogantly looking at the creatures under his eyes as if he had the control of death in his eyes. Essence Chi from Hong and the warriors of the Heaven Temple had entered his body through the tentacles, stimulating his negative energy to the acme, making him evil and brutal. When he had entered the third sky of Rampage Realm the second time, the bursting energy he could urge now was intimidatingly formidable, something he had never experienced before. When it fused with his chi and the energy in his muscles, the combination had made the power he could control surpass Yang Tian Emperor. His eyes weren't wild and stubborn anymore. At this moment, they were so cold that they could chill people's hearts. He clutched the Sky Destroyer Divine Sword, walking deliberately. Occasionally, he swung his arm once. No blood light was generated from his hand movement. However, one of the Ghostmark clan's warriors exploded on the spot. Pieces of flesh scattered everywhere. Many warriors who came here with Camaros had the Spirit Realm cultivation base. However, after each move of Yin, they were like they had been tied tightly, unable to even wiggle. If someone scrutinized the scene, they would see the tentacles of his entire body jiggle furiously, as if they were capturing something. Only Yin knew what the tentacles were coiling. It was the soul of the warrior. Although the Ghostmark clan was well known for their soul ability, they couldn't avoid the negative energy tentacles. Even if they stood 1,000 meters away, their souls would still be seized. It seemed those tentacles could appear directly in their sea of consciousness. They were bizarre and malicious indeed. Shiyin took each step nonchalantly. People present there then saw the ghost Mark clan's hotshot, who was 1,000 meters away from him, explode. Afterward, the soul-gathering pearl would snatch their souls all, while Shiyan's tentacles collected their essence qi. Shiyan was now a devil walking on earth, which could easily take lives of any creatures, snatching their rights to be alive. Chapter 639, Repercussion. Chapter 639, Repercussion. Shiyan's negative field affected Kamaros, Cassidy, and I-Vision, the three true God Realm warriors of the pagan tribes. Their minds were blurry, which subdued their energy altogether. These three true God Realm warriors of the alien tribes had been worn out over 10,000 years. Their power had been damaged badly, or perhaps they were hurt before and were yet to recover fully. Kamaro's team had high realms, but the energy accumulated in their bodies was far behind the human experts at the same realm, such as Yun Hao or Qin Gu Chuan. Without the support from Bao, Ao, and experts of the Corpse Clan, the Ghost Mar Clan and the Shady Firmament Old Mound could never destroy the entire Spirit Treasure sect. With insufficient energy, they couldn't bring out their competence well. Of course, they couldn't show the ability of their realms. Kamaros had the cultivation base at the third sky of True God Realm, but he got the most wounded body that year, and he hadn't recovered fully until now. At most, he could endure a fight with Yun Hao, but he would fall in a disadvantaged situation for sure. Cassidy and I-Vision were at the second sky of True God Realm, but their real competence was only equal to Chu Bai Qing. Otherwise, Fiery Dragon and Bloodmaned wouldn't have been able to subdue them. The Dark Spirit Clan and the Ghost Mar Clan were the strong tribes in the antiquity time. If they had restored their powers to their peak, Yang Tian Emperor, Fiery Dragon, and Bloodmaned would have never been their opponents. Shiyan walked calmly in the void. Ash-gray smoke moved around him, as thick as the steam above the lake. He surprised people a lot. Kamaros, Cassidy, and I-Vision had their minds occupied by the negative field, which made them forget to use the fighting method they understood the best. They were instinctively urging the energy in their bodies to counter, which wasn't a good move. Ghost Mar Clan's members fell and exploded one by one along with Shiyan's steps. Their essence chi and souls were absorbed completely by him. Ah! A desperate, mournful roar came out from the mouth of the last warrior of the Ghost Mar Clan at first sky of Spirit Realm. His voice was like a sharp weapon that could shake people's hearts. Kamaros was baffled. A strange light that sparkled in his sleeve all of a sudden. The written charm scripture flew out, releasing an immense gray mist covering Cassidy, Kamaros, and I-Vision altogether. Kamaros almost awakened instantly, his eyes clear and calm. As soon as he woke up, he found all of his clansmen accompanying him had exploded to death. They were just pieces of meat and blood puddles now. Kamaros's eyes reddened instantly. Earth Spirit Bind. He let out a low cry that was almost inaudible. The sound wave from his mouth stormed into the written charm scripture. Numerous eccentric ghost scripture on the written charm scripture started to move. Mysterious chi overflowed from the scripture, blending with Kamaros's energy. Flows of soul energy also reached Kamaros's sea of consciousness. A strange, invisible aura diffused from Kamaros. His reddened eyes became clear again. He held the written charm scripture, moving his hands to form some hand seals while continually muttering something under his breath. Yang Tian Emperor was attacking Cassidy furiously. All of a sudden, his bloody body trembled, as fine cracks appeared on his blood-red armor. Numerous ghost symbols of the written charm scripture flew up to the sky, arraying a magical word formation. It was like the writing of some mysterious technique that furiously absorbed the energy of heaven and earth, converting it into Qi. Countless five-colored ghost writings appeared in the sky from thin air, interweaving with each other and creating the seal of an ancient barrier. A strange, invisible energy was generated. Even though they couldn't see the attack or impact, the armor covering Yang Tian Emperor's chest cracked at a speed naked eyes could observe. It seemed ready to explode shortly. Yang Tian Emperor was sinking in his slaughtering, but he suddenly awakened. His bloody body shook violently. Although Kamaros's power had been decreased dramatically compared to his peak state, he was still a true God Realm expert. This time, he was determined to use the accumulated energy of the written charm scripture to make up for his energy shortage. Eventually, he could use the power that he could bring out when he was at his peak state. Fiery Dragon and Bloodmane were impacted. Blood splashed from their giant bodies. Those Ghost Mar clan symbols seemed to cut them too. The two experts of the monster clan screeched. They hastened to shrink their bodies, transforming to human form to minimize the impact. Kamaros stooped with a cold face while his hands were constantly making hand seals, pouring into the written charm scripture. The written charm scripture sparkled, releasing so many magical symbols dancing in the air. They arrayed a strange ghost scripture formation, creating a terrifying restraining and cutting energy. Yang Tian Emperor couldn't move anymore. He halted in the void as pain transgressed over his entire body like a surging tide. Fiery Dragon and Bloodmane didn't dare to act recklessly. They used the rigid body of the monster clan to resist. Their blood and flesh mixed, bringing an extreme pain that they'd rather die than endure. Just like them, Shurian was affected, his body cut by some invisible threads. However, unlike to Yang Tian Emperor, Fiery Dragon, and Bloodmane, he didn't scream in pain. He just frowned and stayed calm as usual. The others didn't know when his body started to glow with a golden halo. At first glance, he looked like a freak that was molded from pure gold. After that, the invisible ghost scripture formation couldn't cut through his body. He suddenly got it, as he finally recognized the effects of the golden marrow of the golden giant, which had promoted its effects in his body. This kind of defense was unbreakable, even dissolving Kamaros's mysterious attack. Seeing Yang Tian Emperor, Fiery Dragon, and Bloodmane unable to resist the formation anymore, Shurian contemplated and then touched his chest. The star original essence he had absorbed into his heart looked like the most glorious big diamond as it flew out under the star powers driving and struck towards Kamaros. The boundless sky where stars shone dazzlingly seemed to expand further. A downpour of starlight from the sky looked like a big river pouring into the star original essence. Sure, Yin was struggling, using his soul to manipulate the star original essence as it approached closer to Kamaros. Just like ranges of mountains collapsing at the same time, the small star original essence ballooned out of formidable pressure, which made Kamaros pale in fear. The star original essence was the intrinsic nature of the stars in the sky. It was much heavier than it looked. A fist-sized star original essence could be heavier than 10 mountains. Under such pressure, Kamaros couldn't hold his fort. Crack, crack, crack. The star original essence was pressing to the point that even space was about to crack. The cracking sounds echoed in the void, making people's hearts shiver. The mountain-like pressure covered the entire space. Even the true God Realm warriors like Cassidy felt his body getting unusually heavy, his soul stagnant. Kamaros mused on the star original essence, then quickly urged his energy to counter. Ultimately, he couldn't stand it anymore, retreating the ghost symbols in the sky into the written charm scripture. He was struggling hard to stand still. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 snow-white bone thorns glided through space and appeared simultaneously behind Kamaros, Cassidy, and Vision, stabbing them violently. Puff, puff, puff. 3 bone thorns were refined from the bones of the level 10 beast. They attacked the 3 aliens from their backs, but 2 of them couldn't pierce through Kamaros and Vision. However, blood gushed out from their mouths. Cassidy's situation was the most pitiful. A bone thorn pierced through his chest from his back. His heart was torn, and his life was sliding away from him. Cassidy couldn't endure anymore. Camarose's face grimaced. He roared and crazily shouted as he was about to strike a fatal attack. Fiery Dragon and Blood-Maned stormed over with their bloody bodies. Their ferocious instinct had been stimulated. They wanted to pull Camarose and kill him. "Go!" Vision shouted. Camarose was struck. He swung the written charm scripture in his hand to collect Cassidy's god soul. Then he urged the written charm scripture the second time to pull Vision into the scripture too. A marvelous wave of energy shot out from the written charm scripture. Camarose and Vision shrank rapidly inside that energy wave as countless dazzling beams interweaved in layers of space next to them. The others then saw their bodies shrink until they were as big as a light dot. They then disappeared into thin air like dust. Fiery Dragon and Blood-Maned swarmed over, but they found that Camarose and Vision had disappeared completely. They left nothing behind, not even a wave of soul energy. Lying in that place was only the body of Cassidy, which was pierced through. His god soul had been collected and kept in the written charm scripture. The written charm scripture was the halatum of the Ghost Mark clan at the Divine Grade. Camarose using the scripture to escape in just a blink was something Shiyan's team had never thought about, and they could only watch the others leave. Damn the Ghost Mark clan! Fiery Dragon roared indignantly, while blood still dripped from his body. He has given me bad wounds. I'm so unlucky. Blood-Maned also had so many open cuts on his body. Even the steel-like bodies of the monster clan couldn't endure Camarose's furious attack. Yang Tian Emperor's eyes restored their natural look. In the other's eyes, he was just a bloody skeleton. Without blood and flesh, he looked pitiful and scary at the same time. At first glance, Shiyan understood that Yang Tian Emperor was hurt badly. Even if he could receive treatment timely, he couldn't recover in just a short time. Burning his god blood and his own flesh and blood to urge all the potential power of his body, Yang Tian Emperor had burst out a formidable power. However, it was beyond his endurance, and Camarose had attacked him, cracking his armor. Dishan, Li Zhengrong, Ji Mu, and Yu Ying were hiding at a far distance and observing the situation. At this moment, they finally got the guts to step over, looking at Yang Tian Emperor with a frightened but respectful expression. "How are you?" Shiyan moved, walking towards Yang Tian Emperor. He asked while taking in the essence chi from Cassidy. "I got hurt badly, and I can't recover in a short time." Yang Tian Emperor's voice seemed to sound from his throat, which was really bizarre. However, after this fight, my understanding of the power of desperation has reached a whole new world. If nothing unexpected happens, when I'm healed, my realm will increase too. Shiyan was struck with joy as a light flashed across his head. "Great-grandpa, don't worry. I'll make you recover fast, really fast." Chapter 640, Demon Clan? God Clan? Chapter 640, Demon Clan? God Clan. The area by the lake became quiet again. Fiery Dragon and Blood-Maned transformed into their beast shape, balling their bodies near the lake to heal themselves in silence. The two level 9 hotshots were using the secret techniques of the Demon Clan to gather heaven and earth spiritual chi. Dishan, Li Zhengrong, Yu Ying, and Ji Mu, the four spirit realm warriors, kept silent, but many thoughts were moving in their heads. Yin was standing next to Yang Tian Emperor. Yang Tian Emperor was now a bloody skeleton. After his insanity had subsided, he was exhausted. The ferocious, wild aura he possessed had settled. From deep inside his eyes, people could see that he was fatigued. Yin sat neatly. His face was indifferent, his eyes slightly squinted. The tentacles jutting out from his acupuncture points had retreated. They were shaking inside his acupuncture points to filter the energy. Trying to press down the craziness in his heart, he sent his thought to the star Original Essence, using its power to clear his mind and purify his soul. This way, he could keep himself safe from the negative energy side effects. He had used the star Original Essence to understand the star power. His star martial spirit had a new breakthrough, which promoted his realm to the third sky of spirit realm. As he had many boosts, when he entered the third sky of spirit realm, he could bring out the power of a true god realm warrior, which helped him seize the upper hand while fighting with Kamaros. Feeling the energies in his body calm down, Shurien used his soul consciousness to sense and saw his unbreakable golden skeleton. The golden marrow of the golden giant's bones had improved his body's durability to another level. Now it was inconceivably rigid. His petrification martial spirit had obviously surpassed the barrier that the Shur family had always encountered. After the second breakthrough, even Shur Jian couldn't imagine his situation at this moment. Thanks to all sorts of fortuitous encounters, he had been able to resist Kamaro's attack with a body that would never be broken. He could also stabilize his mind and attack Kamaro's, making him run away in fear. Today he had the cultivation base at the third sky of spirit realm, and an incomparable body. His negative energy was tremendous. He had a new breakthrough in his martial spirits, along with the undying body of the Yang family. The combination of these miraculous abilities gave him the foundation to deal with higher realm warriors. Quieting down his emotions, Shurien used the mysterious martial spirit he had gotten the first to refine the essence chi that he had absorbed. The negative emotions generated from this process were pressed down by his brave and persistent will. As he felt the torrential storms in his acupuncture points, he calmed his mind and emptied it. After an unknown period, he woke up, putting two hands on Yang Tian Emperor all of a sudden. Yang Tian Emperor's bloody body was shaken, while a divine light bloomed out from his eyes. He couldn't help but let out a low shout. "Little Yin, you can't." Yang Tian Emperor could feel a mysterious energy for Shurian's palms. This energy quickly merged with his essence chi and combined with his blood, bringing formidable energy fluctuations to help him condense the immortal blood once again. This massive energy was rolling into Yang Tian Emperor's body, making him feel as if his body was soaked in a hot spring. It was so comfortable that he almost groaned. However, he shortly restrained his joy, as he thought that if he absorbed this energy, Shurien would have to consume his own energy massively. Thus, he didn't want to take it in, and even wanted to stop receiving it unilaterally. "Don't move," Shurien shouted, talking in a serious tone. "Great-grandpa, I don't need this energy. If I want it, I can always obtain it quite easily. I have a magical martial spirit, which helps me not to worry about lacking energy forever." Having heard him, Yang Tian Emperor's bloody skeleton trembled. Although Shurien didn't say it clearly, Yang Tian Emperor could understand the hidden meaning in his words. He would never have to worry about lacking energy. How dangerous it was to go against the natural order like that. He suddenly recognized why Shurien could progress that fast, entering the new realms before his estimated time. Apparently, it was related to the martial spirit Shurien had just mentioned. "You should take in this energy. It will be handy to your body now," Shurien continued to mutter. "I don't need it now. Even if I need it, it's as easy as a piece of cake to obtain it again." Yang Tian Emperor contemplated for a while and then received the energy from him with joy. Shurien suddenly felt the power he had been pouring into Yang Tian Emperor's body flow smoothly. He knew Yang Tian Emperor agreed to receive it. Soon, the mysterious energy refined by his acupuncture points all poured into Yang Tian Emperor's body. Yang Tian Emperor started to condense the immortal blood again. Next, he used his immortal blood to perform the immortal rebirth secret of the Yang family to grow his flesh again, connecting his broken vessels and tendons. After 4 hours, Yang Tian Emperor had become a lively human again from a bloody skeleton. Dishan, Li Zhengrong, Yu Ying, and Ji Mu stood not far from them. They all gawked in fear, but didn't know what to say. Yang Tian Emperor had used the immortal martial spirit of the Yang family to its peak ability. He had used the immortal blood to grow his flesh again. This miracle was beyond their knowledge. Only Shurien knew that after each time their bodies were annealed by the immortal rebirth secret, they would surpass the tenacious level of the previous bodies, which would facilitate the growth of their powers. After each time of rebirth, their bodies would change completely. When Yang Tian Emperor recovered, the tenacity of his body leaped up by a big part compared to the previous one. Moreover, Yang Tian Emperor had also broken through to the third sky of spirit realm after this event. I want to stay quiet for a little bit. After Yang Tian Emperor had recovered his body, he uttered simply while joy could be seen on his face. Shi Yin reacted immediately and used the earth flame to create the passage leading to the bottom of the lake. He brought Yang Tian Emperor there, followed by Di Shan and Li Zhongrong. Now, Shi Yin, Fiery Dragon, Blood-Maned, and Yu Ying, Ji Mu, who came from the Ice and Fire secret domain, were standing by the lake now. You guys stay here. When the time comes, I will let you leave. Shi Yin glared at the other two, talking to them faintly. Don't worry, I won't mistreat you. Not long afterward, you will figure out that being with me was a wise decision. Boy, you are so naughty. Generous laughter arose from a far distance. Blood-Maned and Fiery Dragon were trying to restore fast, jolting up with a solemn expression. A halo appeared in front of Shi Yin, gradually turning into a good-looking middle-aged man. He was smiling warmly. Master! Ji Mu and Yu Ying bent down to greet him. Shi Yin kept quiet for a while, then also bent and greeted him. Master, thanks for protecting the Yang family. I will always keep your favor in mind. You remember my favor, but you treat my elders like that? Yin Hao shook his head with an odd face. Ji Mu and Yu Ying came here to bring you to the Ice and Fire secret domain. The pagans are raging outside. Eventually, they would kill you all. Harumph. Blood-Maned disagreed. We are living in good harmony with Shi Yin. Why do we need to harm him? Only you cunning humans could have many wild schemes. You guys always attack your own fellows. Yin Hao felt funny. It's really me who does things in vain. I didn't think that you would stay with the pagans. Sigh, it was my one-sided thought, I guess. Ji Mu and Yu Ying frowned. They had witnessed the dangerous interaction between Shi Yin and the alien tribes. They didn't know what to say. I will keep your good thought in mind. Shi Yin was honest and respectful while talking with Yin Hao. But I don't want to go to the Ice and Fire secret domain. I've killed many people of the 7 ancient factions. I can't stay with them. I know my situation isn't good either. Sooner or later, the 7 ancient factions will aim at me. I just want to survive. No matter what I have to do, as long as I can stay in the perpetual night forest, I don't care whether my partners are pagans or not. Yin Hao was surprised. He hesitated for a while and then said, You know, when you do that, you will never have a chance to be accepted by human clan. At least, members of the 7 ancient factions will never approve your operations. If you do so, you will stand on the opposite side to us. I understand, Shi Yin smiled begrudgingly. I can't destroy the Dark Devil clan and the Wing clan. The relationship between the alien tribes and me is deep, and the current situation isn't something I want to see. The 7 ancient factions are pushing us. I just do my best to protect myself. Who says Shi Yin is a human? At this moment, Blood-Maned screamed from the other side. He has the bloodline of alien tribes. Otherwise, he wouldn't be like that. You human clan has your bloodline mixed with other tribes. You're not pure, you know. Without blending with our alien tribe's bloodline, you low humans, how could you grow that fast? You always say pagans and aliens. How clean do you think you are? I don't know about the others, but the headmaster of the Yang family should have an alien bloodline. His tremendous recovery ability is something only the alien tribes can have. You human clan will never have such innate ability. Fiery Dragon suddenly mocked. If you hadn't mixed with our bloodline, the human clan would have been annihilated in the antiquity epic. How could you slowly rebel that way? Harumph. The reason why humans can thrive fast is because of snatching and robbing. You've robbed spiritual chi, precious materials, the properties of different clans. You are the corrupted insects of this continent. The other tribes agree with this statement. Blood-Maned groaned. Yin Hao was muted by the words of the 2 experts of the monster clan. Shi Yin was startled too. He frowned, looking at Fiery Dragon with a dull face. You say there's alien tribe bloodline in my great-grandpa's body. Absolutely. Fiery Dragon confirmed resolutely. Human clan has never had such a vigorous recovery ability. In the antiquity time, there were only 2 clans which had such ability. Which ones? Shi Yin asked with astonishment. The Demon Clan, Fiery Dragon, answered seriously. He paused for a while, then continued gingerly, or the God Clan. Chapter 641, Parting Ways. Chapter 641, Parting Ways. The God Clan was one of the 10 antiquity clans, the strongest one. Whenever members of the other clans got their inheritance, they would also receive the secrets. Then, they would try to avoid mentioning this clan. This clan seemed to be the forbidden word, which could tremble the other hotshots of the alien tribes. According to the legends from different clans, the first clan that ever existed on this continent was the God Clan. They seemed to be the favored, kind of the almighty in heaven. From the day they were born, they were destined to be the lord of this place with endless powers. During a very long period, the God Clan was the real leader of the other tribes. It was the leader who ruled the 10 tribes, controlling the entire continent. But all that changed one day when the other 9 tribes united and banished the God Clan, this powerful clan. Thus, the strongest clan of this epic disappeared. Many other clans told the legend of this clan. They told the tale that when the 9 tribes joined hands and dealt with the God Clan, this clan had run away, leaving the Grace mainland, going to the universe. They had never appeared in the Grace mainland ever since. There were many tales about the God Clan. However, when the pagan tribes talked about the God Clan, there were always some similar stories about how strong their supernatural powers were. The 9 clans had pushed this clan away from the Grace mainland, but no tribe dared to say they had the triumph over this clan. When Fiery Dragon mentioned the clan, he was a little bit uneasy. He didn't dare to talk clearly. The God Clan was the strongest clan in the antiquity time. Every tribe recognized them. If the God Clan were still on this continent, they would be our masters as before. Shi Yin was dumbstruck. Later on, he shook his head with a forced smile. It's okay. No matter it's the bloodline of the Demon Clan or the God Clan, it's no different to me. I don't care what tribe it is. Whoever helps me will be my friend, and whoever troubles me will be my enemy, no matter which race it is. Bloodmane really liked his attitude. He laughed evilly and then shouted, "Don't worry. We Monster Clan will be your friends. Being abandoned by the Human Clan isn't something so terrible. Human Clan will be cleared up anyway." Yinhao's face grimaced. "I'm not going to the Ice and Fire secret domain, but I always keep your favor in my heart." Shi Yin sighed, shaking his head. "If Cult Master is here, Ji Mu and Yuing can leave with you. I just hope that we wouldn't meet again on the battlefield." Yinhao was struck. He slammed his eyebrows together, as if he was thinking about the best result that could be obtained. "You should be careful. If you don't go to the Ice and Fire secret domain this time, I'm afraid you won't have any chance later." He pondered for a while, and then said with worry, "Even if nothing happened today, the 7 ancient factions would notice. I think some people have started their stealthy operation, right?" Shi Yin harumphed and nodded. "It's true. After they got out of the secret domain, they attacked my people not just once. If it didn't push us, I wouldn't treat them that way." "You should solve it," Yinhao sighed. "The girl you said, Xia Xin Yin, she isn't an ordinary girl. She has entered the true God realm and has condensed the God soul. Soon, she will be one of our sharpest weapons." Shi Yan's eyes brightened. He kept silent for seconds and then cracked a smile. "Good then. I know she would reach this point. She's faster than me. Don't you feel lost?" Yinhao felt strange. "This means the gap between you two has been widened." Shi Yin just smiled, but didn't answer him. "Yeah, and Lin Meng of the Pure Land has reached the 3rd sky of true God realm. She seems to depend on that girl to break through again using some secret techniques." Yinhao hesitated for a while. "If Lin Meng succeeds, we don't need to stay in the Ice and Fire secret domain anymore." Shi Yin didn't react to his words. However, Fiery Dragon and Bloodmane changed their countenance, screaming in fear. Lin Meng was the leader of the Pure Land. She had always wanted to kill the pagans. If she could break through to the King God realm, She would be the nightmare for the alien tribes. And the monster clan in the perpetual night forest would be the first target. Not that fast or easy. The failure rate is relatively high, though. Yin Hao frowned. Perhaps Lin Ming would fail. However, if Xia X and Yin could break through that fast, of course, she would reach the King God realm soon. Sure, Yin, have you ever thought that in the future, you and that little girl would have to stand on two opposite sides? When the seven ancient factions attacked the Yang family, did she show her attitude? Sure Yan sparkled, asking calmly. She has never shown up. The Pure Land has hidden her like a treasure. No one knows what attitude she has. Yun Hao shook his head. Anyway, you have to think about it. I think they will take action not long afterward. Sure Yin nodded while pondering. Please tell Bing Qing Tong of the Ice Emperor City that if she has time, please come and meet me. Yun Hao burst out into a strange laughter and then nodded at him. Take care. I will always memorize your favor, cult master, said Shi Yin sincerely. Yun Hao wore a regretful countenance. He didn't advise the young man further, leaving with Jin Mu and Yu Ying to the ice and fire secret domain. This man's such a character, Blood Mane sighed in relief. I thought he wanted to attack us. I didn't expect that he came here to pick up his people. Sure Yin, when will we start? Wait until I get up here again. All right, where's the 5 elements crystal marrow? Here you go. Bloodmane spat out dozens of 5-colored crystal stones with an unwilling expression. These crystals were cyan, orange-red, yellow, green, and white. They looked like the most sparkling, precious gems, carrying the pure powers of 5 elements. Under the shining light of the sun, moon, and stars in the sky, they radiated with a beautiful, mesmerizing, dazzling halo. The 5 elements crystal marrow was the essence of the 5 elements power. They were the energy source of some profound ancient formations. It wasn't easy for Blood Maned to collect these crystals. He had planned to merge these crystals with his beast bead when he leveled up again. Apparently, he had played with his initial capital. Don't worry, I won't be unfair to you. Shi Yin swung his arm to take the crystal, stacking them in his storage ring. Wait until I get back. I will satisfy you guys. I won't let your effort slip away in vain. Then, Shi Yin flew up and sank into the lake, heading towards the Creator's divine pond directly. He urged the star martial spirit, using the star power to put the blood mane back to the pond. When he comprehended the star power, he didn't consume all the energy of the star original essence. He had just watched and learned the process when a star was formed and ascended. In comprehending the mysteries of stars, he didn't encounter an energy shortage. He just needed to understand thoroughly. The star original essence recorded the meanings of the star's existence and its evolution, which he needed the most. He had sunk his soul into it to see the internal construction of a star. Now he knew why a small star could get tremendously bigger. He knew the secrets when a star absorbed the power of heaven to strengthen itself. Through this comprehension, he had used the star martial spirit to reach the 3rd sky of spirit realm. His star martial spirit had evolved, which accelerated the star power absorption speed 10 times faster. The star original essence slowly fell into the ancient formation. Shi Yin flickered his mind, releasing the 5 elements crystal marrow. Then, he used his soul to manipulate the crystals, falling into the eye of the formation in a special rhythm. Shi Yin took out the life original fluid he had collected before and started to pour little by little into the center of the Creator's divine pond. It was moving distinctively, separating from the direction of the soul-washing divine water, floating in the critical location of the spiritual station in the Creator's divine pond. Magical hand seals flew out from his hands. Just like swimming fishes, they started to gather and readjust the scattering energy. Gradually, the Creator's divine pond released an immense halo. Countless top-grade essence crystals in the lake bottom seemed to be activated. Essence chi started to roll massively into the Creator's divine pond. Great-grandpa! At this moment, Shi Yin shouted. Divine light surged torrentially in his eyes. Yang Tian Emperor was awakened. He was surprised at first, but then he shook his head. It's a bit early for me. I've just reached the third sky of Spirit Realm, so I need time to improve it. Let Ishan go first. Shurian didn't say anything for a while before nodding his head. Just like Yangtian Emperor, he had reached the third sky of Spirit Realm, but he didn't want to enter the Creator's divine pond at this time, since he thought that his realm wasn't stable yet. It perhaps wasn't a right decision to get the true God realm rashly this way. He had thought that Yangtian Emperor would be different. However, he had declined the opportunity too. He knew he too would be rushing if he did this. The pressure from the 7 ancient factions had always existed, and it was going to be more intense. Kamaros had escaped alive. When he came back, he would be more formidable. Besides, there were other alien tribes, the Dark Spirit Clan and the Corpse Clan. They would arrive in the perpetual night forest sooner or later to fight with the 7 ancient factions face to face. He thought that the time was less, and it would take a long time to improve his powers. Compared to the 7 ancient factions and the alien tribes, he was small, and he couldn't influence the whole picture much or be able to protect himself. So, he had to enhance himself and the members of his team. The power Yangtian Emperor had just shown everybody was much more than Dishan. That's why Shurian hoped to see Yangtian Emperor as the first one entering the true God realm, which would give him more support. Dishan, you go first. As he realized he shouldn't be rushing, he exhaled and then nodded to Dishan. Dishan was struck. He jolted, his face excited. However, he looked nervous, standing in his spot as he didn't know what to do. How should I get in there? What should I do after I get in? Yin chuckled. Don't be nervous. It's simple. You just need to fly to the spiritual station and land there. Then, you release your soul to enter the station. It will guide your soul. You just need to follow it. The Creator's divine pond was created by the strongest clans in antiquity time, which cost a lot of efforts for a complicated formation and countless materials. However, it was effortless to use. The instruction was as simple as what Yin had said. Dishan was comforted. He gathered himself and flew up, heading towards the Creator's divine pond. Li Zhengrong and Yi Changfeng were looking at him with bright eyes. They didn't even blink, and their breathing was held. Old Li, after Dishan's done, it's your turn. Yin contemplated for a while, and then said, Your realm is enough, so you shouldn't worry. We have a big pressure at this moment. I want you to not go to the ice and fire secret domain for the time being after you've succeeded. I'm going the same way with you guys. Li Zhengrong agreed resolutely without any hesitation. Yin beamed a faint smile and gently nodded to him. Chapter 642, Upgrade the Whole Body. Chapter 642, Upgrade the Whole Body. Dishan stood still on the station inside the Creator's divine pond, his eyes closed. There was no surging energy wave around him, and he looked as if he were sleeping. Glowing top-grade essence crystals in the lake bottom had been activated. A large amount of pure, glorious energy gathered like gossamer, moving towards the Creator's divine pond. The floating station was like the brain of a human soul. It was a messy place where different kinds of energy were intertwining. Although bunches and beams of light were dazzling, they still made people feel peaceful. The refined soul power of the life, original fluid, and the soul-washing divine water gradually overflowed Dishan's sea of consciousness. He sat still indifferently, while trying his best to absorb the energies into his sea of consciousness. He felt so comfortable, as if he were soaking in a warm stream. Each pore of his was relaxed. Yin, Li Zhengrong, and Yi Changfeng were standing by the Creator's divine pond and observing. They were a little bit nervous, as they were afraid something unexpected would happen. The Creator's divine pond was a structure built in the antiquity time. Only the strongest clans could build it, since it cost countless materials and efforts. This divine pond had swallowed so many magical things to have such miraculous effects. Although Yin was 100% sure, he couldn't confirm whether Dishan would succeed or not. The only thing he could confirm was that Dishan wouldn't endure many strenuous experiences. When the life original fluid and the soul-washing divine water blended with each other, they turned into an ivory fluid, seeping into Dishan's head through 7 holes on his face. At this moment, Shiyin couldn't help but exhale in relief. Dishan suddenly opened his eyes. From deep inside his pupils, people could vaguely see many light dots entangling with each other. It looked like the star movement to circulate energy in the Milky Way. A flow of energy emitted from his body, cheering up people in the surroundings. Dishan's sea of consciousness started to change slowly, beginning to follow the Creator's divine pond to rebuild. Each flow of his soul consciousness was refined to become the support when he condensed the God Soul. Shiyin suddenly turned to Li Zhengrong and Yi Changfeng, then smiled. He's entered the main track. As long as no one disturbs him, it will take 7 days max to create the God Soul. When Dishan gets the God Soul, he can leave the Creator's divine pond. After that, he just needs to adjust himself to the new realm. Oldly, when he gets out, you can get in there to break through your realm. I wish for you to enter the true God realm as soon as possible. Li Zhengrong was so joyful he couldn't stop laughing. His face looked like a blooming flower, as he was so excited he didn't know what to say. He had stayed in the spirit realm for dozens of years. As one of the leading alchemists in the Grace Mainland, he understood the difference between the spirit realm and the true God realm more than anyone else. He knew what it meant when he had stepped into the true God realm. In the true God realm, the warriors had the God Soul, which was immortal unless it was attacked by some special treasures. Although his body was smashed, a true God realm expert could always escape the body or use a pregnant woman's womb to be reborn again in the shape of a baby. Alternatively, he could choose a young man with outstanding features and occupy his soul to thrive further. No matter which method the true God realm warrior chose, he could have another chance to reach his original realm one more time. If he decided to be reborn as a baby, he could have a better chance at understanding the deep meanings of power faster while trying to recover his power. This opportunity made the true God realm leap up a long step reasonably. He would find it easy to break through a minor realm. There were many second sky of true God realm experts who couldn't find the right chance to comprehend the Upanishad. That's why they couldn't break through to the third sky of true God realm. At such a stage, true God realm warriors with big guts and great desires would choose to be reborn as a child, so as to progress faster. It would take around 10 years to reach the second sky of true God realm, the realm of his previous body. Afterward, he could seize the chance to enter the third sky of true God realm. To the true God realm warriors, this was a stupid method to break through. However, it was almost 100% certain without any incident. Of course, most of the true God realm warriors had the absolute confidence in themselves, so they wouldn't dare to take risks and be reborn. Rebirth meant doing things all over again. If his enemy knew that, he would be killed before he had enough time to grow. You guys should watch here. I have to go out for a while. Wait until I come back. Oldie should be a true God realm expert already. Shiyin smiled as he was about to leave the lake bottom. Shiyin, the perpetual night forest isn't a safe place at this moment. Where do you want to go? Li Zhengrong frowned and asked. I've agreed with Fiery Dragon and Bloodmaned to help them anneal their bodies and weapons. I have to keep my word. Shiyin glared at Yang Tian Emperor. I assume Bloodmaned still has 5 elements crystal marrow, which is the requirement to maintain the Creator's divine pond. If I don't comfort Bloodmaned and Fiery Dragon, we wouldn't have enough 5 elements crystal marrow. The next time, it would be hard to use the pond to break through again. He had thought for Yang Tian Emperor, Yu Ruo, and Yi Tian Mo. He wanted to use the divine pond to make his people enter the true God realm quickly. As long as his people could increase their realms, under the current circumstances, he could survive better and wouldn't need to struggle his life in the valley between the clans. You should take these pellets. Perhaps you'll need them soon, Li Zhengrong pondered. A storage ring flew out from his finger, falling into Shiyin's palm. This ring stores many pellets I have refined dedicatedly. Although you don't need them, with these medicines, your people would have a bigger chance to survive. Receiving the storage ring, Shurian's soul consciousness flickered. He found that the ring contained almost 100 bottles, storing different kinds of medicines and pellets. Some could nurture the soul, and the others could promote the essence chi. There were some pellets which could enhance the warrior's physique and heal wounds faster. Li Zhengrong was a sacred-grade alchemist, and he had spent his whole life to study and refine medicines. He was a peerless expert in the Grace mainland. The pellets he refined were treasures that the warriors always yearned for in the outside world. Shurian nodded continually to thank him, his face happy. While Dishan is breaking through his realm, I'm going to refine some pellets. Yeah, when you return, I'll give them to you. Li Zhengrong smiled, then said, Seems we have to stay together. If you and your people become stronger, I can have more support. All right, if you see a chi, please take her with you. Where is she? The ice and fire secret domain. Li Zhengrong beamed a forced smile. Her realm is too low, and her manners aren't good. As she isn't with us now, I'm afraid she might suffer in the ice and fire secret domain. Sai, Chu Bai Qing is dead. With Qin Gu Chuan's dark plan, when he deals with Yi, I'm afraid something bad would happen to her. Shurian's heart sank, but he nodded quietly. I'll try my best. Li Zhengrong didn't say anything else. Waves rippled on the quiet lake, and a bunch of fiery flames shot out. A figure appeared in the blaze. Blood-maned and fiery dragon were waiting for him. Seeing him, they smiled, storming forward to greet him. Shurian curled his lips into a smile, speaking faintly. As we have made a deal, it's time to make it up to you guys. From now on, I'm going to refine your bodies and forge your treasures. Of course, you have to prepare materials sufficiently. Ha, we've prepared already. As long as you want it, everything will be at your service. Blood-maned and fiery dragon laughed in unison. For the monster clan, things they had aplenty were all kinds of heaven and earth products. Living in the perpetual night forest for thousands of years, the materials that the monster clan's experts had collected were piled up, enough to support both their bodies and weapon quenching. Among the clans, Human Clan was good at using heaven and earth objects. They had various methods to do that. Human alchemists and blacksmiths were all the excellent experts who could use these things fluently. Normally, no human dared to cause grudges against the entire mankind to refine weapons for Monster Clan. That's why, although they had collected abundant materials, they couldn't find a suitable refiner. Shurian dared to hold this precedent, as he didn't care about the anger of the entire humanity. It was more than what Blood-maned and Fiery Dragon wished. Under Fiery Dragon and Blood-mane's guidance, Shurian found Blood-mane's treasure, which had been hidden for several thousand years. Looking at the colorful materials filling up the whole spacious cave, the smile on his face widened. All right, you should be prepared. We're going to start now. Blood-maned and Fiery Dragon were so excited that flame sparked from their eyes. Half a month later, somewhere in the cave underground, Blood-maned with a shining gold body roared fiercely and stormed out rumblingly. Light of Flame was still glowing on his giant body. He looked like he was molded from melting iron and looked vigorously beautiful. Waves of sharp and imposing aura rippled from the Blood-maned on his body, heating up the entire space. Blood-maned was moving back and forth. Giant ancient trees on his way were smacked down, turning into wood chips. He was like a bulldozer, crushing the dozen-meters tall trees into pieces. Blood-maned was releasing his energy freely, gold waves rippling from him. Blood-maned was like the Grand Master of the Monster Clan, imposingly vigorous and lively, with abundant aura. Roar! Blood-maned laughed wildly. He was so excited that he couldn't stop moving through the forest. Gold light bloomed from his body, carrying the metal power of the 5 elements, which could simply break even the hardest defenses. After rolling around for a while, Blood-maned felt satisfied. Smiles filled his eyes as he then moved his giant body back to the cave underground. A silver chain that was around 100 meters long soared up from the cave. This chain was as wide as a human body. Countless complicated patterns meandered on the chain as if they were the blood veins, and a blood aura emitted from it. fiery dragon appeared all of a sudden. When he flickered his dragon claw, the silver chain seemed like it was stuck with a flow of fire, burning fiercely. The silver chain flew around as fast as lightning, along with his maneuver. Where it passed through, giant stones were broken into small pieces. This power was really intimidating. Serene, I need a good treasure like that. Bloodmane cried dissatisfied. You forged the chain for Fiery Dragon, but you've used a big amount of my materials. You have to make it up for me. Serene emerged from the cave underground, his face covered in dust. However, his eyes were bright with divine light, dark and profound like the galaxy in the sky. His appearance made people respect and fear him. We need to negotiate. It's for the future of your monster clan. Serene laughed loudly. He strolled towards them, his mood elevated. Chapter 643, King of Perpetual Night Forest. Chapter 643, King of Perpetual Night Forest. For the future of our monster clan? Yanlong didn't understand anything, but he thought Shurian's words were shocking. He was bewildered for a while. Our monster clan's doing well. How could it matter to the future of our clan? Times have changed, Shurian said with a solemn visage. Today, every clan is thriving. Demon Clan, Dark Clan, Corpse Clan, Dark Spirit Clan, Ghostmark Clan. They're all the clans from the antiquity. They aren't weaker than you guys. Since the Great Space Fission happened, experts from different clans have received the ancient inheritance. If the monster clan is stagnant, the other clans will dominate you. You'll decline gradually. You guys will become their mounts. The faces of Yanlong and Xuelu became grim immediately. This was the most forbidden word the monster clan never wanted to mention. Mount. No matter what era it was, after the monster clan declined, they would become the mounts of the other clans. They would be enslaved and become the other subordinates. The monster clan's one of the 10 clans. You've had your peak times. I know you used to be so strong. I know the experts of the monster clan, like you two, will never be willing to be enslaved. Shurian calmly talked to them while discreetly observing their expressions. He recognized that these two had taken his words seriously. I want to befriend the monster clan. Besides you two, I can help more members of the monster clan, Shurian smiled. In this perpetual night forest, there are many strong monsters, and many of them have intelligence, as you do. With my help, they can become like you. They will be much stronger very quickly. What do you think about it? Yanlong and Xuelu couldn't conceal that they were moved. Take me to see the strongest one of your monster clan. As long as we can deal with him, it will be the good news to every member of the monster clan in Perpetual Night Forest. Shurian tempted them. At this moment, his situation was relatively safe, but in fact, dangers existed everywhere. Demon Clan, Dark Spirit Clan, Gashmar Clan, and the Corpse Clan would come to the Perpetual Night Forest shortly. This forest would become the hot zone of war on this continent. The human clan was also cultivating hard, seeking for the methods to rally themselves. As Shurian was a human, and the 7 ancient factions wanted his life, they would come to the forest for him soon. With his current force, he had no significant advantage compared to the other clans or the 7 ancient factions. He could be the sacrifice at any minute. If he could establish a relationship with Monster Clan, it should be good news to him and his people. His people, besides the Yang family and the Chow, included the Ghost Hunter, the Devouring Gold Silkworm, and the King of Demonic Insects. They were all members of the Monster Clan. Shurian knew this clan was imposing. Moreover, they didn't have many wild schemes. Once he got accepted, he would have tremendous support. You want to see our king of the Perpetual Night Forest? Xuelu was hesitant. Then he became a little bit annoyed. He doesn't want to meet us, though. Different from the other experts of the Monster Clan, he's too arrogant. He hasn't gathered any force under his regime. He is cultivated alone. We went to greet him, but he ignored us. Take me to him. Shurian was deliberate. I believe he will meet me. Yanlong and Xuelu exchanged looks. They considered his proposal for a long while. Later on, they nodded. He stays near the Ice and Fire's secret domain in the Black Pool. It's the prohibited area of our monster clan. When Human Clan got into the Ice and Fire's secret domain, they didn't dare to trespass that place, said Yanlong. Let's go. Shi Yin smiled and urged. Yin Long and Shui Lu were reluctant, but under his persistence, they couldn't help but take him to that place. 3 days later, Shi Yin and the 2 warriors of the monster clan reached a pond where black smog was lingering above its surface. A bizarre, black froth popped everywhere. This pond was large, more than 100 miles squared. No foliage could be seen around the pond. Shi Yin couldn't sense even a single life fluctuation of any insect. After Yin Long and Shui Lu had taken him here, they looked at the black pool and said, "He's there, staying in the bottom of the pool. Usually, he won't appear. This is a prohibited area. No humans or beasts dare to put their foot here." Yin Long changed his expression before he could finish. He pointed towards the pool, his face as if he had seen a ghost. "Someone's there. Oh, someone doesn't care about life to trespass the black pool." As they had arrived at this place, Shi Yin felt the black pool was really strange. Nothing was floating above the pond. Even if someone could fly above the pool, he would be dragged into the pool by some unknown force. Any creatures entering the black pool, no matter it was a human or a beast, it would never reappear. It seemed something invisible and intimidating was staying in the bottom of the black pool, which could swallow both the body and the soul of any creature, making them stay forever under the pool. However, a mild young girl was staying in the middle of the pool. She was riding some creature, taking in the black smog above the black pool. She seemed to be cultivating some secret technique. Shi Yin was startled. He gathered his mind and observed carefully. Next, he cried in fear, his face odd. Yin Long and Shui Lu didn't dare to speak. They stood dully by the black pool, as though they were waiting for something. In the center of the pool, the girl opened her mouth and took in the black smog above the pool. Flows of magical, pure energy got into her mouth, increasing her aura. Her flesh body was accumulating the tremendous energy from the pool. She was sure. Shi Yin felt his brain convulse. He thought the scene he was watching was unbelievable. At this moment, he was puzzled, didn't know what to say. Why was she here? Shi Yin suddenly remembered that since he had come to the perpetual night forest, he had never seen Zhuo. But he had met Zui Su, Qi Xiao, and the other warriors of the Zhuo family in the Yang family shelter. However, he didn't notice Zhuo. As he tried digging in further, he felt something wrong. The young girl was riding a creature which was sinking into the pool. Her face was serious, as though she was cultivating something. She didn't realize that someone was watching her. The peak of Sky Realm. Shi Yin observed for a while, and he got more surprised. He felt that his brain wasn't working well enough. He wore a forced smile. Zhuo had reached the peak of Sky Realm. She was just a step from the spirit realm. It had been years. He didn't know what kind of good chances this little girl had encountered. She seemed to have transformed and had progressed fast. Apparently, she wasn't bad. What was going on? As he was looking at Zhuo, he found that the creature she was riding had suddenly started to move. Until he could recognize its movement, the distance between them was shortened rapidly. Shortly, Zhuo appeared in front of him. Zhuo hadn't realized anything yet. She was still closing her eyes and cultivating. She gently frowned, which made her look cute. However, Yin Long and Shui Lu were frightened. They had transformed into their human shape. At this moment, they crouched down, slightly looking up to Zhuo with a respectful expression. They were looking at the creature Zhuo was riding, to be exact. "Master Xianming," Yin Long and Shui Lu cried, using the language of the monster clan to greet the other. Their voices even trembled. Shi Yin knew the king of the perpetual night forest name was Xianming. He was an imposing expert of the monster clan, who had reached the peak of level 9. He could enter level 10 at any moment. During 10,000 years, this terrifying monster named Xianming would only show himself when the monster clan in the perpetual night forest had a big mess that they couldn't clean up themselves. He showed up to reconfirm the existence of the strong forces of the monster clan and maintain the order. Xianming of the perpetual night forest was the king of the monster clan in the eyes of the warriors in the divine great land. He was the grand master who ruled the beasts everywhere, the scariest existence. Even the strong human forces like Pure Land didn't dare to provoke the beasts in the perpetual night forest. It was because of Xian Ming, the almighty of the monster clan. "You two idiots, why are you here?" An old voice arose from under Zhuo. He was using the monster language too. Shi Yin had been together with the king of demonic insects and the devouring gold silkworm for many years, so it wasn't a problem for him to understand monster language. He could even hear and understand each word. Zhuo was still cultivating, but when the voice arose, she woke up. Her eyes were as bright as stars in the sky. She rolled her eyes, then covered her mouth in surprise. "Hey, why are you here?" Afterward, Zhuo got excited and stood up from the pool. Her slender legs moved, then jumped to the land, walking towards Shi Yin. "Shouldn't you be in the endless sea?" asked the girl curiously. Shi Yin's face was odd. He looked at the girl for a while, and then forced a smile. "Well, I do want to know why you are here. Old Xian Ming brought me here. He said that he wants to help me increase my realm. This old man had captured me not long after I arrived in the perpetual night forest." Zhuo frowned, then put her hands on her waist, rolling her eyes at the thin, small old man who was slowly emerging from the pool. She pointed at him and mumbled, "That's him. Shi Yin Gidge, help me to teach him a lesson. I can't help it anymore. He doesn't let me go." The old man wore a pure black robe. His head looked like a snake head, paired with gloomy brown eyes. Turtle shells covered his face, which made him look more like a stupid, decayed stone. Shi Yin forced a smile. First, he bent his body to greet the old man, then talked to Zhuo. "I can't teach him. You'll teach me instead. Anyway, why are you here?" "Little Shi's cultivating the black tortoise true star. She has my clan bloodline in her body. What's wrong with staying here?" The old man's eyes rolled around. His face grew longer as he dropped his jaw. "Little Shi has brought me the inheritance of my clan from the ancient time. It's natural that I should take care of her. Kid, you are a human, but you dare to trespass my black pool. Aren't you afraid that I will swallow you? You are Xian Ming?" Shi Yin was astounded for a while. All of a sudden, he shouted, "You are from the Black Tortoise tribe?" Chapter 644, Corpse Clan's Soul Sacrificial Altar. Chapter 644, Corpse Clan's Soul Sacrificial Altar. In the antiquity, the Monster Clan had 4 strongest tribes. They were the royal tribes of the Monster Clan. They were called the Sacred Tribes and included the Azure Dragon, the Black Tortoise, the Vermilion Bird, and the White Tiger. They had always ruled the Monster Clan with their invincible supernatural powers. Xian Ming was a black tortoise, the king of Perpetual Night Forest. Shi Yin didn't expect the old man to be from the Black Tortoise tribe, which had disappeared for so many years. He still remembered that year when he had just arrived at the Sky Meteor City. Zhuo had asked him to translate the turtle shell she got. She then received the Black Tortoise True Star Scripture to cultivate. And she also had a precious, heavy armor. Was that why Xian Ming got close to Zhuo and protected her as if she were his closest relative? Only persons with our black tortoise bloodline could understand the power Upanishad of our tribe. Zhuo has our tribe bloodline. It isn't like what you think. Xian Ming whispered something, pursed his lips, and explained impatiently. Shi Yin was frightened, screaming, "You can read my mind." "What's difficult with that?" snorted Xian Ming. "You didn't use your soul power to conceal. With my realm, even if I don't use my energy, I can still read your mind. It's as easy as flipping my hand. Old Xian Ming, I don't want to cultivate with you. Let me go. It's not fun here." Zhuo didn't seem to be happy, crying. "I want the best for you." Xian Ming rolled his eyes. "You haven't reached the spirit realm yet. If you leave me, you'll die soon. I'm not going to allow you to go." The 2 experts of the Monster Clan, Yin Long and Shui Lu, didn't talk much after they saw Xian Ming. They were afraid of him. "Kid, I don't care why you come here. I don't want to know either. Because you know, Little Shi, I won't harm you. You should get lost quickly. If you disturb Little Shi's cultivation, I will make you regret." Xian Ming snorted impatiently, swinging his hand. "You 2 idiots should go too." A flow of silver energy rolled Yin Long and Shui Lu, throwing them away. Shi Yan's soul consciousness couldn't catch it. Shi Yan hadn't had time to reply as Xian Ming continued. You've spent a lot of efforts on Yin Long and Shui Lu. However, you're a human. Human clan will be destroyed sooner or later. You shouldn't bring trouble to our monster clan. After he finished, Xian Ming swung his hands nonchalantly one more time. Shi Yan felt he was pressed by many streams of water before he was thrown away. He got dizzy until he could gather himself again. He found that he was in the shelter area of the Yang family. Standing indifferently by the lake, Shi Yan's face was complicated. It was the first time he felt helpless. Xian Ming, at his peak of level 9, had supernatural powers. Shi Yan didn't know what kind of power he had used to deliver him hundreds of li away like that with only a wave of his hand. Suddenly, Shi Yan understood that his operation in the perpetual night forest hadn't escaped Xian Ming's view. This old man was secluding himself in the black pool, but he could see all things happening in the perpetual night forest. As Yu Ruo, Qiao Dao, Ling Ming, Tianmo, and the others saw him, they started to gather from many places. Surprise filled their eyes. Shi Yan beamed a forced smile. He didn't want to talk much about Xian Ming, because he thought that if he told them about him, it would create a bad shadow in their hearts. Master, what happened? Your face is so grim. Yu Ruo stepped forward. A strange light sparked in her beautiful eyes as she was startled. Nothing. Shi Yan calmed his mind quickly. He smiled and then said, You guys should try harder. As long as you've reached the third sky of Spirit Realm, I will help you to enter the true God Realm sooner. Everybody was stunned. They thought that something was wrong with Shi Yan's mind. I found a good thing, Shi Yan smiled. Who is going to enter the third sky of Spirit Realm? While talking, he took out many pellets Li Zhengrong had given him. If you are confident, I will give you the suitable pellets. Qiao Dao's team had their eyes brightened. I think I'm about to break through. Tianmo was a little bit shy when he said with hesitation. I'm almost there too. After the change of heaven and earth, our speed of comprehending realms has increased too. Yu Ruo said with her bright eyes. Great-grandpa has reached the peak of Spirit Realm. Not long afterward, he could take another step further. Shi Yan said confidently. Dishan has reached the true God Realm. I think he is adjusting his powers now. I will make your realms increase fast. Qiao Dao, Qiao Jilan, and Fan Xiang Yun were bewildered. Little Yin, are you not exaggerating? Shi Jian kept quiet for a while, and then asked with a trembling voice. Shi Yan nodded heavily. While he was talking, he saw Zhusu. He waved at the old man, and then asked him, Grandpa Zhua, do you know Zhusu's story? Zhusu changed his face. I want to get clearly. At first glance, Shi Yan got that he knew something. The king of Perpetual Night Forest had captured Zhusu, but he doesn't mean harm. Everything he's done is for Zhusu. I just want to know, when did it happen? Not long after we arrived in the Perpetual Night Forest. Zhusu was hesitant, telling him the details of the situation. We disputed with the 7 ancient factions in the Ice and Fire secret domain. Little Shi was together with us at that time. But suddenly, she disappeared. Zhusu considered his words. At the beginning, we were really worried. When we were about to go out and find her, someone sent a message to our souls, telling us not to find her. Little Shi also sent us her thoughts, telling us that she was all right. She was going with an expert to cultivate. She asked us not to tell anybody. Shi Yan was silent. Oh, so that's it. Is Little Shi okay? Zhusu was worried. Don't worry, she's fine. She has reached the peak of Sky Realm. Not long afterward, she will enter the Spirit Realm. Her innate endowment is better than anyone else. You guys don't need to worry about her. Under his protection, no one can touch her, Shi Yan explained. Zhusu exhaled in relief. Everybody should prepare. We don't have much time. All clans are hostile to us, so we need to improve our competence fast. Shi Yan advised them. His figure flickered and disappeared as he went to find Yin Long and Shui Lu. Xian Ming didn't want to cooperate with him. At first, he could only convince the experts whose cultivation base wasn't much different from Yin Long and Shui Lu. In the Perpetual Night Forest, there were several rulers of the Monster Clan like Yin Long and Shui Lu. If he could make a deal with them, even if he didn't have Xianming, he wouldn't need to worry much. Each strong expert, like Yin Long and Xue Lu, had accumulated plenty of treasures. They had abundant heaven and earth precious products. Not only did he need to refine better weapons for the Yang family, but he also needed to prepare something for himself. Thus, he needed the accumulated properties of those beasts. Ancient corpse tomb. Inside a spacious dark cave, where black crystal jades twinkled, corpse chi permeated the area. Many members of the corpse clan were scattered inside the cave, surrounding a sacrificial altar built of tombstones. The altar was moving slowly, while a magical soul fluctuation rippled from each tombstone. Each soul fluctuation was as bright as a flame, swaying in the tombstone. Corpse C and Corpse Mount were moving inside that sacrificial altar. They were grimacing, as if they were enduring some serious pain. Every time they took a step, a soul fluctuation whipped them, then entering their souls. The Corpse Clan's sacrificial altar held the inheritance seal of the Corpse Clan. Each clansman of the Corpse Clan could use their ability to receive the inheritance in the altar. After that, they would receive the old technique of the Corpse Clan and the knowledge, as well as the history of the Corpse Clan. Corpse Mount and Corpse C were struggling, while magical soul thoughts were entering deep inside their souls. Corpse Mount and Corpse C's soul had the shape of a headstone. While they were absorbing the soul thoughts, their souls were purified, getting rid of contaminants. They were taking in the inheritance inside the soul sacrificial altar. After that, they could know secret techniques that had been stored and imparted for so many years in the Corpse Clan. A large garnet coffin laid next to the cave entrance. It was sealed, but no corpses dared to approach it. They were looking at it with respectful expressions. Thump, thump, thump. Waves of living fluctuation beat rumblingly, rippling out from the coffin like a fighting drum, hitting each member of the Corpse Clan. Their souls resonated, as if they were working together with the sacrificial altar. After an unknown period, Corpse Mount and Corpse C had many wounds on their bodies, with sticky blood flowing along their bodies. However, it couldn't stop their movements, as they still took each step strenuously. Many members of the Corpse Clan showed their admiration and respect for Corpse Mount and Corpse C for their strong persistence and powerful potential. Clansmen who could resist longer in the altar could receive more benefits, and the inheritance they would get would be more excellent. After the Great Space Fission happened, they had discovered the soul sacrificial altar. Besides the one staying in that large coffin, Corpse Mount and Corpse C had the longest time staying in the altar. Bang! Formidable energy surged from the soul sacrificial altar, pushing Corpse Mount and Corpse C away and making them fall. The Corpse Clan's soul sacrificial altar quieted down, as no more soul fluctuations rippled. The countless headstones didn't move anymore. Corpse Mount and Corpse C struggled to get up, crouching on all fours. Their jaws were chattering, as if they were calling some power. The lid of coffin next to them suddenly lifted, exposing a large hand that was as sharp as a dagger. Under the attentive looks of so many clansmen, that hand created a strange hand seal, which then floated, dragging a flow of energy from the soul sacrificial altar. Then, it divided into two seals and imprinted on Corpse Mount's and Corpse C's forehead. This seal meant that Corpse Mount and Corpse C were accepted. Just like the seal on Shurian's forehead, it represented that Corpse Mount and Corpse C had become the new members of one of the oldest tribes. Chapter 645, Contact the Foreign Land. Chapter 645, Contact the Foreign Land. Ice and Fire's Secret Domain. Inside a plain meeting hall built with flame stone, Lin Meng of the Pure Land, Yun Hao the Radiant God Cult, Nierao of the Devil Temple, Qin Gu Chuan of the Heaven Temple, Guan Hu the Martial Spirit Palace, Luo Miao of the Spirit Treasure Sect, and Yuan Jian of the Fighting Union, the leaders of the 7 ancient factions, were gathering. These 7 people were the overlords of the entire divine Great Land. Each of them had ruled the richest parts of the continent for so many years. Today, in this meeting hall, the hotshots of everywhere were gathered. Their faces were grim, looking at the bronze cauldron in the center of the hall. The bronze cauldron was 5 meters high, with 3 supports as big as human legs. The cauldron was covered with magical patterns, including the clouds, beasts, alien tribes, ghosts, and demons. All of them looked animated, as if they were living creatures crawling around the cauldron. Green smoke wound from the cauldron, while a refreshing fragrance was dispersing in the place that could revitalize people and calm their souls. It was the original universe returning cauldron, a divine tool of the Pure Land. Lin Ming had treasured it in the Pure Land. She didn't let the others see this treasure, as if it were the root of her life. Lin Ming and the other 6 were sitting in silence, waiting for the green smoke to get thicker. Then, they released their god soul, turning into 7 beams of light flying towards the cauldron. Their souls then found a spot for each on the mouth of the cauldron. Then, they united the soul power into one flow, shining on the center of the cauldron. The patterns on the original universe returning cauldron glowed. Twisting soul fluctuation shot out from the cauldron, dragging the entire ice and fire secret domain into a fierce soul vortex. After an unknown period, Ling Ming's god soul reached the center of the cauldron. It hovered in the crystal clear space inside, constantly using the soul power to clear the space. Lin Ming's god soul seemed like it had escaped the Grace mainland, wandering into an immense galaxy. As if it could sense something magical, it flew in a particular direction. The star sea was mysterious and endless. Lin Ming's soul was like a little fish strolling around, not daring to act rashly or sense the prestige of the other stars. It only watched over a spiritual platform. Long after that, Lin Ming's soul power was consumed by a big part. She was bewildered, reaching a vast Milky Way. It was like a dream. Lin Ming tried to control her mind, constantly releasing the soul thought to seek the prestige of the human sages, trying to make contact with them. It seemed there was something really intimidating dormant in the center of the soul sea. These soul fluctuations had scared Lin Ming, as if they could burn her god soul into ashes any minute. All of a sudden, Lin Ming's soul shuddered, as she had caught a feeble soul fluctuation. She pulled herself together, trying to reach the source of the soul fluctuation. However, right at this moment, an icy cold thought shot toward her from a corner of the star sea. Lin Ming had neither seen the target nor established a connection with it. But her god soul was disordered, turning into a beam of light and retreating from the soul sea immediately. The original universe returning cauldron was shaking violently in the hall. Images of alien tribes on the cauldron seemed to be activated. They started to show their claws and bare their fangs, as if they wanted to get rid of the cauldron. The god souls of the other 6 were trembling hard. They hastened to release their soul power, pouring into the cauldron. The original universe returning cauldron slowly quieted down. The beasts, ghosts, and demons rising on the surface of the cauldron were oppressed, as if an invisible giant palm was pressing them, preventing them from causing any harm. Lin Ming's god soul was shaking violently. She hurried to get back to the body from the original universe returning cauldron, and the other 6 followed her. The 7 strong, true, God realm warriors of human clan in the divine Great Land were pale and exhausted, as though they had just fought a fierce battle. Their soul power seemed to be completely drained. Blood trickled from the 7 apertures on Ling Ming's face. She looked distressed, just like someone had hurt her. It took her a long time to steady her breath. She was still frightened, her voice helpless. "I don't know what has happened. My grand teacher seemed feeble. I don't know what has happened to her." Yun Hao and Nierual were scared, their faces glum. "We know your grand teacher is the last one who had reached the King God realm. She's the peerless warrior of the divine Great Land. Her power and cultivation base could be deemed invincible. Did she meet anything unexpected in the endless foreign starry sky?" Nierual couldn't hold his fright. How dangerous is the endless foreign starry sky that she couldn't form a connection with you? Millions of years have passed. We have countless warriors who had reached the king god realm, which gives them the ability to escape the Grace mainland. They took turns and entered the endless foreign starry sky. Besides the extraordinary warriors of the human clan, there were the grand seniors of the demon clan and the dark clan. After they left, they sent no news back to us. Lin Ming was hesitant. When my grand teacher left, she told me that when we encounter dangers we can't resist, I should use the original universe returning cauldron to contact her, and she would help me. However, I could sense she isn't well either. It seems she's confined. Confined? The hotshots of the 7 ancient factions changed their visage. A strange light appeared in their eyes as they were startled. Lin Ming's teacher was the peerless hotshot who existed in the nearest era to the current epoch of the Divine Great Land. When she disappeared from the Divine Great Land, Yin Hao's group were still teenagers who had just entered the path of cultivation. Anyway, they knew about her legend. She left when she had reached the second sky of King God Realm. It was so many years, her realm should be more profound. However, she was unexpectedly imprisoned in the endless foreign starry sky. What was going on? In the antiquity time, the God clan had disappeared completely from the Grace mainland, the whole clan. It has been more than 1 million years. I wonder if they still exist. In that era, the rulers of the Demon Clan and the Dark Clan had also left one by one. None of them have been heard to come back. It has been so many years. No one knows if they are dead or alive. Lin Ming sighed. The existence at such a level isn't something we can predict. If we can't establish the connection with my grand teacher, we have to think about some other way around. Some of the oldest books of our martial spirit palace describe an era that was earlier than the antiquity time, the immemorial epoch. I heard that the clans didn't exist during that time, and there were the immemorial living beings, which were much stronger than us. They seemed to have an endless life. I heard that those immemorial living beings could create a whole new world where their bodies were the world. We can say that they were the origin of legends and myths. The immemorial living beings were there before the 10 clans. They disappeared one after another from the Grace mainland. The only thing I know is that after they had reached the peak of their powers, the Grace mainland couldn't nurture them anymore. Guanho of the Martial Spirit Palace considered his word choice, talking with a frightened face. Everybody was panic-stricken by his words. Their hearts sank. Our strength is nothing to the warriors in the antiquity time, let alone the living beings in the immemorial epoch. Lin Ming forced a smile. Seems like we can't rely on the external forces. We can only depend on ourselves. There are so many small spaces outside the Grace mainland. Most of them belong to the other clans who couldn't get here in the past. After the Great Space Fission happened, they could arrive here through the space slits. At this moment, we have to recognize the existence of the invincible warriors from the Demon Clan, the Dark Clan, and the Dark Spirit Clan. Later on, it will be more unendurable, Guanho sighed. After so many years, the alien hotshots from the antiquity time are dead or have left to the endless foreign starry sky. The ones that have just come are their grandchildren. Otherwise, we would have been killed already, Yunhao snorted. Not really that dangerous. At least, we haven't seen any at the King God realm. But they all have the inheritance. The inheritance of our human clan isn't complete anymore, after so many years. Lin Ming shook her head. The survivors of the alien tribes are all intimidating. They have survived many dreadful challenges. We have only this number of limited hotshots. It's really tough to resist the other clans. Lin Ming paused, then her countenance turned cold as she snorted. Moreover, we have some B** stards in our team. At this point, Qin Gu Chuan, Guan Ho, and Luo Miao had their faces darkened. Yun Hao kept silent. He felt agitated, but he didn't know what to say. Dares to join the alien tribes. Should kill them all. We should prevent them from being a big trouble in the future. Qin Gu Chuan sneered. That boy named Shi Yin isn't bad. If we let him do what he wants like that, he will cause a lot of troubles. I think we should take action earlier. Before the other clans come here, we should clean this wild grass. Shi Yin belongs to the human clan. Yunhao knitted his brows, his voice uncertain. After he heard Yinlong talk about the alien bloodline of Shi Yin, he wasn't sure whether his decision was right or not. They are a force anyway. If they are alive, our human clan will have support in the future. I propose to kill them all. Qin Guchuan suddenly stood up. We should vote. Who approves this? Lin Ming, Nie Ruo, Luo Miao, and Guan Ho voted to kill Shi Yan's group. Among the 7 of them, besides Yun Hao, only Yuan Jiang of the Fighting Union, the city master of the Celestial Emperor City, the hegemon of the Fighting Union, didn't vote. Yu Ji, how about you? Luo Miao looked at him. That kid has a good relationship with my Fighting Union. I think he's not bad, said Yuan Jiang faintly. Among the 7, 5 agree. According to our rule, this is settled. Qin Guchuan looked at Lin Ming of the Pure Land. Lin Ming nodded. All right, before we have the war with the alien tribes, we will kill the insects first. Qin Guchuan was sinister. Our 5 forces will carry out this operation. The Radiant God Cult and the Fighting Union don't need to join us. But I hope you guys won't interfere. Yun Hao and Yu Wang frowned. They didn't answer, as they knew it was difficult to solve the matter. Chapter 646, No Return. Chapter 646, No Return. 100 meters tall ancient tree with dense branches and leaves shook suddenly in the perpetual night forest. Green leaves rattled and then fell. A light spot appeared on the tree trunk near the thick roots. It slowly divided into many beams, crawling on the branches like snakes and creating a mysterious light door. 2 silhouettes flashed in the door. From the icy and burning hot area, they appeared in front of the giant tree. The strange phenomenon of the tree vanished when the 2 people appeared. Turning her head to look at the entrance of the secret domain behind, Bing Qing Tong frowned. Her countenance was cold but elegant as she said faintly, "We should be hurried. Don't know what has happened to that brat. Why does he have to be with the alien tribes? Sigh, he always gives us a headache." Han Shui was still as beautiful as a flower. Her watery black eyes twinkled, accompanying her succulent red lips. All her features made her so charming that her charisma could capture people's souls. As she thought she was about to meet someone, her soft body got hot, and her heart bounced in her chest. Don't mess things up. That be asterisk starred in danger now. If we're late, I'm not sure we can help him. Bing Qing Tong snorted, then knitted her brows. She seemed to hurry. A group of warriors strolled towards them from the far forest. This group went out to hunt beasts. Their realms weren't the same, and some of them looked really handsome. However, they were walking and joking and laughing, as though they didn't know about the calamity human clan was about to face. When they reached the entrance, they saw Bing Qing Tong and Han Shui. Their eyes brightened while they couldn't help but pant. Outstanding young warriors of the 7 ancient factions raked their eyes through Bing Qing Tong's and Han Shui's bodies. They gulped as their temptation rose like animals. A leader of that group, who thought that he was excellent enough with the Sky Realm, beamed a smile and then bowed to greet the other 2. "Master Bing, where are you going?" Bing Qing Tong's face was as cold as ice. "Somewhere. Haha. If you want to hunt beasts, I can take you. I'm familiar with this area. I'm willing to help you." The young man laughed and tried to show his servile manner. "No need." Bing Qing Tong wore a cold face, moving swiftly, crossing this group. She disappeared instantly. Han Shui smiled beautifully, like hundreds of flowers blooming. She didn't pay attention to these people and just left. "Lai Quan, you've wasted your heart. These 2 women are at the 3rd sky of Spirit Realm. Why would they have to favor you?" A dark-skinned, short young man laughed evilly. "Well, these famous flowers have an owner already." Be asterisk cheese. Lai Quan was surprised. But then, he thundered with a dark face. "They dare to join the barbarian man. Harumph, they don't favor living. Such SL asterisk TS. The man called Shi Yin will be doomed soon. Perhaps they will be involved too." Shun Lin, the one who had left the Yang, was in this group. He frowned and then asked, "These 2 women have a relationship with Shi Yin." Shun Lin had spent a lot of time in the perpetual night forest. That's why Lai Quan asked him to show the way. Lai Quan smiled on hearing him. Mr. Shun, I heard that the Yang family has many beautiful young ladies. Is that true? Shenmu slightly bent his body, his face respectful. Yeah, it's true. Li Feng and Yang Shui are really prominent. Why does young Master Lai ask me that? Lai Quan and the others had their eyes brightened, chuckling evilly. I think we should ask to attack the enemy first. They have to die, eventually. Well, if we can have fun with them, when they die, their lives won't be wasted. The short, fat guy pursed his lips perversely. A bunch of trash. However, a voice came from that tree. Lai Feng of the Devil Valley appeared, glaring coldly at them. Is that your future career? When they realized Lai Feng was coming, they paled immediately, bending to greet him loudly. Brother, get lost. Don't embarrass our Devil Valley. Killing you is as easy as smashing an ant. Shi Yin can always do that before he dies. Lai Feng was cold and didn't want to look at them. He walked away. After Lai Feng had left for a while, Lai Quan continued with an irritated expression. F***CK. He didn't defeat the opponent whose realm is lower than his. Well, don't know who has lost our Devil Valley's face. Lai Quan, are you interested in the operation to deal with the Yang? The fat guy instigated again. Of course, yes. Lai Quan laughed. The seniors have announced already. They want to kill all the members of the Yang family and the Shi family. I heard that they are filthy rich. If we can earn some good stuff, it will be superb for us. These people then laughed obscenely. Shun Lin, the Yang family's traitor, kept silent. He felt a sadness swell in his heart. However, when he thought about that, Shun Lin darkened his face. He thought that Yang Tian Emperor and his people deserved that. They had given up the big tree, the 7 ancient factions, to group with the alien tribes. They deserved death. After Lai Feng left that area, he took out a bronze coin, flipping it between his fingers. While moving, the coin sometimes sparkled a dark light. Just like black mist, it flew forward. Lai Feng followed the faint light from the bronze coin. His pace was fast, then slow. He didn't look hurried. After a long time, Lai Feng suddenly felt tense. He halted, releasing the soul consciousness to sense, then beamed a forced smile. You guys busted me. Bing Qing Tong and Han Chui silently walked out from the shade of a big tree, looking at him with an unfriendly countenance. Han Chui arched her brows. She rarely felt angry, but she screamed, "Why are you following us?" "I'm ordered." Lai Feng didn't seem tense. He smiled and answered deliberately. "Whose orders?" Bing Qing Tong looked cold. "Lai Feng, although your competence isn't bad, if we sisters join hands, it's not hard to kill you." Lai Feng had reached the second sky of Spirit Realm. He was the strongest leader of the new generation of the Devil Valley. His cultivation of the Devil Valley's supernatural Upanishad was excellent. If they battled one-on-one, Bing Qing Tong with her third sky of Spirit Realm cultivation base couldn't defeat him. From the supreme leaders, not just my teacher. Lai Feng smiled. If you want to defeat me, well, of course, you can do that. But if you want to kill me, haha, it's not easy. What is your purpose for following us? As Han Chui felt time was running out, she got annoyed. Anger rose in her beautiful eyes. You know already, Lai Feng took several steps backward. He squinted, his face eccentric. Personally, I don't have any bad intentions towards you two. I'm here to tell you that if you decide to go, you should be prepared, and you should know that you can't come back. In other words, if you return, even the hegemon of your fighting union can't protect you. Why do you want to tell us this? Bing Qing Tong furrowed her brows, talking in a low tone. As far as I've known, Shi Yin had irritated you in the Precious Tool Valley, right? Irritated? I don't think so. Lai Feng pursed his lips, talking arrogantly. I don't like the weak. Only the strong can get into my eyes. And Shi Yin, he's one of the rare kinds I like. Although I like slaughtering and being mean, I always respect and admire strong experts. And I don't want to see that kid be killed unknowingly. I want to defeat him officially for once. Bing Qing Tong and Han Chui kept silent, their faces complicated. Many members of the 7 ancient factions had a good relationship with Shi Yin. For instance, Zhu Yi of the wonderful Stone City the elders of the Radiant God cult, the Banner family, and the Aok family. However, after they knew the relation between Shi Yin and the alien tribes, most of them didn't dare to show their agreement. They decided to ignore it. Some even got enraged, and they wanted to attack the Yang family. People who wanted to help him were pitifully rare. Lai Feng was a new face of the Devil Valley. His brutal name was famous in the divine Great Land. He liked slaughtering, and here was almost no nice word to describe him. However, a character like that had told Bing Qing Tong and Han Shui the dark thoughts of the higher levels in the 7 ancient factions. At this moment, Bing Qing Tong and Han Shui were moved. How about my other 2 sisters? Are they all right? Bing Qing Tong pondered for a while and then asked nervously. Lung Danxing and Shuang Yuzhu were still in the ice and fire secret domain. Bing Qing Tong was afraid that the other 2 would be involved and the 7 ancient factions would trouble them. She couldn't press down her worries. They should be okay. The high levels mean that. The traitors are the ones who send intelligence to Shi Yin discreetly. They don't want us to treat you well. Yeah, only you 2. Lai Feng contemplated for a while and then continued. If you return now, I will consider nothing has happened. The high levels won't attack you. But if you are persistent, I will say the same. You shouldn't return. Thank you. Bing Qing Tong nodded to him. We won't come back. If you have the chance, please help us notify my other 2 sisters. Please let them know. Lai Feng was dumbstruck. He beamed a faint smile. I envy that kid. Haha, I didn't think that you were willing to leave the 7 ancient factions for him. All right, I will send your message to your sisters. Just leave and don't worry about them. If we meet again, I won't be polite. You should solve your matters yourself. Then, Lai Feng turned around generously. He sauntered towards the ice and fire secret domain, not wanting to follow them anymore. Bing Qing Tong and Han Shui stood there in silence for a while. Han Shui spoke first. That man does have good intentions. I didn't expect that he would remind us. If he hadn't talked to us, I think we would have returned to the ice and fire secret domain. At that time, we would be miserable. Yeah, it's hard to see through people's hearts. At the most struggling time, there are those who look like your enemy but will help you discreetly. Bing Qing Tong suddenly remembered something, her face disdain. And then there are some who are so shameful. Han Shui's visage became grimaced as she snorted. Chapter 647. Impasse? Chapter 647. Impasse. These days, Shi Yin was really busy. The perpetual night forest was vast. As he was doing business with the other 3 hotshots of the monster clan, he had to run back and forth in the forest, consuming a lot of his efforts to make them accept him. 9-headed bird, silver-winged sky wolf, and glacial armored giant alligator were the rank 2 level 9 beasts, the high-grade leaders of the monster clan, at the same level as Shuelai. The 3 of them occupied vast areas in the perpetual night forest. They were all brutal and sinister. They had many level 7 and 8 subordinates who were staying in different areas. However, they didn't have a good relationship with Yin Long and Shuelai. Quite the contrary, they fought all the time. To get the approval from these 3, Shi Yin had to put much effort, using Yin Long and Shuelai as the precedent to persuade them, making them give him the treasures they had stashed for thousands of years. After 1 month of refining through days and nights, Shi Yin was exhausted. With Yi Chongfeng's assistance, he had the Purgatory True Flame, which helped him please the 3 hotshots of the monster clan. 9-headed bird, silver-winged sky wolf, and glacial armored giant alligator were the overlords of a vast area. They all had intellect, which became more profound after the Great Fission. Negotiating with them gave Shi Yin a big headache, as they weren't so easy to be deceived. If they hadn't seen the great changes on Yin Long and Shuelai after their bodies had been refined, these 3 monsters would never pay attention to Shi Yin. The precious treasures they had collected over thousands of years widened Shi Yin's vision. Now he knew that the most precious earth and heaven products weren't in the hands of the 7 ancient factions, but in the cave mansions of the beasts. After 1 month of refining, no matter day or night, Shi Yin was so exhausted that his soul had weakened. However, his third sky of spirit realm cultivation base was steadied. He found that while he was quenching the monsters' bodies or forging the simple weapons with tremendous power, his mind and spirit were quiet and clear. During the refining process, his soul was sublimated. This wonderful realm of having nothing else in his head was really useful to steady his sea of consciousness. After 1 month, his understanding of the star Upanishad became deeper. While he was annealing the glacial armor giant alligator, he had accidentally stirred up space, causing many space slits again. This experience gave him a deeper knowledge of space power. Although he was tired out during the whole month, he knew this period was constructive for his martial cultivating path. It made his recognition of earth and heaven power clearer. Dishan and Li Zhengrong had used the Creator's divine pond to enter the true God realm and create the God soul. Finally, he had true God realm warriors on his side. They didn't fail him. Yang Tian Emperor wasn't hurried. He said that he didn't want to use the Creator's divine pond that quickly. He was still cultivating on the lake bottom, using the willpower that was almost harmful to him to comprehend the power Upanishad he had understood. Today, he managed to have some free time to go to the Yang family's gathering point. He was surprised to see Tianmo and Yu Ruo were in their comprehension stage. They sat still for 7 days, while magical halos were moving around them. With his knowledge, Shi Yin understood that when Tianmo and Yu Ruo woke up, they would be at the peak of spirit realm. At that time, they could enter the Creator's divine pond. When he was still observing them, Yang Tian Emperor asked Yi Changfeng to open the lake passage. He returned with a grim face. The 7 ancient factions want to attack us now. Right after he arrived, Yang Tian Emperor threw a powerful grenade, which sank everybody's hearts. Although they knew the 7 ancient factions didn't have good intentions, they always thought that as they were all humans, the 7 ancient factions wouldn't force them into the dead corner. Having heard Yang Tian Emperor, people found their hearts all chilled. The 7 ancient factions were the strongest human forces in the divine Great Land. Before the rise of the alien tribes, they had dominated the richest land, and everybody knew their reputation. When they were determined, it would be very terrifying. Great-grandpa, how did you know that? Shi Yan's face darkened. You were always staying in the lake bottom. How did you receive the news? It's from Tang Yuan Nan. Before we detached, I exchanged the soundstone seal with him. Yang Tian Emperor's visage was grim. However, it's not Tang Yuan Nan's voice. Perhaps he had sent someone out of the secret domain and sent me the message. That person said that the 7 ancient factions are about to carry out a slaughter against us. We are told to leave the perpetual night forest as fast as possible. Tang Yuan Nan, he still remembers our relationship. It's worth my good treats to him. Shi Yin nodded. He contemplated for a while and then asked, how about Xia Qingho? You didn't contact only Tang Yuan Nan, did you? Has he ever sent any message to you? Yang Tian Emperor kept silent. Shi Yan's face darkened. He snorted and then said faintly, seems like not everyone remembers the old favors. Without the teleportation formation Little Yin had built, the Xia family would have perished in the endless sea. This old man, when they had arrived in the divine Great Land, he immediately joined the Pure Land as though he didn't remember who we are. Yang Zhuo smiled faintly. Don't say useless things. Everybody has their own path. We can't force anyone. Yang Tian Emperor scolded then frowned. Everyone has his own choice. The day we chose to leave, we should have known that we would be on the opposite side one day. Tang Yuan Nan has remembered our friendship. We have to appreciate him. Xia Qingho didn't notify us, but we don't need to criticize. We just don't consider him a friend anymore. Yang Ji, do you really think that way? Chao Qiu Dao, the one who always kept silent from the beginning, suddenly arched his eyebrows. The hero of the endless sea, when have you become so sympathetic? In my eyes, the ones that aren't my friends, of course, are my enemies. Yang Tian Emperor was nonchalant, not answering. No one knew what he was thinking. Yang Tian Emperor was always arrogant in the endless sea. He didn't have many close friends, and Xia Qingho was one of his close friends. Before Xiao Qinghe had fallen into insanity, Yang Tian Emperor had a good relationship with him. The Xiao family always followed the Yang family. They had stayed in the Qiara Sea. No matter what situation it was, they were still with the Yang family. Yang Tian Emperor had treated him well. Xiao Qinghe appreciated his favor, and he had done his best to maintain a good relationship with the Yangs. When Yang Tian Emperor found the danger, he had notified Xiao Qinghe first, asking him to bring the Xia family to the Immortal Island so that they could leave the Endless Sea together. Quite the contrary, Tang Yuan Nan was Yang Tian Emperor's opponent right from the beginning. The Three Gods sect and the Yang family had had conflicts for hundreds of years. Yang Tian Emperor and Tang Yuan Nan had fought before. They didn't like each other. When Shi Yin appeared, their hostile relationship was calmed, as they gradually became allies. However, his relationship with Tang Yuan Nan was much worse than the relationship he had with Xiao Qinghe. When they decided to leave the Endless Sea, he had hesitated a lot before sending news to Tang Yuan Nan. However, when he treated Xiao Qinghe, he had no hesitation. He immediately notified Xiao Qinghe when he knew the change of the demon area, which he couldn't resist. However, when they needed intelligence the most, Tang Yuan Nan had sent it to them, while Xiao Qinghe didn't even move his fingers. Yang Tian Emperor found it hard to accept this fact. From now on, he will no longer be my friend. If he shows his hostility, I won't be merciful. Yang Tian Emperor kept silent for a while before continuing with a calm voice. Qiao Dao laughed. This is the Yang Tian Emperor I know. What should we do? Fan Xiang Yin was anxious, her face glum. Shi Yin, do you have any countermeasures? Time is rushing. Shi Yin gritted his teeth. I thought we still have more time. After you guys all have the breakthrough, we will face them directly. I didn't think that they would take action that fast. He felt a headache coming. He knew how strong the 7 ancient factions were. They had more than 10 true God Realm warriors. Even if Yun Hao and the Radiant God Cult didn't join this operation, the other 6 factions were enough to sweep them. How about the Monster Clan? Will they help us? Asked Yang Zhua. They can help us a little bit, but we can't expect that they would risk their lives for us. Our opponent is so intimidating. I think the Monster Clan will consider the pros and cons. They won't be rash. Shi Yin shook his head, then said, Unless. Unless what? Everybody was shaken. Shi Yin beamed a forced smile. Unless that dreadful old man Xian Ming helps us, the other hotshots of the Monster Clan would never risk their lives against the human clan. Sigh, it's tough. That old man's a conservative one. He's a big racist nut. Last time I went there, he had struck me away before I had time to explain. When he said that, people felt their hearts sink again. Dark clouds hovered in their heads. How about leaving this place? Said Fan Xiang Yin. We should leave the perpetual night forest for the time being. It should be no problem. We can leave. But should we not return? Yang Tian Emperor shook his head. Once we leave the perpetual night forest, it's the empty land outside. It's easy for the alien tribes to detect us. Not only the alien tribes, the 7 ancient factions could chase after us there. It's also a wild area with nothing else. We won't have even an obstacle to hide behind. We haven't prepared for that. It would make us more passive. Yes, we can't retreat. Once we retreat, it will be more strenuous. Qiao Dao, the headmaster of the Qiao family, always had a clear mind. Everybody was silent, their faces grim. They were thinking how to deal with this big, oncoming calamity. When they had to face the 7 ancient factions directly, they recognized that they were so weak and tiny compared to this formidable force. They had no means or ways to stop their crushing attack. Little Yin, don't bear too big a pressure. As we are at this point, it's our choice. Without you, we still would have done the same. Yang Tian Emperor looked at him with affection. In this vast world, we would have a way out. We will find a solution. Shi Yin took a deep breath. Great-grandpa, give me time. I need to think about it carefully to see if we can find a way out. Everybody nodded and scattered, discussing with each other in a low tone to find a solution. Yang Tian Emperor sighed, but didn't say anything, as a furious light was dancing in his eyes. No one knew which brutal thought he had at this moment. Sure, Ian didn't say anything. He sat down by the lake, closed his eyes, and pondered, his face grim. Chapter 648, Deep Affection, Generous Love. Chapter 648, Deep Affection, Generous Love. When Bing Qing Tong and Han Shui arrived, Shi Yin still wore a gloomy face, as he was yet to figure out the solution. Yang Tian Emperor and Chao Qiu Dao's group were also upset and gloomy. Their countenance looked heavy. They were stressed because of the pressure from the 7 ancient factions. When the 2 elegant beauties, whose appearance and bearings were more exquisite than Fan Xiang Yun, arrived, Chao Qiu Dao and Yang Tian Emperor changed their faces, starting to gather their powers. They all looked tense. They thought that the 7 ancient factions had started their operation. Bing Qing Tong and Han Shui were their first wave of attack. The 2 men were preparing to kill them. At this moment, Shi Yin frowned and woke up from his deep thought. Seeing the 2 beautiful women who had a love knot with him, he tried to beam a smile. "Why are you here? Lin Meng, Nieruo, and Guan Ho are about to attack you guys. We're here to tell you to leave early. Don't wait until they come." Bing Qing Tong's pretty eyes held a faint streak of affection. She smiled elegantly. "It's good that you've reached the 3rd sky of Spirit Realm." Han Shui's eyes brightened as she smiled gorgeously. This be Astra's starred. Can you stop making people worry about you? It's obvious that you have an excellent natural endowment. Why do you always put yourself in difficult situations? Sigh, I don't know what to tell you." Hearing Bing Qing Tong and Han Shui, Yang Tian Emperor's group was startled as they felt something weird here. They had heard about the story between Shi Yin and the 4 ice flowers of the Ice Emperor City. However, they couldn't confirm if it were true or not. Today, as they had finally seen the 2 gorgeous women and their soft voices, they immediately recognized that the truth could be more unbelievable than the rumors. "You guys shouldn't have come here. You should stay in the Ice and Fire secret domain. Why do you want to come here for troubles?" Shi Yin felt warm. He put aside his worries for a moment and then smiled. "Where are the others? How are you doing in the Ice and Fire secret domain?" He was referring to Lung Danxing and Shuang Yuzhu. "They can't get out. Otherwise, they should be here already." Bing Qing Tong bit her lips. She was always a noble and cold woman, but now she looked like a little girl who had just tasted love. "Go, we'll go with you. It's all right if we can dodge this calamity. The power of the 7 ancient factions is much more dangerous than what you've imagined. Your force, I think you can't deal with them." She knew the 7 ancient factions' force was imposing. She knew Lin Meng's group was determined, and she also knew that Shi Yin was stubborn. Asking him to leave his people and join the 7 ancient factions was impossible. She didn't talk much to persuade him. "If I could leave, I would have left already." Shi Yin smiled and then shook his head, talking to Yang Tian Emperor's group. "Don't hasten. There's always a will. Give me more time." Yang Tian Emperor smiled and waved his hand. "You guys should talk. I need to run some errands." Chao Qiu Dao and Shi Jian were also tactful. They smiled and then left. The worries they had settled. Both Yang Tian Emperor and Chao Qiu Dao were the heroes in the endless sea. After 100 years, they had been through so many kinds of dangers. Their minds and hearts were persistent and brave, such that nothing could compare. They would never be cracked easily by the current problem. Everybody dispersed as Shi Yin, Bing Qing Tong, and Han Shui sat together by the lake, where waves rippled beautifully with the sun, moon, and stars shining above their heads. Wind breezed, blowing the refreshing scent towards them. The 3 looked peaceful and harmonious. "Have you ever missed us?" Han Shui kept silent for a while and then asked weakly. Light flashed in her beautiful eyes as a trace of longing appeared on her charming face. Sometimes, Shi Yin turned to look at her, flashing his white teeth in a radiant smile. The sinister and cold manners of the past vanished. "But I'm so busy. Each step I've taken is full of danger. I've been fighting with many people. I don't have much time." "It's all right." Bing Qing Tong's soft, delicious lips parted as she whispered. "We don't wish for many things. As long as we have a position in your heart, Even if it's tiny, it's enough for us. Our ages are much different. We understand. We aren't matched. Bing Qing Tong and Han Shui have been famous in the divine Great Land for so many years. Their age was actually much bigger than his. However, women who cultivated martial arts could keep their youth as their realm increased. At the same time, their ice jade technique was specialized in retaining one's appearance. It helped them preserve their beauty forever. At first glance, they were just in their 20s. However, they knew their real ages. During the time they had spent together, they always felt small, as they thought that they had taken advantage of Shi Yin. They had never wanted to occupy him. As time flew, Shi Yin had reached the third sky of Spirit Realm, the same realm as theirs. With their knowledge, they knew Shi Yin would go on to a wider world. Their thought of occupying Shi Yin had soon been cut off. In this great land, strong warriors could do what they wanted. They could rule the others, or they could destroy the whole world. Bing Qing Tong and Han Shui had gawked at Shi Yan's progress, watching him about to surpass them. Gradually, they felt helpless. They thought that they should seize the time and spend more time with him. Although this affection was short, it was enough to comfort their hearts. Most of the women treasured their love, and they would always want to sink into the river of love. Women who practiced martial arts didn't dare to fall in love. Since they weren't resolute like men, a relationship could entangle them for the rest of their lives, affecting their progress on the martial road. These four women knew that they had sunk deep into this affection after Shi Yin left the Ice Emperor city. They always wanted to know his situation. During the quiet nights, they had yearned for that figure. We just want to stay with you more. Han Shui was usually a strong woman, but under this ambience, where the sun, moon, and stars reflected themselves radiantly in the lake, she seemed to turn weaker. We women are like that. When a man takes our hearts, we will become weak and useless. Shi Yin sat quietly. A puzzled thought appeared in his eyes as he felt so many flavors appear in his heart. He had left them determinately because he considered the four women an ingredient of the love in his life. They weren't his main course. However, at the most critical moment, these two women didn't hesitate to go against the 7 ancient factions. They didn't care about their lives coming here for him. They were like a rock falling into the lake of his heart, rippling vehemently. I'm an inborn heartless. I'm selfish, too. I'm not a good person. I don't know how to make up for your good deeds. Shi Yin turned his head away, his eyes flurried. I still have you in my heart. Light glowed from deep inside Bing Qing Tong's and Han Shui's eyes. They seemed to be revived. Their soul, spirit, and mind seemed to be sublimated. Shi Yin was surprised. His soul consciousness started to sense as he said, Your soul seemed to have changed. Bing Qing Tong and Han Shui hadn't felt the change in their bodies yet. Hearing Shi Yin, a divine light sparkled in their eyes. Halos bloomed from them, as their aura was changed obviously. After Shi Yin left, the inner world of Bing Qing Tong and Han Shui wasn't steady. Their hearts were puzzled, and they couldn't progress their power. Both their soul and realm were affected, as they were all covered by a gray mist that they couldn't see through. This was Mara, the most dangerous obstacle in cultivating. If they couldn't get over it, they would have to stay in their current realm for the rest of their lives. At this moment, Mara and their hearts had been swept away, leaving their souls clean and safe. They no longer felt the dim curtain that restrained their hearts. Also, their realm seemed to be increased. Follow me. At this moment, you're about to break through easily. I'm making it up for you, giving you something that I can. Shi Yin stood up, waving his hand. A translucent halo covered the two women. Just like a meteor crossing through the perpetual night forest, Shi Yin brought Bing Qing Tong and Han Shui, swaying through many gaps in the forest. After an hour, they got to the lake. Releasing the earth flame, he took Bing Qing Tong and Han Shui, who didn't understand anything, to the lake bottom, heading towards the Creator's divine pond. Near the ancient formation, Yi Chong Feng, Li Zhengrong, and Di Shan were adjusting themselves with their eyes closed. Di Shan and Li Zhengrong had entered the true God realm, and they had created their god soul. At this moment, they were enhancing their new realm. Magical earth and heaven energies were twirling around them. Bing Qing Tong and Han Shui didn't know Di Shan, but they knew Li Zhengrong. They couldn't help but shout, their faces astounded. The alchemists and blacksmiths in the divine great land were the groups of special people with noble status. They were famous, but their progress in martial cultivation was always slower than the other warriors. Even Bing Qing Tong and Han Shui had heard about Li Zhengrong, who had been stuck in the spirit realm for so many years. They had never thought that Li Zhengrong could eventually break through to the true God realm and seclude in this ordinary lake. This was hard to believe. It's true. Old Li has entered the true God realm warrior. From now on, he has discovered a new world. Shi Yin smiled, pointing at the wonderful spiritual station. Bing Tong, you go in there, then release your soul. Calm it down and let the station guide you. Bing Qing Tong followed his words and flew up. She was still suspicious. When she was about to reach the station, she turned her head and asked, "What will happen?" 10 days later, you'll reach the true God realm. No risks. Nothing unexpected. Shi Yin smiled. Bing Qing Tong and Han Shui were dumbstruck. Sisters-in-law, Shi Yin isn't joking. It's real. My teacher and Uncle Dishan have finished that process. Yi Chong Feng giggled, his face inviting people to beat him. Bing Qing Tong and Han Shui were startled when he addressed them sister-in-law. They blushed, but joy filled their hearts. Go pursue the higher realm, Shi Yin urged. The beautiful eyes of Bing Qing Tong and Han Shui glowed like the diamonds. They couldn't help but shiver. They were overwhelmed by this big joy. Chapter 649, A Beam of Hope for Dawn. Chapter 649, A Beam of Hope for Dawn. In the black pool, black smog hovered above the pool. It seemed that this smoke would never disperse, rolling like the dark clouds and moving downward. Zhuoshi floated above the dark water, her face grimaced in pain. She was trying to take in the black smoke. Her aura gradually rocketed. Black lightning struck the pool, hitting Zhuoshi and getting into her soft body. Xian Ming stayed in the pool, using human form to emerge. His both hands were constantly dragging, pulling, and distorting the power of heaven and earth. He was forcefully pulling lightning and dark clouds in the sky, using his supernatural power to pour all of them into Zhuoshi's body. 6 hours later, the pain ceased from Zhuoshi's face. She then felt happy, dancing above the pool. 1 more hour later, Zhuoshi hummed, her face divine. She sang and then laughed. It works. A satisfied smile appeared on Xianming's face, which was covered in turtle shells. You little girl, your innate natural endowment is unbelievable. If you focus on your cultivating, your future will be unimaginable. However, you are mischievous. You met me too late. Otherwise, you should be at the true God realm now. Why do I need such power? Zhuoshi mumbled, talking disdainfully. Cultivating strenuous and not interesting at all. My monster teacher urges me every day. So annoying. Meeting you is worse. You are more annoying than that Qi Xiao. Don't force me, or I will hate you. Xianming beamed a forced smile. There are so many people in this land who want to be my disciple. Well, you're a lucky little girl. I'm doing the strenuous job to help you without any benefit, and you blame me daily. Sigh, life is so hard. Snort. Zhuoshi didn't pay attention to him. I've reached the spirit realm. Would you let me go now? No. Xianming's face stiffened. It's really complicated out there. If you go there, you'll be involved. While they were talking, Xianming suddenly snorted and then shouted, Get your A**s here. All of you. Yin Long, Shuel Ai, Nine-Headed Bird, Glacial Armor, Giant Alligator, and Silver-Winged Sky Wolf appeared by the pool. All of them were using their true form, which was hundreds of meters tall. Xianming, our boss, what do you summon us for? Glacial Armor, Giant Alligator talked in a low tone. While he was talking, thick, icy vapor emitted from his mouth. I still need a good weapon. I'm going to find that human kid and ask him for one. Xianming, our boss, if you don't have any important order, can I leave now? Silver-winged sky wolf cried impatiently. You bunch of idiots. Xian Ming's beard twitched. If I don't watch over you guys, you'll be harmed to death. Perhaps you would know nothing, even if he was going to sell you. Yin Long's body, which was covered in flaming scales, shuddered as he roared indignantly. Xian Ming, our boss, could you not exaggerate? Sure, Yin treats us well. He helped us refine the body and a good weapon, too. He isn't an ordinary human. Shuelai and Nine-Headed Bird also nodded, as they claimed that Shi Yan had treated them well. Apparently, they stood on Shi Yan's side. Stupid, stupid. Xian Ming shook his head continually, his face as if he were at a funeral. My life is so hard. I have to watch over this group of idiots. Sigh, so annoying. You are so annoying. Xian Ming, old man, you said the other side is in danger. What do you mean? Swisher suddenly got serious, frowning. My grandfather, is he going to meet danger? You should make it clear now. I'm going to tell you too, Xian Ming snorted. The people of the 7 ancient factions want to attack those humans. As far as I am concerned, at least 10 days or a half a month later, they will carry out their operation. Listening to him, Swisher's cute face paled. She cried immediately. I have to go back. I must go back. I won't allow you to go there. Xian Ming rolled his eyes at her. You want to go back to get killed? Let alone the fact you've just reached the spirit realm. Even if you were at the true God realm, only death is what awaits you there. You can't imagine how strong the 7 ancient factions force is. They have at least 10 true God realm warriors. What good is there for you if you go there? No, I have to go back. Xian Ming, old man, if you stop me, I will hate you forever. Zhuosher screamed. Yin Long, Shuelai, Nine-Headed Bird were the rulers of the monster clan. From what Xian Ming said, they understood the matter, their faces darkening. I have to tell you clearly first, Xian Ming said with a serious complexion. This is the civil war of the human clan. You can help a little bit to pay back the favors, but you are not allowed to risk your lives. Our grandchildren of the monster clan dwell in this perpetual night forest. You shouldn't let the human civil war cause lost to us. Use your brain to think. Don't pioneer and be the idiots. Nine-Headed Bird, Glacial Armored Giant Alligator, and Silver-Winged Sky Wolf didn't answer, but Yin Long shouted. Sure, Yin has given us favors. We should help him. And if he dies, who will help us refine the body? If all of you die, you don't need to refine your body anymore. Xian Ming rolled his eyes. If anyone goes against my order, I will kick his ass out of the perpetual night forest. I will never allow him to come back. After he said that, the 5 great monsters shut their mouths, but their eyes changed constantly. Xian Ming, old man, you have to help them. Otherwise, I'm not going to cultivate with you anymore. Even if you kill me, I'm not going to move my hands. Swisher cried bravely. Her soft body shivered. If my family faces something unexpected, I will hate you for the rest of my life. Xian Ming felt a headache coming. He grabbed his hard hair. At most, I'll bring the Zhuo family here. I will keep them safe. No, Zhuosher shook her head resolutely. Sure, Yin used to help me. You have to save him too. That kid has a tremendous competence. I don't need to interfere. Sigh, he has messed up this perpetual night forest. That kid doesn't learn the rules. He's avoided me to make this bunch of idiots die for him. Save him? Impossible. Xian Ming shook his head continually. Zhuosher kept silent, pouting her lips to show her discontent. My little ancestor, why do you need to care about his life? Xian Ming felt the pain swell in his head. My life is so hard. You tell me, why do I need to save him? What makes him deserve that? That year, we were all in the quiet cloudland. He took us to the endless sea and then the divine great land. Without him, I couldn't have met you. And the thing I got, he helped me to translate. The Black Tortoise True Star is thanks to his labors too. Zhuosher hastened to tell him the truth. Xian Ming was dazed. He frowned. Is it true? You are trying to fabricate it, aren't you? You fabricate it. Zhuosher snorted discontentedly. You can read my mind. Why don't you try? Xian Ming squinted. A shiny light crossed his eyes, entering Zhuosher's head. After a while, He pondered and then stroked his chin. It's true. Yeah, let me think. All right, you've reached the spirit realm. It's time to change the place to cultivate. If you progress fast to satisfy me, I will help that kid. Sure's eyes brightened. Are you sure? I'm an old man. Why should I deceive a little girl like you? Xianming rolled his eyes, then cried with a painful face. This life is really hard. All right, I agree with you. But you have to help me. Zhuoshi's face was filled with content. Cultivating, right? I'm not good at anything but this thing. Hee hee. Hey, Xianming boss, how about us? The group of great monsters of the monster clan stared at him, waiting for his decision. Wait for my order. You guys can help them do something, but without my instruction, you're not allowed to get to the front line and slaughter. Understand? Xianming snorted and then thundered. All of you are idiots. After the great space fission, you are still stupid. Besides, this life is really hard. As Yanlong and Shuelai saw the situation having a chance to overturn, they didn't linger, moving their giant bodies and disappearing from the black pool. After the others all left, Xianming opened his mouth and drew all the thick black smog above the black pool. After that, he swung his hand to cover Zhuoshi in black smog. He brought the little girl to a special area in the perpetual night forest, which would help her break through faster. Inside the Creator's divine pond, Li Zhengrong slowly woke up, his eyes bright as stars. His aura was torrential, bringing a streak of the ancient times. Ah, is that little girl Bing Qing Tong? He turned his head to see the Creator's divine pond behind his back. He couldn't help but cry, then turned to Shi Yan. What? Why are you so upset? Any problem? The 7 ancient faction forces are about to attack us, sighed Shi Yan. Li Zhengrong's mood suddenly became heavy. He knew the dangerous features of the 7 ancient factions. He knew how bad it would be when they wanted to attack someone. He also knew that Shi Yan's current force wasn't enough to counter such force. Have you found a solution yet? He frowned while asking. Shi Yan shook his head. Li Zhengrong contemplated for a while and then said, You said you have the knowledge of a blacksmith. Should we start from there? Refining weapons? Shi Yan shook his head and beamed a forced smile. Not enough time. The excellent treasures couldn't change the whole situation. I'm not talking about forging weapons. Li Zhengrong's face was serious. I'm talking about formations. I remember that there are so many powerful formations in the antiquity time. Some could even kill the King God Realm warriors. Shi Yan's eyes brightened. He shuddered, then jolted up from his spot. He stood still for a while, as if he were searching for the information in his head. Later on, he beamed a wry smile. Difficult. Talking about materials, the Monster Clan has enough. But it's going to be a mega construction. I can't build it in a short time. What if the Monster Clan helps you? Li Zhengrong reminded him. As far as I know, the giant bodies of the beasts would be a great support in building massive constructions. Shi Yan was shaken as divine light shot out from his eyes. He laughed cheerfully. Old Li, you are truly extraordinary. We could try this. Thank you, Old Li. Haha, true. If the Monster Clan helps us, we can build the difficult ancient formation shortly. I think it will work. The problem that had troubled him for a long time finally had a beam of hope with Li Zhengrong's reminder. Chapter 650, Construct the City Walls. Chapter 650, Construct the City Walls. The gathering place of a Yang family. Beasts were moving back and forth, their giant bodies seeming like the black clouds in the sky. They were rumblingly stomping on the ground, carrying many cultivating materials on their backs. Each giant beast transporting the materials would shout its name contentedly. Then, it would smile servilely to a young man by the lake. Remember me. Remember to refine my body. I can help you. The young man by the lake lifted his head every time, smiled, and nodded to the beasts tirelessly. Yanlong, Shuelai, nine-headed bird, glacial armor, giant alligator, and silver-winged skywolf would sometimes appear from the dense forest to order their soldiers, helping them to dig a tunnel underground. There appeared many ditches that connected to each other by the lake. Each ditch was dozens of meters deep. Humid steam diffused from them. Deep inside the ditches, one could see many sparkling lights. With a closer look, one would find they were all the top-grade essence crystals. Every warrior was moved on seeing them. These top-grade essence crystals came from the lake bottom near the Creator's divine pond. Each piece of them was precious, containing a massive amount of energy. So many top-grade essence crystals formed the foundation, but they just looked like the cushion for this formation. Looking from a bird's-eye view, it was a complicated drawing formed by so many ditches. Looking at that formation for a long time, people would feel their souls tremble, as if it were an evil force that could shake people's souls. Several thousand warriors of the Yang family, the Chao family, the Shur family, the Dark Devil clan, and the Winged clan stood in those ditches, constantly moving back and forth. Sweat covered their pale faces. If someone zoomed in each ditch 100 times, he would find a strange formation drawn at the bottom, which had the names of many materials. The crowd of the Yang family and the alien tribes were putting the distinctive materials into their exact locations and arranging the essence crystals neatly. A couple thousand members of the Monster Clan had been transporting materials for the whole 3 days. The heaven and earth products they had brought to this place were enough to cover the entire perpetual night forest. They were piled up like many big mountains. Super warriors like Yang Tian Emperor, Dishan, and Li Zhengrong had become workers. They were using their tremendous power to build the underground foundation. Even some Earth Realm and Disaster Realm warriors were busy too. They all wanted to contribute their strength. When someone drained all his essence chi and got exhausted, he would come to the lake to receive the pellets. Mighty warriors like Yang Tian Emperor would use the spiritual herbs, the 10,000-year stalactites, or other chalcedonies to enhance their essence chi and spirit. They didn't regret using so many precious treasures, as they just wanted to restore the power at the fastest speed. This was willfully trampling on precious heaven and earth products. The area covered by the ditches was around 100 li squared, extending endlessly like giant dragons crawling on the ground, entangling with each other. This formation looked both strange and mysterious. After 8 days of strenuous labor, human warriors and beasts had cooperated to dig the ground and form the foundation. So many strange formations were carved and inlaid with different precious materials. The energy of the top-grade essence crystals had activated the miraculous jades and crystals. Lines of 100 meters tall beasts brought the flame stones, diamonds, and rocks that were hard as steel, all from a distant place. Although they were of different kinds, they were all more rigid than steel and iron. Some stones were as big as a basketball court. 100 meters tall beasts carried them on their backs, which looked like they were carrying a whole small mountain. Countless steel-like stones were pushed into the ditches, piling higher and higher. Shi Yin and Yi Changfeng were using the earth flame and the purgatory true flame to burn those mega rocks. They extracted the contaminants and quenched the rock firmness, pouring their energy into them. Metals from many mines in the perpetual night forest was melted into the blazing fluid, pouring into the ditches, covering the rigid stones. This scorching fluid enhanced the firmness of the stones, giving them a tremendous defending capacity. The ice-cold flame also flew out. Right after the blazing fluid was poured into their exact position, the flame would cool it immediately using its cold air. This fluid then merged with the rocks, just like its armor. Human warriors, pagans, and beasts were gathering, their spirits soaring up to the sky. They had gathered a massive amount of materials, using crystal stones, metals, mineral stones, jades, and gems to raise the area slowly. Eventually, it took the shape of a city, which was not really big. By the time the primitive form of the city was established, Shi Yin had become busier. He carved the formations on the city walls and on some special corners. At the same time, he had to tell Yang Tian Emperor and Yi Tian Mo to assign the next tasks to the Monster Clan. While they didn't pay much attention, the city situated in a 100 li squared area was getting taller, reaching the height of 100 meters. It had a square shape, even the top was sealed. They just left a giant door facing the sky, which looked more like a hole. The city was formed, but the atmosphere inside was still hustling and bustling. So many symbols and formation appeared on the walls. On the streets, piles of materials had been arrayed into different formations with different functions. Sure, Yin was exhausted, and his eyes were dull. He was constantly using pellets and spiritual herbs to resist the fatigue. He didn't stop even at nights, as he was drawing the general outline for the entire city. All the beasts and pagans were working as he had planned. They increased the power and contributed their strength as he required. All of them were giving their best to build this city. 10 days later, the big city was vaguely formed. From the outside, it looked relatively big. The city walls sparkled with a silver light. Under the light of the sun, moon, and stars, it looked more like a silver mountain range, radiating gloriously. Sure, Yin was busier. He was flying back and forth in the city, portraying formations, naming the materials that they needed more of, talking to the monster clan, and assisting Yang Tian Emperor's team in arranging their manpower. He was exhausted like an old dog. Present day, a senile old man with white hair and beard took a beautiful young girl and crossed this place. They were stunned on seeing the radiant city. "Grandpa, since when has a city been here?" The little girl had a pair of eyes as bright as stars. Her small face looked like an apple, blushing lovely, showing that she was an active girl. The old man held a dragon cane in his wrinkled hand. His eyes were turbid. It seemed he couldn't see things clearly. He squinted, gazing the silver city that had just appeared for a while. His smoky eyes started to show his interest. Who knows? From the structure, I can see it's not built by ordinary people. Interesting is that the 7 ancient factions work. The young girl was surprised for a while and then asked suddenly. The 7 ancient factions should be staying in the ice and fire secret domain, right? 7 ancient factions. The old man contemplated for a while and then shook his head. No, not them. Lin Ming and Nie Ruo wouldn't take the risk. The alien tribes are operating around the perpetual night forest. If they are smart enough, they won't show themselves. Oh, then I don't know. The little girl chuckled. Suddenly, she seemed to be interested in this place. "Grandpa, can we go there and check it out?" The old man didn't answer. He frowned, gazing at the silver city. Eventually, he found many beasts coming in and out the city, which astounded him more. "Grandpa," the little girl urged. The old man woke up. He thought, and then smiled with a nod, stroking the girl's head. "Tell me, littling." "All right, we will go there and see. We aren't hurried to see the ice and fire domain anyway." The old man and the little girl sauntered toward the silver city. When they were about to reach the city gate, they slowed down. "People, who are you?" A clean but cold voice arose from the city, full of vigilance. "We are the lucky humans that still survive in the Grace mainland. As we heard the perpetual night forest is relatively safe, we come here to avoid the pagan slaughter." Li Feng was standing in a watchtower tower inside the city. Hearing him, she was astounded. After considering for a while, she couldn't help but report to Yang Tian Emperor. Yang Tian Emperor came. From the watchtower, he carefully observed the old man and the young girl. He felt really strange. Yang Tian Emperor, at his realm, figured out that the old man seemed to be an ordinary elder. He had no energy fluctuations, and his vitality was weak. Quite the contrary, the little girl was a peak of sky realm warrior. However, her aura was powerful. Energy fluctuated around her body. At this level, even a spirit realm warrior was worse than her. Yang Tian Emperor wasn't so sure. He hesitated, then sent a message to Yan Tmo. Not long afterward, Etian Mo and Dishan came. They gazed at the old man for a while, but they couldn't find anything else. They shook their heads, not knowing what to do with this case. This silver city hadn't been finished. If a strong expert with malicious intention came, he could affect the entire construction. But if they didn't let these two come in, the beasts or pagans in the perpetual night forest would kill them. As the old man saw no response from the city, he threw the little girl a glance to signal her. The girl cheered up immediately. Then, she used a grimaced face while speaking. "Please, I'm begging you. Please let us in. We've been struggling the whole time until we got here. It's not been easy for us to survive until now. You are humans, right? Please help us." Yang Tian Emperor frowned. He hesitated for a while, then took out the soundstone to contact Shi Yin. Sure, Yin was using pellets to restore his energy. He pondered, then said, "Let them in. However, we should be watchful. Always keep an eye on them. Don't let them leave our sight." Yang Tian Emperor stopped the communication. He nodded to Li Feng Air. "Pay attention to them. You're in charge of watching them. Don't let them go to the center." Li Feng Air shouted with a severe countenance. "Let them in." The little girl was cheered up as she continually said thanks and entered the city. The old man didn't walk immediately. He frowned, looking at the shining silver city and the beasts moving back and forth. He seemed to be sinking into his thoughts. "Littling, don't mess up in this city. Where the owner doesn't allow, don't trespass. Understand?" The old man caught up with the little girl, asking her in a low tone. The young girl was surprised. She turned around to look at him, then nodded. She seemed to feel so strange in her heart. Chapter 651, Dispel Visitors. Chapter 651, Dispel Visitors. After the old man and the young girl got into the city, Li Feng Air arranged them to stay in a big stone room in the outer region. Then she asked the visitors about their origin. "My name's Long Zhu. I'm a hunter in the divine Great Land. This is my granddaughter, Long Ying. A warrior chose her to be his disciple when she was young, so she got some achievements. Thanks to her, I could dodge the pagans and survive until now. Eventually, we got the chance to come to the perpetual night forest." The old man named Long Zhu answered neither slowly nor fast. His eyes were misty. Long Ying smiled, but didn't say anything. Li Feng Air frowned, looking at them for a while, but she couldn't figure anything else. She then said begrudgingly, "You guys stay here. This is the outer area of the city. You can go wherever you want. However, please excuse us as you are not allowed to enter the center of the city." Long Zhu smiled and nodded. "We will remember. Thank you, miss." Li Feng Air nodded, leaving with a skeptical look on her face, as if she felt something was wrong. Waiting until she left, Li Zhengrong knocked the dragon cane on the wall of the room with a strange countenance. After a while, he frowned, his face astounded. He seemed to get something. "How is it, Grandpa?" Long Ying laughed cheerily. "Excellent." Li Zhengrong smiled and then said, "This stone wall is made of a combination of different rigid stones. Very good for defending. Seems it was quenched with high temperature. Really good. The one who could build this city should be a peerless blacksmith. In our divine great land, only some can achieve this." Long Ying was terrified. "So, this place is a base of human clan? Grandpa, why don't you use your soul consciousness to sense?" Li Zhengrong shook his head as he explained smilingly. "It's not polite to do so. They are nice enough to let us in. We shouldn't break the rules. In any place, using the soul consciousness to peep into people's secrets is taboo. You little girl, you shouldn't mess up here." Harumph. Long Ying's eyes were disdainful. "With your power, even if the pagans are raging, we're still all right. Without them, we still live well. It's different. Girl, you have to be thankful." Li Zhengrong shook his head grudgingly. "This city isn't finished. They have to bear big risks by letting us in. Haha, their bearings aren't similar to the 7 ancient factions. If they were Lin Meng or Nieruo, they would give us no chance to visit the place. So why do we need to go to the Ice and Fire secret domain? Lin Meng and Nieruo, even if they're more selfish, they belong to our human clan. They are protecting the human bloodline. They've saved many people." Li Zhengrong frowned, his face gloomy. "If the alien tribes are about to attack us on a big scale, we have to contribute our part." Sure, Yin didn't put those 2 people in his mind. He was still busy portraying the formations. He continually made the hand seals and released his energy to imprint the walls. The Silver City had 6 gates. Besides the 4 general directions, it had 2 more gates in the roof and underground. The underground gate led to the deep place in the earth, connecting with the earth's pulse. The city was divided into the outer and the inner areas. The outer city was arranged with countless traps and dangers, created by so many barriers and formations. The inner part took 1/5 of the entire city, which was established with a giant universe soul gathering formation. It could take the energy of heaven and earth through the gate in the roof. To build this city, Yin owed the monster clan a big deal, as he had almost gathered all of their sources. The Yang family, the Chao family, the Wing clan, and the Dark Devil clan had temporarily stopped their cultivating process to focus on this mega construction. Of course, without the monster clan's contribution, it was impossible to build such massive city in short time like this with only the human labor. Li Zhengrong had given him the inspiration. Little Yin, don't destroy yourself like that. Take a break. No need to hasten. Jin came out of nowhere, walking to the lake with affection on his face. Yin smiled, looking really tired. It's okay. I can still endure. The force of the 7 ancient factions would come here in any minute. We have a little time. We must do our best to survive the pressure from the 7 ancient factions. Jin sighed. Your grandpa's useless. I can't help you much. Sigh. When we came to the endless sea, we knew how small we were. But when we came to the divine great land, we realized that we were the worst. Our vision is narrow. If we could go to the endless sea or the divine great land earlier, we would have been able to help you better perhaps. It's all right. As long as we live, we still have time for everything. Yin comforted him. Grandpa, you should go to work. Please take care of the others. Ask them to save their strength. Don't get paralyzed due to tiredness. These days, many people had fainted because of running out of energy and bearing the big pressure. A vigorous warrior fainted, which showed how exhausted his people were. Although Li Zhengrong had refined many pellets, the number of warriors who needed to use pellets was increasing. Their medicines and pellets were in a shortage. Luckily, at the critical time, the Chao family, Fan Xiang Yun and Man Gu, had given the medicines and pellets they had stored for 100 years. At this difficult moment, they had used the pellets to support for a while. Otherwise, it wasn't just a small number who would have had passed out. It had come to the most critical time. No one had a different thought. To survive, they had put forth everything, becoming united more than ever before. People supplemented pellets, spiritual herbs, materials, and their physical strength. In hopeless situations, people's potential would bloom. It was worth every moment. Without this city, they would never have had this state. Another day had gone by. In the thick forest outside the Silver City, a group of 100 human warriors was talking boisterously while walking in the forest. They all wore beautiful clothes. 2 elders took this group, an old woman with a glowing face and an energetic old man. They knew each other. As they were discussing something along the way, their faces solemn. Right behind them were dozens of Spirit Realm warriors and some Sky Realm and Nirvana young men. All of them looked vigorous. Among them were 2 appealing women. Surprisingly, they were He Qing Man and Chu Yin Qing of the Endless Sea. They were talking with each other in a low tone. Their faces were gorgeous. The long trip didn't wear them out. It only tangled their hair, giving them a different wild beauty. Chu Yin Qing didn't wear a mask. Her beautiful face, which could even bring down a whole city, was exposed like a naturally magnificent gemstone. People would be mesmerized looking at her. It was unknown what they had experienced, but they had reached the peak of Sky Realm. Their aura was thick and surging, as waves of energy rippled from them. There were many Nirvana and Earth Realm warriors walking near them. Sometimes they would peep on them, revealing their yearning emotion with a hot look. Qing Man, we will arrive at the Ice and Fire secret domain soon. It's where the 7 ancient factions of the human clan gather in the divine Great Land. It should be interesting there. I know many people of the 7 ancient factions. Can I take you around to visit the place? A handsome young man holding a jade ruler chuckled, talking naturally. He Qing Man frowned, but it was almost invisible. She shook her head. Wei Zhai, I'm not close to you. Please don't call me Qing Man anymore. Wei Zhai didn't change his countenance and just chuckled. You little girl, you're so polite. My teacher and your teacher have a good relationship. So, you're my little sister. Why should we be too distant? I can't reach that high. He Qing Man talked with a cold face as she was impatient. Wei Zhai was good at observing the situation. He got it right away, so didn't say anything more. He shifted his look to Chu Yanqing. However, right before he was about to speak up, Chu Yanqing sneered. "Stop it. You can try your luck with the others. You're not my type." Wei Zhai was always dissolute, and it wasn't a secret here. Girls falling into his hands would be ignored when he got tired of them. He didn't consider his dissoluteness a shame, but pride. He often bragged about the details of his hunting for beauties, which ashamed his exes. However, Wei Zhai was the biggest disciple of the old man who took the lead of this group. He had the spirit realm cultivation base. Not only did he have a profound realm, but he also had the benefits of distributing pellets and materials, which made the other girls, despite the crooked facts about him, admire him and want to be with him. Usually, these girls would lose both their bodies and reputation. People from the barbarian place like the endless sea, where no heroes were born, what do you have to have such cold manner? Wei Zhai was surprised, but he didn't get angry. He still babbled. "I just want to befriend you guys. We can talk. We can discuss the cultivating techniques we like. Perhaps you are overthinking." "No heroes." Chu Yanqing frowned, snorted, then said, "As I know, when Shi Yin arrived in the divine Great Land, he defeated Lai Feng." "Wei Zhai, you said that you're cool. Can you beat Lai Feng?" Wei Zhai put on a dark and sinister complexion. He shouted coldly, "Shi Yin again. Along this trip, how many times have you mentioned that name? I'm so annoyed by this name. It's you who said that our endless sea has no good heroes. If you can defeat Shi Yin, I will consider you the number one. Now what?" He Qing Man intervened disdainfully. Shi Yin had spent 10 years to reach the peak of Sky Realm. Could you do that? Wei Zhai's face became more grimaced. "Brother Wei, why do you need to get angry over a dead man? Even if he is more dangerous, the pagans will kill him soon. You don't need to be like that." A young man interfered. Wei Zhai smiled faintly. "I hope he's dead. Otherwise, harumph." However, this troop stopped all of a sudden. The old woman and Wei Zhai's teacher were surprised, looking at a dazzling silver city from a distance. "Ah, a city's over there. Last time when I came here to train, it didn't exist." The young man who had just interfered them acclaimed. He Qing Man and Chu Yanqing looked at the area ahead of them. They didn't know what mysterious thing was over there. Chapter 652, I'm the Master. Chapter 652, I'm the Master. The group of around 100 warriors was gazing at the silver city from the thick forest, all wearing strange faces. Yin Ku and 1D, the two leaders, were the secluded experts in the divine Great Land. He Qing Man, Chu Yanqing, Wei Zhai, and the other young people behind them were the two's disciples. Some other spirit realm warriors were their followers. Besides Yin Ku and 1D at the second sky of True God Realm, this group had a dozen spirit realm warriors. The others had the Earth Realm or Nirvana Realm cultivation base, and they were pretty young. This force, in any aspects, was not worse than any other forces of the 7 ancient factions. Moreover, they were the elite warriors with unimaginable potential. When they reached the Silver City, Li Feng Air and the others were watching for the guard tower. Their faces became solemn immediately. Abruptly, waves of silver light rose from the city walls. Magical patterns appeared on the walls. There were drifting clouds, enormous mountains, flying birds, and swimming fishes, etc. All looked really animated, as if they were real objects carrying magical energy. Long Zhu and Long Ying immediately felt the movement from inside the city. They couldn't hide their surprise, walking out of the stone room. They stood on the high wall, peeping from a corner. "Ah," Long Ying acclaimed with surprise. "Why are Grandma Yin and Master Wen here too?" Long Zhu didn't reveal any emotion, talking indifferently. Only the secret domain in the perpetual night forest, the human shelter at this moment. As the alien tribes want to kill Human Clan one for all, they come here to contribute their part. "Grandpa, are we going to meet them?" Long Ying asked in a low tone. Shaking his head, Long Zhu said, "No need to hurry. Let's see what the host will do. Yin Ku and Wendy's team is different from us. They bring too many people. They didn't try to conceal the force. When such a force appears, The master of this place will show himself to see the situation. Long Zhu had stayed in this silver city for 2 days. He kept being surprised because of the different ancient formations portrayed here and there. Moreover, he was struck seeing the big investment of this city. Everything made him so curious about the owner of the Silver City. He wanted to know what kind of genius in the divine great land could make the monster clan serve him. The ancient formations here were also a mystery to Long Zhu. He didn't know the purpose of the owner building a silver city here. So, Grandpa, you need to be careful. Don't let them see you, Long Ying smiled. Long Zhu nodded nonchalantly. Don't worry, we'll just watch the scene. Great work. Yin Ku and Wen Di observed the silver city for a while, looking at the countless drawings of formations appearing on the wall. Their countenance slightly changed as they were crying with astonishment. He Qing Man and Chu Yin Qing gawked. They were scared by the energy fluctuation from the city walls, not daring to utter a word. Wei Zhai had stopped his flirting, gazing at the silver city. He put on a serious face while fear filled his eyes. He had visited the Perpetual Night Forest several times, so he knew this place was the Monster Clan's territory. Many tremendous beasts lived here. Moreover, after the 7 ancient factions came here, they had been hiding in the Ice and Fire's secret domain. They didn't dare to provoke the Monster Clan. Today, a majestic city had grown in the Monster Clan's territory. This was uncommon. When Yin Ku and Wen Di were talking, some beasts transporting the materials flew out of the city, soaring into the sky. The beasts glared at them, snorted, then flew away. Glacial armor, giant alligator. Yin Ku's visage changed. She couldn't help but shout, her eyes sharp. I'm sure the Monster Clan can't have such exquisite attainment. This silver city isn't something they can build themselves. Wen Di frowned, his face dark and gloomy. Might be the Monster Clan has forced some excellent blacksmiths to build this city for them. 1 or 2 blacksmiths could never be able to build such massive city. I think there's something we don't know. Yin Ku shook her head. Just wait, I think the owner will come. I really want to see who dares to join the Monster Clan like that. Should we go to the Ice and Fire secret domain first? We should tell the 7 ancient factions, then see how they deal with this silver city, right? Wen Di was hesitant. It's okay. As long as we don't have any dispute with them, there would be no problem, said Yin Ku. He Qing Man and Chu Yin Qing looked at the silver city, their faces astounded. In the city center, Shi Yin felt exhausted. He looked at the magical symbols and formation inlaid deep in the ground, and the Yang family soldiers putting the special materials in their exact locations in the formation. He relaxed a bit. Right at this moment, his sound stone transferred Yang Tian Emperor's thought. Shi Yin immediately got the news that almost 100 warriors were gathering outside the city, their identities unknown. Shi Yin looked distressed with his disheveled hair and dirty face. His clothes had many folds, his face was gloomy, and his eyes were dull. These were the signs of consuming too much essence qi and soul consciousness. I'll be there right now. Shi Yin sent his thought to the soundstone. A glorious silver light bloomed from a formation under his feet, covering his entire body. Shi Yin disappeared instantly. A similar formation on the wall and outside area of the city glowed. A silhouette emerged from the rigid stone wall, gradually appearing in front of Yin Ku and Wen Di. He Qing Man and Chu Yin Qing shivered, as lights sparkled from their beautiful eyes. It was unbelievable to them. They had to cover their mouths so as to not shout. In the crowd, they gazed at the young man. Dust covered his face, and his clothes were wrinkled. Shi Yin stood atop the wall. His eyes raked through Yin Ku and Wen Di. Then he took out some pellets, swallowing them all. After that, his countenance looked a little bit better. From a corner of the city wall, Long Zhu sighed, his face odd. The owner didn't come, but he let a junior talk for him? This isn't how we treat the guests. Long Ying glared at Shi Yin from a far distance. She wore a strange smile on her face. This man looks sloppy. He dares to meet people with that appearance. Well, doesn't he know that he should wash his face? He ate some pellets in front of so many people. He has exposed his weak essence chi. I think the master of this place isn't a good person. His arrangement isn't good either. He Ching Man covered her mouth. Her beautiful eyes gazed at the young man on the wall without blinking. Her soft body shivered. Shurian hadn't recognized the two beauties he knew from the crowd in front of his eyes. He took in the pellets, then closed his eyes to adjust his body. Afterward, he said casually, "Where are you from? Where do you want to go?" When Dee took one step forward, frowned, then thundered, "Kid, tell your seniors to talk to us. Where's your master?" His voice pitched as rumbling thunder, reverberating without ceasing. "Don't mess up with us," Shurian shouted impatiently. His face darkened. "I'm the master. If you have no business here, you should leave early." The city construction had come to the critical point. Sure, Yin didn't want to waste much time with strangers. He couldn't help but urge them to leave. This group wasn't similar to Long Zhu and Long Ying. Yang Tian Emperor and Li Feng Heir couldn't recognize Long Zhu's real cultivation base, so they had just considered him an old man. And Long Ying at the peak of Sky Realm, Yang Tian Emperor didn't consider her a threat. This group of Yin Ku and Wen Di was different. They didn't conceal their aura and competence. The 2-second sky of true God Realm experts were enough to shake the later phase of their construction. Moreover, a dozen of Spirit Realm warriors could also affect the finishing of their city. If they let them in, once they had the malicious thought, although the Silver City could make them pay a bloody price, it would affect the progress of the construction badly. At first glance, Sure Yin decided not to let them in the city, but he also didn't want to provoke them. "You are the master?" Wen Di was a hot-tempered person. He shouted, "Kid, don't waste my time. I just want to ask your master. Why does he stay with the alien tribes? You are human. Why don't you go to the ice and fire secret domain? What do you want to do here?" "What do we want to do?" Sure Yan's face was mocking. "We build the city not to prevent the alien tribes, but to defend against the 7 ancient factions." At that moment, not only Yin Ku and Wen Di, but Long Zhu and Long Ying in the city were also dumbstruck. Sure, Yin didn't want to talk much with them, waving his hand. "Sorry, we have our errands to run. Forgive us that we can't treat you well. The Ice and Fire's secret domain isn't far from here. We're not going to accompany you." Then, he strolled into the city wall. His body was like it was made of water that could merge with any part of the city wall with no restriction. His figure flashed and disappeared. Numerous symbols and formations glowed on the city walls. The 4 gates at the 4 directions of the city started to diffuse a dangerous aura. Yin Ku and Wen Di became grimaced. They were all secluding experts. They hadn't interfered with the matters of the divine Great Land for a long time. However, Lin Ming and Niero always had to treat them with excellent etiquette. They wouldn't be so rude. Sure Yan's behavior had irritated them. Did we create a grudge with them? After Sure Yan got back, Yang Tian Emperor frowned then talked to him. "The others are strong. Your behavior will create more enemies for us." "How could I not know that?" Sure Yan sighed. "However, we can't let them in. Once they show their hostility, we can't bear the consequence. And they're racist. Apparently, they don't go the same way as us. We can't persuade them." Yang Tian Emperor nodded, then forget it. "But what if they attack us now? Can we resist it?" "Not a big deal. Although this utmost 8 purgatory city hasn't finished, its power isn't simple. If they want to get it, it would be their bad luck." Sure Yin beamed a faint smile, his face arrogant. Yang Tian Emperor felt safe. He didn't talk more. Chapter 653, Wind and Clouds Move. Chapter 653, Wind and Clouds Move. Yin Ku and Wen Di kept silent outside the Silver City. They didn't dare to act rashly. In the crowd, He Man Xing and Chu Yin Xing wanted to call Sure Yin, but they restrained their emotions eventually. Looking at the formations where dangerous energy was rippling, they felt like they were in the 2 different worlds. He was within their reach, yet they couldn't touch him. "We should go." Yinka shook her head eventually. "It's not easy to break this city. Perhaps the 7 ancient factions know them. When we get the information, it's not too late to come back." Wen Di agreed with her decision. He looked at the Silver City for a while, then turned around, taking his team to leave the place. He Manqing and Chu Yanqing lagged to the end of the team. Sometimes they turned their heads to look at the Silver City, their complexion begrudging. Yang Tian Emperor's group exhaled in relief, seeing they leaving. Yin Ku and Wen Di had profound cultivation base, and their warriors were also elite. If they had a fight with them, even if they won, their construction would be delayed. This wasn't what they wanted to see. Right after Yin Ku and Wen Di left, Bing Qing Tong and Han Shui came to the Silver City from the lake. The two of them had the true God Realm cultivation base now. Sure, Yin was joyful as he got to know that the two women had broken through a new realm. He then started to arrange for Etian Mo and Yurua. Yichang Feng stayed in that lake because only the heaven flames could open the formation sealing the lake. After Etian Mo and Yuro got there, he would return to the city, using his purgatory true flame to help Yin refine the city. Everything got back to its neat order, and Yin was still busy as ever. The Ice and Fire Secret Domain. Inside an ice stone building, 3/3 sky of Spirit Realm were guarding a secret chamber. Today, Xiaqing Ho came to the chamber. After the three warriors gave him the signal, he was allowed to get in. Thick spiritual qi drifted in the air, bobbing like clusters of cloud inside the chamber. Xiaxian Yin was sitting on a massive jade cushion. The dazzling light was twirling around her. She recognized the visitor while cultivating. She opened her eyes, as beautiful as stars in the sky, and smiled at him. "Great-grandpa, why do you come here?" Xiaqing Ho watched here and there. He pondered for a while, then said, "Little Yin, Yan's in the perpetual night forest." Xiaxian Yan's bright eyes twinkled. "Where's he? Has he arrived in the Ice and Fire Secret Domain yet?" Shaking his head, Xiaqing Ho's eyes were complicated. "He stays in the perpetual night forest. He refused to go to the Ice and Fire Secret Domain. Yin Hao, the master of the Radiant God cult, invited him many times, but he rejected his invitation. He wants to befriend the alien tribes." Xiaxian Yin frowned. "He's always like that. What? Is he in danger?" "The 7 ancient factions want to kill him." Xiaqing Ho struggled in his head for a while. Eventually, he decided to tell the truth. The 7 ancient factions have a big resentment with the alien tribes. Anybody who joins the alien tribes will be treated as a traitor. At this moment, besides the Radiant God cult and the Fighting Union, the other 5 forces are prepared. Soon, they will kill Yin and the Yang family. I don't want to conceal things from you, but I don't want you to get involved either." Xiaxian Yin suddenly shot up as anger filled her jade-like face. "Great-grandpa, didn't you send messages to him and ask him to be careful?" "No, I didn't. I didn't take that risk. For the Xia family, I don't want to reveal any weakness the others could use to threaten us. Once someone finds it, not only the Xia family would be in danger, but your future would also be affected. You will be the leader of the Pure Land in the future, the hope of humankind. I don't want you to get involved in this mess." Xiaqing Ho sighed begrudgingly. "You should give up that relationship. The Yang family is besotted. It's their choice that they want to be with the alien tribes. We can't force them to follow us. At most, we shouldn't join the operation." "Great-grandpa!" Xiaxian Yin was enraged. "Without Yin, you would have never regained your sanity, and the Xia family would have no chance to visit the divine Great Land. Even me, it would have been impossible to break through the true God realm that fast. He didn't regret giving you and me the life original fluid. People should be thankful and repay the favors they have received. How could you behave like that?" "I have no choice. For the Xia family, for your future, I could do nothing." Xiaqing Ho didn't seem to be regretful, his face resolute. "Little Yin, although Yin isn't ordinary, he has chosen the opposite way. When he made his decision, he should have expected what would happen. However, he still chose that way. A man like him is very dangerous. He wouldn't resist for long in this life. I don't dare to agree with your assessment." Xiaxian Yin felt a big shame struck her heart. She looked at her great-grandpa with a solemn face. "I have to go out. Not allowed." The freaky childlike voice of Lin Ming arose from outside. After a while, she got into the secret chamber. She glared at Xia Qingho. You should get out first. Xia Qingho bent to greet her, then left. Teacher, why? Xia Xin Yin talked with a solemn countenance. Why do you have to target Shi Yin? Because of me? Yes. Lin Ming nodded without any hesitation. His existence will affect your progress. To women, love is the biggest Mara in their hearts, especially to warriors who are wholeheartedly dedicated to the cultivation. As long as he's still alive, he's always a door leading to death in your heart. He will affect the whole life of yours. Teacher, is it true that you have never been in love with any man? Xia Qingho asked, as if she weren't afraid of this woman. I have, but I killed him myself. That's why I don't have any knots in my heart, Lin Ming answered faintly. Xia Xin Yin was frightened. I want the best things for you. In the future, you will surpass me and become the true leader of our human clan. You have to clean up Shi Yin, your Mara. If you can't, as your teacher, I'm responsible for helping you. Lin Ming said in a low tone. No need. Xia Qingho was persistent. I don't want you to control everything of mine. I'm not your puppet. Everything I do is for you, no matter you want it or not. As long as it benefits you, I will do anything. Lin Ming snorted. I allowed your great-grandpa to tell you everything is to show you that your teacher has never deceived you. Even if you want to hate me, I want to give you a clear reason for your hatred. Then, Lin Ming's figure faded out until she disappeared completely from the secret chamber. Observe her. When you detect something abnormal, report me to immediately. Lin Ming advised the 3 guards outside the chamber. You think it's not good? One of them asked. It's all right. She will feel hurt for a while, but she will get rid of it soon, Lin Ming coldly said. She will hate you. Then let her hate me. If she makes me her target to kill, I will be more joyful. In this special stage, she needs strong treatment. I always force her to cultivate. However, her motivation is not strong enough. If she makes killing me her purpose, she will try her best. That's what I want to see. Outside the perpetual night forest, many members of the Ghostmar clan were floating in the air. Kamaros was holding written charm scripture in his hands with his dark face, using his soul consciousness to move it, making it more disorderly. This group of Ghostmar clan was waiting for something. After a long time, a light dot appeared in the sky from the left of the Ghostmar clan. It enlarged into the dead soul's evil lair. Clansmen of the Dark Spirit clan strolled out from their lair. There was no emotion in their eyes. A long time after the dead soul's evil lair arrived, they saw a Dark Spirit clan member walked out of the cave. Ivison, who had joined hands with Kamaros, and the other 3 members of the Dark Spirit clan bent their bodies with great respect when they saw that man. That clansman of the Dark Spirit clan had empty eyes. Thick, dead aura diffused from him, as if he had just come from the space of death. As soon as he arrived, everybody seemed to cease to be. Master, the Ghostmar clan got here before us. Ivison stooped and said in a low tone. The member of the Dark Spirit clan, who appeared the last, just nodded, but he didn't say anything. All clansmen of the Dark Spirit clan stood silently, as if they were the wooden rooters. No one dared to utter a word. After a while, a 5-colored banner appeared on the horizon. That banner was moving rapidly, carrying many members of the Dark Clan standing upright on the banner. The 3 Yama kings Abi, Hades, and Hei-Tion, who used to stir up the entire endless sea, stood in a triangle. A dark blue light appeared in their midst with many shades of light, such that people couldn't see the thing inside clearly. Vaguely, they could see something moving in there. The 3 Yama kings seemed to consider the thing in that dim blue halo their master. When they had just arrived, they immediately reported to that blue halo. They sometimes pointed to the place where the Dark Spirit clan and the Ghostmar clan were gathering. Crack, crack, crack. Sometimes they could hear the cracking sounds of bones rubbing against each other underground. Not long after that, the ground under their feet cracked into a big, deep abyss. Right after that, many coffins emerged from the ground. Members of the Corpse clan got out directly from Earth one by one. Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea were protecting a massive coffin standing in the middle of the Corpse Clan's crowd, which looked very special. Corpse Chief, you're late. The member of the Dark Spirit Clan, who appeared the last, said in a feeble tone. His voice was mournful and sad like a resentful spirit crying in people's ears. I'm not the one who comes the last. Someone is even later than me. A sharp voice that sounded like swords slashing on a stone echoed from the coffin that Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea were protecting. It was quite unpleasant to the ears. At the same time, giant beasts appeared from the north and the east. Experts of the Demon Clan were riding those beasts. They were the two different forces of the Demon Clan. One of them was the ancient Bao family that Shi Yin had met before. Bao Ao was their leader. The other force was also strong, no less than Bao Ao's. It was the ancient Jie family of the Demon Clan, led by Jie. This man had a lozenge mark on his forehead. Strange energy rippled from it, which could shake souls. Bao Ao and Jie came from the strongest ancient families of the Demon Clan. They had come from Demon Clan spaces outside the Grace mainland. At the same time, the two leaders were also rivals. They had always battled to unite the Demon Clan. Bao Ao and Jie took several thousand elite warriors of the clan, riding on demonic beasts. Their force was so strong that they could press the other alien tribes. They had arrived the last, as if they were so certain about their leading role. Dark Clan, Corpse Clan, Dark Spirit Clan, and Ghostmar Clan were the 5 great alien tribes on the divine Great Land at this moment. They all showed up outside the Perpetual Night Forest, as per the appointment made beforehand. Chapter 654, Master Acceptance Ceremony. Chapter 654, Master Acceptance Ceremony. The real name of the Silver City was the Utmost 8 Purgatory City. It was divided into 8 directions, including the 4 directions east, south, west, north, the sky, the ground, the life gate, and the death gate. The city had 2 parts, the outer part and the center part, supported by countless barriers, restrictions, and formations. To build this city, Shi Yin had used almost all of his efforts, using the precious materials that the Monster Clan and the Perpetual Night Forest had treasured for thousands of years. With the contribution of the Monster Clan, the Yang family, and the alien tribes, they had completed the city. Today, Yang Tian Emperor, Di Shan, Chao Qiu Dao, Bing Qin Tong, and Han Shui were gathering near Shi Yin. A massive piece of silver crystal stood in the center of the city. It had many carvings of symbols, written charms, and scriptures. A radiant light was moving around this crystal, giving people a beautiful view that could touch their hearts. This silver crystal was as big as a basketball court. It was solid, and no leaks or cracks could be found. Portrayed lines of energy intertwined complicatedly that was hard to describe. You must use the divine weapon to be the formation eye. Yang Tian Emperor's face was heavy. He balled his hands into fists, showing that he was tense. Just like him, the other people were holding their breath, waiting solemnly. They were waiting to see the moment when the Utmost 8 Purgatory City was complete. It must be a divine weapon, and only divine weapons can make the Utmost 8 Purgatory City move and resist the counterforce of this great formation. Sure, Yin was breathing regularly, as if he were really calm, but only him knew how nervous he was at this moment. Divine weapons, in the divine Great Land, only the leaders of the 7 ancient factions could have. Shi Yin, do you actually have one? Li Zhengrong's voice was uncertain. His eyes sparkled as he wasn't so sure. If they didn't have a divine weapon to become the formation eye, the effort they had spent during this period was wasted. The Utmost 8 Purgatory City couldn't perform its power, which meant they couldn't withstand the 7 ancient factions' attack. Shi Yin still looked disheveled and dusty like before. He even had some tears on his clothes. At this moment, he looked like a beggar. Nothing in him made him look like the real owner of this Silver City, the master behind the scene who had reached everywhere to gather the sources and build this city. Divine weapon, I do have one. At this critical moment, even Shi Yin had become hesitant. He wasn't so sure. Yang Tian Emperor and Li Zhengrong didn't talk more. They kept silent, looking at him, waiting for his next move. Taking a deep breath, Shi Yin summoned the Sky Destroyer Divine Sword and stroked the blood vein ring gingerly. He believed that both the Sky Destroyer and the blood vein ring were divine grade treasures. However, he couldn't decide which treasure to use to be the formation I and control the utmost 8 Purgatory City. The Sky Destroyer Divine Sword was powerful. With this sword, he could use the enormous energy during fighting, which would benefit him a lot. And the Blood Vein Ring, it had the whole world inside. The War Devil, the Earth Flame, the Ice-Cold Flame, the Vanishing Corpse Flame stayed inside the ring. Once he used the Blood Vein Ring to be the formation I, his life in the future would be full of struggles. Everybody kept silent. Even the hotshots like Yang Tian Emperor and Li Zhengrong didn't have divine weapons to use. Although the Grace mainland was vast, divine treasures were still the scarcest items. They weren't something ordinary people could keep. They wanted to contribute, but they didn't have such things to give. Shi Yin slammed his brows together. He hesitated for a while, and eventually, he decided to use the Sky Destroyer Divine Sword to be the formation I. Once this thought popped up in his mind, he stopped hesitating, using the soul consciousness to drive the divine sword and his will spirit to guide the sword stabbing in that massive crystal. The divine sword sparkled, then disappeared, leaving a concave spot on the crystal. After 15 minutes, Shi Yan's soul consciousness had turned into one with the entire Silver City. The city now was like a part of his body. He could see everything inside the city. He could control any magical formations or activate any barriers with his mind. Silver waves rippled from the enormous crystal. Light dots showered, shooting in different directions, entering the center of each formation and barrier. The great universe, soul, gathering formation under their feet started to move and transferred the energy from the top-grade essence crystal underground. Just like burning energy, waves of energy surged torrentially from the ground under their feet, flooding the entire city. The door that faced the sky acted as if it were a massive tornado, wildly drawing energy from heaven and earth in the perpetual night forest, turning them into 5-colored light that naked eyes could see. The gate pulled them all and distributed them to different corners of the city. It caused a significant change in heaven and earth's energy. All creatures in the perpetual night forest, at a certain level, could sense this earth-shaking change. Essence chi and soul consciousness remained in Shi Yin were drawn rapidly, as the Sky Destroyer Divine Sword was taking them from him. In front of everybody, he cried in pain, then crouched on the ground just like a massive mountain was pressing on him. His face paled as sweat soaked his body. He looked miserable. Shi Yin, Little Yin, Master, Li Zhengrong, Yang Tian Emperor, and Di Shan couldn't hold their screams. They wanted to step forward and help him. Shi Yin crouched on the ground, wiggling and waving his hands. He shook his head, his face distorted as he was panting like a wild animal. "Don't come near. No one can help me." As he was the owner of the Sky Destroyer Divine Sword, the sword only took his energy. No one could help him. If he couldn't resist this challenge, he would vanish, turning into ashes together with the Silver City and the Sky Destroyer. Everybody was begrudging. Yang Tian Emperor had his eyes reddened, and his muscular body shuddered. Bing Qing Tong and Han Shui bit their red lips, tears lingering in their eyes. Crack, crack, crack. Sounds of breaking bones echoed from Shi Yin's body. Shortly, his skin cracked, and blood splashed everywhere. In just a short moment, his handsome face was covered with blood and shattered flesh. He hadn't told anybody that if the owner of the divine weapon used to subdue this utmost 8 Purgatory City didn't have enough power to resist, the moment the city accepted its new master, he would endure a terrifying pain. If his power was insufficient, of course, he had to endure tremendous torture. Perhaps his body would be crushed, and his soul would be drained. At that time, he would explode to death right in the middle of the process. He didn't tell them anything. However, now everybody knew how strenuous and painful it was. Puff puff. Shi Yan's blood streamed down from his body, flowing into some special puddles and ponds under his feet, seeping into the silver crystal. There were pieces of flesh flowing together with his blood. Shi Yan's body was muscular and robust. However, at this moment, he was bony like a skeleton that had no blood or meat. This view was so pathetic people didn't dare to watch any longer. Yang Tian Emperor understood this pain. When using the immortal rebirth secret to quench the body, even a madman couldn't endure the pain that was beyond the human body. The pain Shi Yan was enduring included a soul-level pain, which was several times more severe. Yang Tian Emperor wasn't afraid that Shi Yan couldn't endure this pain. However, he was afraid that Shi Yan had risked his life to withstand it. Under his tough willpower, his soul would fall first. While he didn't notice, Yang Tian Emperor's fingers had dug into his palms, with blood dripping. His eyes were bloodshot, and his face was grim as he was trying to control himself. Bing Qing Tong and Han Shui didn't dare to see it anymore. Tears rolled down their faces. They turned away. Their shoulders shuddered while trying to control their crying. At this moment, Chao Qiu Dao, Ling Ming, Li Zhengrong, and Di Shan bent their bodies, their eyes full of pain and sadness. After this, I, Chao Qiu Dao, make a vow that I will follow Shi Yan for my whole life. Staying silent for a while, Chao Qiu Dao bent his body, speaking in a low tone, his face respectful. Fan Xiangyin and the other warriors standing behind him all heard his vow. They didn't say anything but kneel down, bowing to Shi Yan as they were shouting their vows in their hearts. Shi Yan had used all of his power to protect each of them. Everybody witnessing this event understood how meaningful it was. They all had great respect towards Shi Yan. On the city wall in the outer region, Long Zhu and Long Ying were watching. Of course, they couldn't see the fierce master acceptance ceremony in the center of the city. However, they could feel the tremendous change of the entire city. Thick energy flooded the area as all barriers and formations had been activated. Torrential energy surged unceasingly. This is the oldest master acceptance ceremony. If that kid is the real owner of this silver city, I'm afraid he is experiencing the most painful and terrible moment. He could vanish in any second. Long Zhu wore a complicated complexion, but his eyes showed his respect towards the young man. He's too young to reach this stage. However, he nailed it. Such a brilliant genius. Is the master acceptance ceremony that painful? Long Ying was astounded. If his realm is high enough, it isn't so painful. However, he is only at the peak of spirit realm. Usually, the more powerful the formation is, the bigger the dangers and pain that the owner will receive during the oldest formation master acceptance ceremony will be. Long Zhu explained, I can see that this silver city can attack even the third sky of true God realm warriors. This means, when the city conducts its master acceptance ceremony, the counterforce the formation releases can be compared to the power of true God realm warriors. Long Ying discolored, shouting, does he want to die? Long Zhu contemplated for a while and then shook his head. Who knows? Anyway, if he tries to get over it, his willpower and toughness will reach an unimaginable level. No Mara could harm him. This will facilitate his cultivation towards the King God realm, as he could endure things normal people can't. When he enters the King God realm, he won't be afraid of anything. He can keep his heart safe from fears or worries. He will be complete. Is he that excellent? Long Ying was startled. Grandpa, I have never seen you acknowledge anybody that much. Is he worth it? His realm isn't as high as Lin Meng's group, but his will, his mentality, and his brutal thought of having no fear of death has surpassed Lin Meng. Long Zhu kept complimenting. I won't highly evaluate Lin Meng until she reaches the King God realm. But if this kid can get over today's challenge, and no one kills him, in this Grace mainland, he will become the one amongst the human clan that has the highest possibility to reach the King God realm. How about Xia Xianyin of the Pure Land? Long Ying's soft body shivered, her face disbelieving. That little girl has a fortune that no one could compare with. However, the king god realm doesn't require only a good fortune. Long Zhu shook his head. This young man, as far as I am concerned, has a bigger chance to succeed than that little girl. If I have to predict who will succeed, I will bet on him. His heart is incomparably strong. Grandpa, if he survives this calamity, when the 7 ancient factions come to kill him, what would you do? Longing thought for a while and then asked seriously. If he is still alive, I'll choose him, said Long Zhu resolutely. Long Ying's soft body trembled. She covered her mouth, her face disbelieving. Chapter 655, No Way Back. Chapter 655, No Way Back. Sure, Yin was hurt severely, as if he were skinned alive. Blood covered his body, and people could see even his bones. With his strangely vigorous body, a warrior at the same level couldn't cause him such damage, even if he had used all of his power. However, this master acceptance ceremony was different. This kind of backlash was so dangerous that it could be compared to full power attacks of a true God Realm expert. At this moment, the essence chi of his body, the negative power, and the soul power of his soul consciousness were all supplied to the Sky Destroyer Divine Sword, which troubled him, preventing him from countering the change of his body. His power was decreasing, while the consumption demand was increasing. Such severe wounds and wisdom were inevitable. Shi Jian, Li Zhengrong, Di Shan, and the others surrounded him, a bloody body, to protect him. Bing Qing and Han Shui were sobbing. Tears filled their faces like a shower. Yang Tian Emperor came over to support Shi Yan. His body was still convulsing, as if his tendons and vessels were all broken. If it were an ordinary people, even if his soul were immortal, vitality would be taken from him, leaving him with a shriveled body. Only someone with a highly tenacious body and the immortal martial spirit, like Shi Yan, could survive. People surrounding him all wore different facial expressions. Shi Yan was now a bloody body. Vitality in his body was just a flickering light in the moor. Tendons and vessels in his body started to move like snakes. Gradually, his flesh started to grow back under some strange power. It grew little by little on the proportional skeleton as his body was formed again. Ah! Li Zhengrong discolored, screaming, pointing at an exposed bone of Shi Yan. Gold skeleton. His cry had waken up many people who were sinking in pain. They all scrutinized, and then found that Shi Yan's bones were like they were molded from liquid gold. Golden light shimmered strangely from them. Di Shan and Qiao Dao couldn't help but look at Yang Tian Emperor. Yang Ji, can the immortal martial spirit of the Yang family turn bones golden like that? I have never seen anything so strange, asked Qiao Dao. Yang Tian Emperor shook his head suspiciously. This isn't a feature of the immortal martial spirit, but I'm not sure what it is. The only thing we can confirm is that these bones are too hard. Golden skeleton. Golden skeleton. Strange, glorious light sparkled in Li Zhengrong's eyes as he sank into his thought. After a while, he was struck, shouting, "The giant clan! The golden giant! No, it doesn't seem right. He doesn't look like a giant, right?" Everybody was frightened and couldn't help but glare at him. As I know, when members of the giant clan reached the king god realm, their skeletons would turn golden. We call them the golden giant. Li Zhengrong explained. Golden skeleton is the special feature of the experts from the giant clan. Besides them, I don't actually know any other clans with a golden skeleton. So, you think he is like the giant clan? Yang Tian Emperor didn't know whether he should cry or laugh, and just shook his head. It doesn't seem like one. Li Zhengrong beamed a wry smile. However, it should be related to the giant clan. I can feel a strange energy fluctuation in his bones. Only the golden giants have this kind of power. Don't guess, Shi Yan spoke up with a hoarse voice. When I was on the Cold Wind Island, I had visited a space crack. A golden giant was buried there. I got his golden marrow. After I refined my body, my bones turned golden. Everybody was frightened. It's really good fortune that you can add the golden marrow to your body. You inhuman. Li Zhengrong forced a smile. While they were talking, the utmost 8 purgatory city had restored its quietness. The entire Silver City seemed to be quenched one more time. Each corner of the city now had the intimidating aura of a tremendous power. The immortal blood in Shi Yan's body divided into 5 drops, suffusing a massive blood aura as he was using the immortal rebirth secret to grow his shabby body once again. All of a sudden, the triangle mark Bao Ao had left on his neck became so hot like burning fire, releasing an imposing energy. He couldn't help but cry. Shi Yan frowned, using his soul consciousness to sense. "Kid, how are you doing?" Bao Ao's voice came from the triangle mark. After a while, a scarlet halo expanded from the mark, creating a vague image. Shi Yan's eyes brightened, looking the images being projected from his neck. His complexion became solemn. It was the image of the allied army of the 5 clans, including the Demon Clan, the Dark Clan, the Corpse Clan, the Dark Spirit Clan, and the Ghostmark Clan. These 5 clans had gathered outside the perpetual night forest with dozens of thousands of warriors. A heavy pressure like a massive mountain slapped Shi Yan's face from the image. It had almost suffocated him. Shi Yan watched the scene, and a helpless feeling swelled in his heart. He had thought of getting away from this place. His fighting will seem to have vanished. They're the members of the 5 clans. Soon, we will enter the perpetual night forest and visit that ice and fire secret domain. Hey boy, I heard that you couldn't stay with the human clan. So, are you interested in joining our ancient Bao family and becoming one of us? Bao Ao smiled tenderly like a nice student. There was no evil energy surging from his body. At first glance, he appeared as a harmless man. Shi Yan soothed his pounding heart, pulled himself together, and shook his head to deny the offer. "Sorry, I have stuff I need to do. I don't want to depend on anybody." Bao Ao didn't get angry. He just nodded. "Okay, no need to hurry. I'll give you more time to consider. Yeah, you can see how strong the 5 clans here are." The images changed continually according to Bao Ao's words. The leader of the Dark Spirit Clan, Camaros of the Ghostmark Clan, Corpse Mount, and Corpse Sea of the Corpse Clan, the 3 Yama Kings of the Dark Clan, and the dim halo they were protecting, all were visible. As the images changed, Shi Yan felt his heart sink to the bottom, his face grim. "You can continue to consider. The moment before you die, you still have the offer." Bao Ao chuckled, then cut the connection. The triangular mark on his neck disappeared, and so did the images. Yang Tian Emperor, Chao, Xiao Dao, Li Zhengrong, and Dishan were looking at him with strange expressions. "Did you guys see that?" Shi Yan took a deep breath, asking with a solemn face. "What?" asked Yang Tian Emperor. "You guys didn't see it?" Shi Yan felt weird. "We just saw a light shot out of your neck, projecting some dim image in the sky. Then, we saw you mumble. Nothing else," Li Zhengrong said. Yang Tian Emperor and Dishan nodded. Shi Yan changed his visage. The 5 great alien tribes have started their massive-scale invasion. Perhaps they will come to the ice and fire secret domain shortly, and they may pass by our base here. Everybody discolored in fright. I saw the 3 Yama Kings, and so many warriors that could compare to human true God Realm warriors. It's impossible to resist this force. Shi Yan thought quickly to assess the situation. "I'll activate the teleportation formation to the Cold Wind Island in the Endless Sea right now. Warriors under Nirvana Realm can go there directly." He had thought of returning to the Endless Sea. With the teleportation formation, it wasn't a difficult task. However, he also knew that Hades, Abi, Haitian, and the other experts of the Demon Clan wouldn't spare the teleportation formations in the Endless Sea. So he didn't do that. Besides the 3 Yama Kings, hotshots of the ancient Jie family had also come to the Perpetual Night Forest. This meant the Endless Sea should be safe temporarily. That's why he decided to return. However, when he stood in the teleport formation, after his soul consciousness connected, Shi Yan discolored in fear. Everybody was bewildered, but they all had a bad premonition. "They are destroyed." Shi Yan's eyes were dim and distressed. "The 2 places that we can reach in the Endless Sea are destroyed. The space nodes are demolished." How about the northern gem mountain? Chao Chiu Dao asked hurriedly. The same. Everybody else panicked. What should we do now? Defend to the last moment. Besides that thing, we have no other option. The entrance of the ice and fire secret domain. Yin Ku and Wendy's group of 100 human warriors had reached their destination. Yin Ku coughed. As she was about to notify the guards, she suddenly got something, waving her hands. Scatter, quick! Right after that, warriors of the 7 ancient factions stormed out of the entrance of the ice and fire secret domain, which was in a tree trunk. The leaders of this group were the masters of the 7 ancient factions, Lin Ming, Nierua, Qin Gu Chuan, and Yin Hao. Dozens of true God Realm and Spirit Realm appeared abruptly. That scared Yin Ku and Wendy's team. Old Yin, Master One. Lin Ming was surprised, looking at the 2 seniors at the entrance. Why are you 2 here? The alien tribes want to eradicate human clan. They are gathering at the perpetual night forest. As the members of the human clan, of course, we are here to contribute our part, Yin Ku said with serious countenance. You 2 had crossed thousands of miles to here. We all appreciate your high notion of your duty. It's the good news for human clan. Lin Ming was grateful. Compared to you, some rotten B** stars have made people hate them to the bones. I regret I couldn't smash them into ashes immediately. Rotten? Wendy was astounded. Then, he said solemnly, are they the ones that have joined the alien tribes? Yes. Qin Gu Chuan shouted indignantly. Master One has met them. Wendy nodded, his face grim. On the way there, we found that they have built a city, befriending with Monster Clan, such rotten traitors. Where are you going? Asked Yin Ku. We're going to kill those traitors. We want to keep them from joining the alien tribes, Lin Ming shouted. Is it okay, as we know that the 5 alien tribes are gathering in the perpetual night forest? Yin Hao frowned. Then we should be hurried. Qin Gu Chuan snorted, then smiled at the other 2. Old Yin Master One, what do you think? We have no objection, Yin Ku said faintly. That's good. Lin Ming's eyes brightened. She thought that even God wanted to help them, as Yin Ku and Wendy were here. Chapter 656, Chi Tian Od. Chapter 656, Chi Tian Od. From the city wall of the outer city, Long Zhu and Long Ying looked at the immense sky above the center of the city. They were watching lightning strikes forked in the sky like a bunch of worms with serious facial expressions. Surprisingly, that kid has overcome it. Surprise filled Long Ying's small and cute face. Grandpa, you said that if he could get over it, you would help him. Are you sure? How about the 7 ancient factions? We just try to solve the mess. If we can't do that, I think this kid has more abilities to preserve the flickering light of human clan. Long Zhu pondered, then said, I think it's time to talk with the master of this place. Grandpa, the 7 ancient factions force is superb. Lin Ming's group isn't made of nice people. They won't listen to others' advice. If you want to go with them, of course, Lin Ming will never agree. Long Ying's beautiful eyes sparkled as she was worried. Today, human clan is about to meet the most dangerous catastrophe. One wrong move can lead to the end of human clan. If Lin Ming's group doesn't want to wake up and want to carry out this war, I can only stay on the opposite side to them. Long Zhu sighed, not knowing how to express his idea. I hope they would consider the whole picture. I think this city isn't simple. Even if the 7 ancient factions attack it, they can't break this wall. Is this city as dangerous as you said? Long Ying was scared. I have some knowledge of the ancient formations, but I can't understand the structure and operating mechanism of this city. The energy inside is really earth-shaking. I don't know how that kid could create this city. The only I can confirm is that if the true God Realm experts attack here, they will be hurt badly, Long Zhu said in a low tone. Long Ying kept quiet. The outer areas have the weakening and aging fields which oppress the spirit and deprive people's power. Even my realm is restrained. When Lin Ming's group gets here, I'm sure their realms will be decreased by 1 or more minor realms. Facing so many barriers and formations here, coming to the center of this city isn't easier than fighting with alien tribes. Long Zhu's face was heavy. Perhaps this city will be the main fort of human clan in the future. But they have befriended alien tribes? Long Ing was suspicious. In the future, humans will never be the sole ruler of the Grace mainland anymore. Multiracial development is the new trend. I'm not sure this kid could see this trend or just grasped up to this step. However, I acknowledge his wise move of putting aside racism and creating a good relationship with other races. This is the only way to survive. If we keep the prejudice of the past, human clan will go extinct. So, the 7 ancient factions force is going on a wrong way. At least it's outdated. Different times require different changes of understanding. Dare to dream, dare to do, or else the other clans would expel you. I'm going to the Ice and Fire secret domain this time to persuade Lin Ming's group to give up the prejudice of the past and consider how to live in peace with the other races. But I know this is really difficult. Lin Ming's group has conservative thoughts. I'm afraid it's hard to convince them. At this moment, if we have a pioneer better than them, naturally, I have to help him. While Long Zhu was talking, his face stiffened as the energy surged from his body like a tornado, plunging directly into the center of the city. Inside the city, many barriers and formations were triggered at once. Beautiful light shot out. Twisted evil fields appeared that could weaken the power and age people's vitality. This made the city become a dazzling spot. Many areas were sparkling with blinding light. Long Zhu looked like an ordinary old man, but when he released his aura, it could activate all the barriers of the city. In the center of the city, Shi Yin had recovered his body, but his essence, qi, and soul consciousness were still weak. Suddenly, he sensed something abnormal. His face changed as he shot up from his seat. Yang Tian Emperor, Li Zhengrong, and Di Shan were frightened. They couldn't help but shout. So strong. Who is that? Bing Qing Tong paled. Her voice trembled. Such surging energy, even Lin Ming can't control this. Since when we have such an intimidating existence in our city? Shi Yan's face darkened. He squinted, then used his soul to connect the utmost 8 purgatory city to detect the cause that stirred up his entire formation. The old man in the outer city. Everybody discolored. Hey, little buddy, can we talk a little bit? A clear, generous voice echoed through the city, just like thunder reverberating everywhere. Not good. Yang Tian Emperor pressed down the anger. It's him. When that old man got in here, I had sensed him, but I couldn't find any strange features. I didn't expect that he could conceal that much. Yang Tian Emperor couldn't see his realm, which meant his realm was much higher than his, at least more than second sky of True God realm. At this moment, the utmost 8 purgatory city could only resist the first sky of True God realm. The mighty power of the old man had frightened everybody as they felt an incoming danger. At this moment, he doesn't have malicious intent, Shi Yin pondered and then said, I'm going to meet him to see what he wants. Don't. Yang Tian Emperor and Li Zhengrong tried to stop him. However, while Shi Yin was talking, a formation glittered under his feet. Immense light covered his entire body, and Shi Yin disappeared instantly. Shortly, a halo expanded in the outer city where Long Zhu and Long Ing were standing. Shi Yin emerged in the light. Long Zhu smiled, then nodded to Shi Yin. It's you. I didn't think that you're the real master of this place. What's your name? Shi Yin. Shi Yin. I have heard this name. Ha! You've been to the Dead Soul Mountain Range, and you've defeated Live Phone. It's you. It's a surprise to me. And you are. Shi Yan's face was incomparably serious. He had prepared discreetly, and in case this old man had malicious thoughts, he would urge the barriers around him to kill him at any cost. It was lucky that the utmost 8 purgatory city had been activated. Otherwise, he didn't dare to come close to this senior. The aura of this old man made him irritatingly anxious. This feeling had appeared when he was facing Xianming. Even his confidence was struck to somewhere far away. He didn't even have the intention to struggle. Xianming was the real owner of the Perpetual Night Forest, the greatest senior at the peak of level 9 of the Monster Clan. He had 1 foot entering the level 10. It could be said that he was the strongest existence Shi Yin knew. He didn't expect that the old man Yang Tian Emperor had led into the city had reached such realm with formidable power. I am Long Zhu. I didn't deceive you guys, the old man smiled. However, not many people know my real name in the divine Great Land. They call me by the other name. Perhaps you've heard about me before. I wish to know. Shi Yin talked with a serious countenance. Chi Tian oldie, Long Zhu smiled. Shi Yin was struck. Light shot out from his eyes, his face astounded. It's him. He was the most mysterious recluse in the divine Great Land. It had been several hundred years, and nobody had ever seen him operating in this continent. His position was higher than Lin Ming, Yun Hao, and Qin Guchuan. His age could be compared to the Monster Clan. The legend about him was always told in the divine Great Land. Even the leaders of the 7 ancient factions had to show respect mentioning him. Haha, seems you've heard my name. Long Zhu smiled, but his face was nonchalant. I don't have bad intentions towards you guys. Quite the contrary. I have a presumptuous request. I wonder if you're interested in it or not. Precursor, please do tell. If I can do it, I won't deny, Shi Yin said cautiously. Your city doesn't look bad. I want to be part of it. Long Zhu stroked the dragon cane in his hand, smiling strangely. The alien tribes are about to invade us, and I have no place to go. I want to find a shelter, and this city looks good to me. Shi Yin was surprised, looking at him deep into the eyes. He kept silent for a while, and then asked, the Ice and Fire's secret domain is supposed to be safer. Why you don't want to go there? If I didn't visit this place of yours, I'm afraid I would go to the Ice and Fire's secret domain. But now I want to stay here more. The Ice and Fire secret domain's the narrow space outside the Grace mainland. It's not my homeland. I feel staying here is better. Long Zhu smiled and explained. That's why I told you my identity. I don't want you to misunderstand me, thinking that I have some wild plans or something. Haha, I wonder if you'll grant me my wish or not. Shi Yin frowned as thoughts seethed in his heart. Long afterward, he cracked a smile. Precursor, you are in the city already. Yeah, I'm in the city, but you guys haven't trusted me yet. I'm just afraid that you will be distracted by me at the critical moments. Long Zhu continued neither fast nor slow. Of course, I understand your worries. At this moment, I'm not going to the city center. After this wave's over, if the city isn't broken yet, I think you will understand me more. Why do you need to be that cautious? My grandpa thinks that you guys aren't bad. That's why he wants to help you. You do think that we're going to harm you, don't you? Long Ying snorted indignantly. No, I think he doesn't bear bad intentions. Shi Yin could finally relax. He knew that a little girl like Long Ying could never have a cunning heart. From her attitude, he could confirm that Long Zhu didn't have malicious thoughts towards them. Finally, he could relax high tense nerves. I just want to make it clear about my identity. So later on, when you figure out completely, you won't think that I have bad intentions towards you guys. Besides, I will prove my attitude. Long Zhu waved his hand indifferently. Little buddy, I know you're busy. I won't trouble you for more. The 7 ancient factions will arrive around 6 hours later, I assume. You should be prepared. What would you do when the 7 ancient factions attack this place? Shi Yin was startled. Then, he asked with a sharp look. I will help you defend the city. However, I won't kill people of the 7 ancient factions, said Long Zhu. What if I kill people of the 7 ancient factions? Perhaps I might not see it. Thank you. Shi Yin made a deep bow to him and thanked gratefully. Then, he turned around, his figure flashing before he disappeared completely. Although he didn't know why this most mysterious recluse of the divine Great Land wanted to help him, he finally could put this worry aside, exhaling in relief. This guy is a careful person, Long Ying pouted. I thought he would take us to the center of the city. Quite the contrary. If he did that, I wouldn't appreciate him more, Long Zhu smiled. His relatives and friends stay in the city center. If he carelessly let us in, and if I did have evil plans, it would create a bloody disaster. He has to worry about it. Yeah, his deed shows that he's a careful and meticulous person even though he's still young. It's a good virtue, especially at this moment. He needs to be careful taking each step. It would help them survive longer. Chapter 657, Inextricable. Chapter 657, Inextricable. Lin Ming, Yin Ku, Wen Di, and more than 800 warriors of the 7 ancient factions had arrived in front of the Silver City. This time, 7 ancient factions had sent almost all of their hotshots. This force was stronger than any clan. The moment they saw the city in the forest, they were all startled. Although they had prepared, this shining city appeared gloriously under the light of the sun, moon, and stars, which made them stunned for a while. That kid still has many tricks. He has tried to build a whole city. Niero couldn't help but compliment. Beasts have helped him. When we passed by this place, we saw the monster clan leaving the city. When Dee snorted, they don't even understand the difference between races. Such ignorant brats. They stay with Monster Clan. They should apologize to our fellows who died by the alien tribes. Lin Ming and Qin Guchuan nodded. Should we notify them first? Yuan Jiang frowned. It's not reasonable if we start the battle right away. It's too brutal. He Geminu, we don't need your fighting union to join this operation. You don't need to care about it, sneered Qin Guchuan. Yuan Jiang's face was cold. Anger flashed in his eyes as he snorted. Behind Yuan Jiang were Bei Si and Bei Di of the Banner family, Bai Ge son of the Aok family, Lao Li and Kai Yi, and Lung Dan Qing, Xuan Yuzhu of the Ice Emperor City. All of them had complicated looks on their faces. Bei Di and Bei Si sighed, shaking their heads, as they didn't know what to do to save the situation. Lao Li wanted to say something, but he got his mouth shut because Bei Si had thrown him a glare. As people here were all strong warriors of the 7 ancient factions, their realms and cultivation base weren't enough for them to voice up. Kai's face was as if she had clusters of dark clouds on it. Her mind was a mess of tangled threads. She wanted to say something to Shi Yin, but she knew it was useless at this moment. This is the path they have chosen. They can't blame the others. The pagans have slaughtered around the divine great land. They know it already. They know their purpose is to eradicate human clan, but they still did that. They're getting themselves on the dead road, Bai Ge's son said indignantly, his face dark and gloomy. Kai knew her position. She understood that she had no means to help Shi Yin. She could only let sadness nibble her. In this crowd, Lung Danqing and Xuan Yuzhu felt the most anxious. They had received the news from live phone. Apparently, Bing Qingtong and Han Shui were in the city. It was just a wall, but they were a whole world apart. They wanted to get in there, but they didn't dare. This feeling hurt them a lot. Standing behind Yin Hao, Tang Yuan Nan, Ji Mu, and Yu Ying were discussing something in a low tone. Zhu Yi, the city master of the wonderful stone city of Spirit Treasure Sect, had come. His face was complicated. He was hesitant, as he was struggling to make up his mind. Xiaoqing Ho, the headmaster of the Xia family, stood next to Lin Ming. His face was cold, while his eyes sparkled with light. However, he didn't say anything. Among the 7 ancient factions, many people had a good relationship with Shi Yin and Yang Tian Emperor. Some didn't agree with Shi Yan's group, and the others wanted to settle the dispute, but they were helpless. They could only watch the change in silence. Standing behind Yin Ku, He Qing Man and Chu Yanqing had a dark countenance. They exchanged looks, since they didn't dare to talk about Shi Yin. They were afraid that people could take it as their weakness. Inside the Silver City, Shi Yin stood on the formation eye. He looked tired. People who should come have come. We shall go. Yang Tian Emperor nodded with a serious face. They all knew that this fight would determine their death or life. Once they started it, they would have to do their best. Little Yin, can your body endure this? Yang Tian Emperor was worried. Once they attack us, you have to operate this city. With your current situation, do you think you can do it? To make this utmost 8 purgatory city accept its master, Shi Yin had consumed a lot of his essence qi and soul consciousness. Although he had pellets to help him recover, he couldn't fully restore himself shortly. At this moment, the essence qi in his body wasn't half his peak strength, and his soul consciousness remained not more than 1/3. Once they engaged in the battle, he had to focus on using his soul consciousness to control the entire city and he had to spend a large amount of essence chi to stimulate the formations and barriers. If his energy weren't enough, the power of the city would be reduced. If he put forth everything to resist, he would drain his essence chi. His body would shatter, and his soul power would be consumed completely. If it accelerated to that point, he would die before the city got broken. No problem. Shurian cracked an odd smile. Once the war happens, people will die. It's easy for me. If he hadn't had the mysterious martial spirit, he would never have had this confidence or mention that he could resist to the end. The existence of his mysterious martial spirit could help him solve the biggest problem easily. When people died, he could always take in their essence chi. Once he could resist the first stage, waiting until the mysterious martial spirit filtered the energy and sent it to his essence chi halo, everything would be solved easily. For his consumed soul consciousness, he could use the soul-gathering pearl to supply the purest soul power. That Chi Tion oldie, do we need to keep an eye on him? Dishan asked. He contemplated for a while, and then said, Li Ji and I can stop him for a while. Do we need to prevent him? No need. Shurian shook his head. Don't know why, but I feel that this oldie will be on our side. Haha, I have no evidence, but I believe in my assumption. Until this moment, Yang Tian Emperor, Dishan, and the others had still kept an eye on Chi Tian oldie. His name in the divine Great Land was too resounding. Any warrior on this continent had heard about how intimidating and mysterious he was. No one could guess his intentions. So, when Shurian said the old man would help them, they didn't believe him. Guys! However, a head-splitting voice reverberated from the outer city. Longzhu's sound was like the drumbeat that could shake people's hearts. His voice came to every corner. Shurian and Yang Tian Emperor were discussing the important matters in the center of the city. They were all struck. Lin Meng and Yin, whose group outside the city was frightened, looking at the imposing city walls. Longzhu's slender figure appeared in the corner of the city. He held a dragon cane. His face was wrinkled, outlining a pair of muddy eyes. He looked senile, as if he had 1 foot in the grave already. Chi Tian oldie. Chi Tian oldie. Old Long. That's Old Long. Why is he in the city? Instantly, many surprised screams and shouts arose from the formation of the 7 ancient factions. Many people exclaimed when they recognized Longzhu. However, they were all suspicious. Lin Meng, Niero, Yin Ku, and Wen Di, the true God Realm warriors, became tense. They all took 1 step forward. From a distance of 1,000 meters away, they bent their body to show their respect. In the divine Great Land, calamities had happened many times. Sometimes, the 7 ancient factions had their hands tied. They had to ask for Longzhu's advice to overcome the tough times. Longzhu had an important position in the human clan. He was the true warrior that everybody respected. A long time ago, when big troubles had happened on the Dead Soul Mountain range, at that time, Lin Ming, Yin Hao, and Niero weren't as strong as today. Longzhu had helped them to control the Dead Soul's evil lair. Several events like that had happened. Longzhu had done his best to save the human clan. Although Lin Ming, Qin Guchuan, and Niero were people with noble positions, they had to conduct the etiquette of the juniors to their seniors in front of him. People who didn't know Longzhu got his identity right when they heard the others shouting. They couldn't help but discuss with each other quietly. They were all startled. Yin Hao was struck. As he thought that they could have a chance to overturn the situation, he hastened to scream out, Old Long, why are you in that city? I know Old Long always has a broad vision. Do you have any new instructions for us? I don't dare to give you guys instructions, Longzhu said with a merciful countenance, his tone soft. The alien tribes are gathering outside the perpetual night forest. They are about to march here. Every minute you get out of the secret domain is the minute you may counter danger. Once the alien tribes come, without the special defensive features of the secret domain, everybody will face fatal risks. I know the resentment between you and the owner of this place. However, they are members of our human clan. In such special times, I do not expect you to waste our clan power in a civil war. After he said that, everybody from the 7 ancient factions started to bustle. Many people, who were racist, screamed to show their anger. They said that Long Zhu was wrong this time. The number of warriors who agreed with Long Zhu was just 1/10. People who had a good relationship with Shi Yan had recognized the meanings behind Long Zhu's words, which was to consider the whole picture. They agreed with him, but their voices were sunk in the angry shouting of the others. Looking at them from the city wall, Long Zhu couldn't help but feel his heart heavy. He knew it was impossible to make it work. Although Lin Meng, Niero, and Yin Ke respected him, they weren't his subordinates. If his opinions tilted to Lin Meng's side, perhaps they would treat him with greater respect. But if he went against their wishes, this respect wouldn't be like it should be. He was just an old man without a big force as his background. Although his realm was mysteriously tremendous, he was just one level stronger than Lin Meng's team. Without a stronger force to subdue them, Lin Meng's team would never stop. Indeed, after Lin Meng, Niero, and Qin Guchuan discussed with each other for a while, Lin Meng replied to Long Zhu. Her voice showed her respect, but she wasn't so tender. Old Long, how could you talk like that? They are joining the pagans. They've killed many people of human clan, including members of the Heaven Temple. Even a true God realm expert. They showed us that they have an agreement with the alien tribes. They want to destroy our remaining human bloodline. We have to punish them. Traitors should be executed. Kill them. Take revenge for our follows. Many enthusiastic members of the Heaven Palace, the Pure Land, and the Martial Spirit Palace were shouting. Their face reddened with rage, as if Shi Yan had killed their fathers. Although no one knew who had killed Ning Duquan and Qin Guchuan hadn't discovered who did that, he had poured this pot of sh tea on Shi Yan's head, who seemed to be a suitable man for the job. But Shi Yan had done that indeed. Chapter 658, Then We Fight. Chapter 658, Then We Fight. Long Zhu knew that he alone wasn't enough, his face regretful. He knew the racial discrimination on this continent would never change, even if tens of thousands of years had passed. Also, Lin Meng, Niero, Guanhu, Niero, and Lu Miao were stubborn. Even Yin Ku and Wen Di, the two recluses, couldn't see the whole picture. How many people could do that? Moreover, it was true that the pagans had slaughtered humans everywhere, leaving the divine great land in miseries. Only Long Zhu alone wasn't enough to settle the racist matters. This is why he chose to go the same way as Shi Yan. He thought Shi Yan's way was the main trend of future, the only way for humans to survive. As he couldn't make them think the other way around, Long Zhu wouldn't waste his effort anymore, shaking his head in regret. He stood on the city wall and didn't say anything. Sorry, old Long. For the peace of human clan, for our fellows who had fallen, we have to do what we have to do. Lin Meng bent to him, but her eyes were determined. The crowd behind her was stirred up. They were about to take action. They shifted, as if they couldn't control their bloodthirsty desire anymore. Right at this moment, Shi Yan appeared on the city wall, looking at the 7 ancient factions on the opposite side. He smiled, his face tired. You guys came. His look shifted between Tang Yuan Nan, Xiaoqing Ho, Bai Jin Sung, Ji Mu, Bei Si, and Bei Di. He felt so bitter. Shi Yan boss, Lao Li and his brother mouthed in the crowd. They were upset. Their voice sank into the sea of angry shouting and screaming. Zhu Yi and Tan Yuan Nan's group wore a heavy visage. They shook their heads begrudgingly under his look. Some other people like Bai Guseng couldn't hold their snorts with malicious complexion. When Shi Yan looked at Xiaoqing Ho, he was like a wooden log, not having any emotion on his face. Shi Yan couldn't see his real feelings. From a formation next to him, Yang Tian Emperor emerged, frowning at the force, including Shun Lin's group, who used to belong to the Yang family, and Xiaoqing Ho's group, the ones Yang Tian Emperor had brought to the divine great land. He laughed oddly. Good. I know many people here. Haha. I have never expected to see them as enemies. But now they are. It's true that no one can see through the others. Under his gaze, Shun Lin, Dong Jin, and the other traitors of the Yang family stooped their heads, as if they didn't hear or see anything. A beam of shame flashed Xia Qingho's dull face. He sighed, looking at Yang Tian Emperor from a far distance. Yang Ji, if you return now, everything will be all right. Yang Tian Emperor revealed a pathetic sadness, smiling. Return? What wrong deeds I've done to return? Should you or I return? Have you ever thought about that? Xia Qingho shook his head, his face dark. He didn't talk more. Their dozens of years of friendship in the endless sea vanished after this small exchange. I, Yang Tian Emperor, pledge that who have ever received my favors, if they join the battle today, I will burn their bones into ashes at any cost, said Yang Ti Emperor coldly. A headmaster of a small family in the wild place dares to talk arrogantly here. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard. Qing Guchuan sneered. You don't have it tomorrow. After today, everybody in that city will no longer have their names uttered in this world. Yang Tian Emperor cracked a smile, his face ferocious. Well, I'm not sure about that. Today, who wants to attack us, stay here. Who remembers our favor and doesn't want to engage in this fight, please step back for 3 miles. This is for me to know who are my enemies and who are my friends. Shi Yan's face was cold and still as water. He looked at them coldly, his voice calm. We will retreat 3 miles. I've said before, I just came here to watch. We are not going to join this operation. Yun Hao laughed frankly, waving his hands. The disciples of the Radiant God cult behind him, including Tang Yuannan, Ji Mu, Yu Ying, and the others, followed his words to separate themselves from the crowd. Right at the beginning, Yun Hao didn't want to join this fight. He took around 10 warriors of the Radiant God cult with him to this place. Yuan Jiang frowned, throwing a glare at his people. Our fighting union is different from the other forces. Although I'm your hegemon, I won't force you. If you want to fight, stay. If you don't, you can leave. Pausing for a while, Yuan Jiang waved his hand. Warriors of the Celestial Emperor, come with me. We'll leave this place. The fighting union consisted of 7 cities, including the Celestial Emperor City, Fighting Emperor City, Flame Emperor City, Thunder Emperor City, Wind Emperor City, White Emperor City, and Ice Emperor City. The matters of the union would be discussed and settled by the committee of the 7 city masters. That's why he couldn't direct the fighting union's way like Yun Hao did to his cult. The Celestial Emperor's warriors retreated 3 miles, as Yuan Jiang had ordered. Shuang Yuzhu and Lung Danqing of the Ice Emperor City took their mile girls with them to withdraw. Bei Si and Bei Di of the Banner family from the White Emperor City considered and then announced their retreat. They didn't really stand on the opposite side to Shi Yan. However, Bai Jin Sung, who used to favor Shi Yan a lot, chose to say, he talked to Kai, that kid saved you. You can leave. Kai felt upset, leaving with Lao Li for 3 miles away from the site. Shi Yan has favored me, so I won't join this. Zhu Yi of the Wonderful Stone City notified Lu Miao of the Spirit Treasure Sect, then brought Lin Ji and Lu Omeng's team to 3 miles away. Shen Lin, Dong Jin, and the others, the former members of the Yangs, and now the members of the 7 ancient factions, stood still with their heads lowered. Xia Qingho kept an indifferent face, as if he didn't hear what Shi Yan said. He stood still. From a city wall, Shi Yan felt warm. He smiled as he was watching the others moving. He didn't expect that some people still remembered their friendship and didn't stay on the opposite side, even at this moment. About Xia Qingho, by Jin Sung, and Shen Lin, he had prepared himself already, so he didn't feel despondent. However, he now had a new recognition of people's hearts. At the critical moments, one could see who one's friend was. Lin Ming and Nye Ro didn't say anything. Their faces were ugly as they were trying to press down their anger. They thought that after this operation, they would solve those people. They also wanted to see the uncertain factors in their organization, which would tilt to the other side. Later on, they could find the right guys to kill. After the 7 ancient factions team divided into 2 sides, Lin Ming coldly glared at her team. Who wants to leave with them? People who believe in me, please retreat for 3 miles as well. At this moment, Chi Tian Oldie also rose his voice after a long time of silence. Beyond his expectation, A small group who wasn't afraid of Lin Ming's and Nie Ro's force detached. Most of them didn't belong to the 7 ancient factions. They were from some other smaller forces of the divine Great Land. To survive, they had come to the Ice and Fire's secret domain and stayed with the 7 ancient factions. Many of them had received favor from Long Zhu, while the others had a blind belief in him. They thought that Long Zhu was the only sage of this land, and that they would believe him unconditionally. This group wasn't smaller than the team that had divided after Shi Yan's words, which was beyond everybody's expectation. Shi Yan was startled, looking at those people with a surprised face. At this moment, he finally knew how great Long Zhu's influence was in the divine Great Land. Long Zhu made the others forget their fear for the 7 ancient factions' revenge. They resolutely decided to believe in him. Lin Ming and Nie Ro's group put on grim countenances. They had underestimated Long Zhu. Eventually, they recognized his tremendous influence, which had reached a frightening level. Lin Ming's team felt a little bit regretful. They regretted giving Shi Yan that much time. They shouldn't have let him talk this much and just attacked right away when they had just arrived. This could have prevented many unexpected events. Good. Shi Yan shouted furiously, his voice sounding brutal. Crazy light sparkled in his eyes. Ask you one more time. Do you want to exterminate us this time? No doubt. Lin Ming beamed a faint smile. Nie Ro, Qinggu Chuan, Guanhu Lu Miao, Yin Ku, and Wen Di nodded with solemn countenances. Then we fight. Shi Yan curled his lips. His voice became calm like never before. Many people couldn't stand that. Suddenly, strange formations started to appear on the city walls under his feet. Furious explosions reverberated everywhere. At this moment, the Silver City acted as if it had turned into an ancient ferocious beast which had been awakened from the bloodiest, hardest battlefield, opening its blood mouth towards everybody. Lights intertwined on the formations, shooting out with a rumbling noise of formidable energy. 7 light columns bigger than the ancient trees shot out like dragons soaring aloft from the lake, bringing an intimidating, piercing power. The light columns were like dragons entering the earth, lunging into the formation of the 7 ancient factions, leaving 100-meter large holes in the ground. Warriors who let the light touch them vanished instantly, leaving nothing. It looked like they had been pushed into the ground, buried there forever. Everybody discolored in fright. No one had ever thought that Shi Yan could be that resolute and cold-hearted. He had attacked first without any hesitation. The extremely mournful and painful screeching and screaming arose from the 7 ancient factions all of a sudden. Warriors who had just lost their friends and relatives were enraged. Flame of anger was burning in their hearts. People who had retreated 3 miles could also feel the tremor from the ground. They shivered, their faces ashen. Instinctively, they wanted to urge their power to withstand. At this moment, they all felt lucky that they had made the right decision not to stay in that muddy puddle. Even Lin Ming and Nie Ro were astounded, as if someone had kicked their 8 SES. No matter how hard they had imagined, they couldn't predict this formidable power of the utmost 8 Purgatory City. The energy the 7 massive light columns carrying made these true God realm feel that even their lives were threatened. So malignant, Long uncovered her mouth and shouted. Her small, cute face paled in fear. Her beautiful eyes were distressed. Chapter 659, Headshot. Chapter 659, Headshot. If he confirmed they were his mortal enemy, Shi Yan would never show them mercy. Once he launched his attacks, they would be the full-force ones. After the 7 light columns shot out, he didn't hesitate to connect his soul consciousness with the utmost 8 Purgatory City. The second attack surged immediately. Clusters of clouds that looked like they were made of crystals shone gloriously. Each cluster was as big as a door, rumbling like thunderclaps, crossing the city walls to attack the 7 ancient factions' people. Lin Ming and Qinggu Chuan's team were woken up. They put aside the astonishment and started to counter. Her small hands exposed from the sleeves, waving. Pieces of willow leaves fluttered in the air. Green light flooded the entire sky, as beautiful as emerald, releasing a mesmerizing halo. It was the sacred level treasure of the Pure Land, leafiness ode, made of 9,000 leaves of the 10,000-year-old willow and other hundreds of precious materials. The willow leaves expanded into a magical array. Its vitality surged like a vast area of green leaves covering their heads. It was so thick that even sunlight couldn't pierce through. Light of thunderclaps shot out from the city walls, bombarding the green layer. Dazzling sparks scattered everywhere like the most blazing fireworks. Ruo, Chingu Chuan, Guanhu, and Lu Miao wore an angry face. As they were enraged, the storage rings on their fingers sparkled, releasing their secret treasures. A tenacious large gray cluster of cotton appeared above Ruo's head. Threads shivered, creating a magical array to dissolve the thunderclap in the sky. It was Ruo's treasure, condensed from the murderous aura of the 36 exterminating caves. Murderous aura arose from the cotton threads, enlarging the cluster, covering the area. Chingu Chuan, Guanhu, and Lu Miao took out a jade pan pipe, a beating drum, and a bronze bell, turning into 3 different light beams above their heads. All then darted toward Shi Yin on the city wall. The 3 true God Realm warriors joined hands in an attempt to kill Shi Yin with one strike. In their heads, Shi Yin had become the most dangerous character. They thought that when Shi Yin died, this city wouldn't be able to perform its defensive functions. At that time, they could break it easily. Each city, which was established from formations, barriers, and restraints, always had a control center controlled by soul consciousness. Apparently, Shi Yin was the control center of the Silver City. Once he fell, Yang Tian Emperor's group could never have the power to promote the best power of the Silver City. That time would be the time of doom of the Yang family. Lin Meng's team could see it. Their strategy was correct, indeed. However, they had underestimated Shi Yan's power and the Silver City's intimidation. The jade panpipe was unpleasant to the ears. The sound was so sharp that it could pierce through people's souls. Under the urge of a true God Realm warrior like Chingu Chuan, its power was enhanced, which had strengthened its ability to snatch people's souls. Raging drumbeat rumbled. Each beat entered Shi Yan's sea of consciousness directly. If an ordinary true God Realm warrior got hit with such a strike, his sea of consciousness would explode, his soul consciousness would scatter, and his soul would perish on the spot. The bell tolls rippled in the dazzling light, expanding like rising tides. It brought the torrential power of the vast sea. This kind of pressing power could smash a warrior's body. Chingu Chuan, Guanhu, and Lu Miao were the true God Realm experts. When they accumulated their power for an instant kill attack, even the true God Realm warriors like Di Shan and Li Zhengrong could perish. But Shi Yin wasn't afraid of them. The attack wave of the jade pan pipe and the drumbeat had pierced through people's sea of consciousness. They were the soul-class secret treasures. To other people, this kind of attack was much stronger than physical attacks. However, using soul attacks to deal with Shi Yin was the worst strategy. Shi Yin was calm, gathering his energy. His soul was firm, and his still body was like a massive rock bearing the 2 attacks. His host's soul wiggled, stirring his sea of consciousness a little bit. Flames of the 9 Serenity's soul-devouring flame were released, cleaning all the soul attacks entering his body. The only thing he was afraid was the bronze bell of Lu Miao. Waiting until the light ripples of the bronze bell dashed towards him, he became more solemn, extending his hand to touch the wall on his left. A formation shaped like a lotus was triggered. From the center of the lotus, translucent lotuses which looked to be made of glass radiated dazzlingly with a furious pulling force. The lotus was like a mouth that suddenly opened. From the city wall, it dashed forward, swallowing each ripple of the bronze bell. However, after the lotuses took in the energy of the bronze bell, they exploded one by one. During their explosions, the attack ripples of the bell were dissolved. The ground of the Silver City shook several times, but it was nothing significant. Everything was normal. Shurian didn't sneer or mock. While he was trying to dissolve the attack of the three true God Realm warriors, he released the soul-gathering pearl. Many threads extended, rolling the soul-gathering pearl, making a circle above people's heads. The soul power of many warriors who were struck dead by the seven light columns was pulled into the soul-gathering pearl like a whale drinking water. Seizing the chance, Shurian urged his mysterious martial spirit. Within 3 seconds, he had taken in a large amount of essence chi. He was shaken, and his acupuncture points swelled immediately. At this moment, Shurian cracked a big smile. If you want to break this city, you should try harder. With that sort of attack, I advise you not to waste your time. Get back to the ice and Fire's secret domain. Don't let the pagans kill you and end up dying in vain here. Then, his body sank into the city wall, as if he had melted into a puddle, disappearing into the wall. The utmost 8 purgatory city kept its quietness. No more brutal, surging force or tremendous attacks shot out from everywhere. Lin Ming and Ye Ruo were still controlling their secret treasures, creating the light defense to prevent the next wave of attacks. Qin Guchuan, Guan Hu, and Lu Miao felt as if they had been slapped. Their faces were grimaced, and their eyes were sinister. In front of everybody, leaders of the 5 forces had joined hands, but they couldn't kill Shurian or leave a hole in the silver wall. They had let Shurian retreat easily. This dispirited them. Too arrogant. If this kid isn't killed, he will be the biggest danger to the human clan. Qin Guchuan was like an enraged hound. He rubbed his hands brutally, panting as he was talking through his gritted teeth. We must attack them harder. Lin Ming, Ni Ruo, Guan Hu, and Lu Miao nodded. Flames of anger burned in their hearts, arousing their ruthless intentions. From 3 miles away, Yun Hao and Yu Wanjiang couldn't conceal their fright. They looked at the Silver City, which looked to be made out of iron and steel, and didn't say anything for quite a long time. Before they had gotten here, no one had thought that this Silver City was that tough. They couldn't imagine Shurian's strange and evil tricks. The Silver City could easily dissolve a powerful attack of the 3 true God Realm warriors. They didn't know that Shurian could dissolve most of the soul attacks. They thought that Shurian's mighty power had depended on the utmost 8 purgatory city. Master Yin, you said, Shurian's considered the people of the Radiant God cult, and he has cultivated the star execution of the Radiant God cult. I assume the method to construct this city is also from your sect, eh? Yuan Jiang contemplated for a while and then asked him in a low tone. Yin Hao wore an odd face. He shook his head with a forced smile. He does cultivate the star execution. However, it is just a part of his power. He has many tricks. Even I can't understand him. Yuan Jiang pondered. Later on, he beamed a smile. I think our decision was right then. I think if they want to break the city, they will have to shed quite some blood. Yin Hao said with a stiff countenance. Never underestimate Lin Ming's group. When they get stirred up, they could burst out with tremendous power. Moreover, they have divine secret treasures they haven't used yet. All of them are holding back their real power. Yuan Zhang's face was heavy. He sighed, yeah, right? If Lin Ming and the others are enraged and use the divine treasures, I'm afraid this city will be broken quickly. From behind Yin Hao and Yuan Jiang, Lung Danqing and Shuang Zhuyu had cheerful faces. They watched everything with admiration, as strange lights sparkled in their beautiful eyes. After they had arrived, these two were still worried that Shurian wouldn't have any power to defend, and that Lin Ming's team of the 7 ancient factions would break the city right away and destroy his soul. In the divine Great Land, Lin Ming's team of the 7 ancient factions represented the invincible power. Although Shurian was strong, he was still young. He was at 1 realm lower than the others. Such a gap had the 2 women worrying about him. When the battle began, they didn't dare to watch. However, it was beyond their imagination that once Shurian took action, it was as reverberating as thunder. He He had caused Lin Ming's group a big loss. However, the women were more astounded that Shi Yin could stand still under the joint attacks of Qin Gu Chuan and the other two. Moreover, he had dissolved the attacks easily and retreated into the Silver City. These changes were like a pellet given to them, making them relaxed. Zhu Yi, Bei Si, Bei Di, and the others were astounded. Light sparkled in their eyes as they felt complicated. The power Shi Yin had brought out had shocked them deeply. At this moment, they recognized that deciding not to join this battle was the best decision they had made in the whole life. Qi Tian Oldie has a wide vision. It's lucky that we listened to him. Otherwise, we would be dead bodies now. The small forces that retreated because of Long Zhu all felt frightened. They also felt lucky that they hadn't mingled with Lin Meng's group. The intimidation the Silver City showed them spared them no more hesitation. Now, they just wished to stay as far away from the trouble as possible. Chapter 660. Offer sacrifices to the divine weapon. Chapter 660. Offer sacrifices to the divine weapon. Perpetual Night Forest Peripheral Zone. A magic lozenge mirror was hung above the 5 great clans. It was projecting the fight between Shi Yan's team and the 7 ancient factions. Many hotshots of the alien tribes were watching the scene with serious faces and strange complexion. Bao Ao was smiling under the magic mirror while playing with his fingers, which were shooting beams of black light, pouring into the center of the magic mirror. With the triangular mark on Shi Yan's neck, he could project the entire scene there without missing any details. Whichever era it be, Human Clan could never change their bad behaviors. They always have civil wars. What a strange race. As Kamaros saw the fight cease in the magic mirror, he laughed evilly, his face dark as usual. Many members of the Ghostmar clan, the Dark Spirit clan, and the Demon clan were sneering, as they thought it was such an interesting play. Humankind was about to be cleared. However, at this most critical moment, the 2 big forces of this race couldn't join hands but try to kill each other. In their eyes, nothing was more interesting than this scene. In every clan, maintaining the tribe was the most important matter. All the resentments would be put aside at the time they needed to cooperate to deal with the external enemy. Every clan's survival was related closely to their union. Only unity could bring them the chance to survive. Whoever dared to provoke a civil war would be the enemy of the entire race. Quite the contrary, humanity was about to be extinguished, but they were fighting against each other. From the alien tribe's point of views, it was unimaginable. Everybody shouldn't rush. We just need to wait here. Bao Ao smiled warmly. Wait until the result is clear. Then we will march there and slaughter them all. This will be the most accurate decision. Leaders of the alien tribes grinned, as they all approved of Bao Ao's decision. That guy, that young man called Shirin, Bao Ao smiled. I want to keep him alive. He's related to our demon clan, so you can't kill him. Jieji of the ancient Jie family, an antiquity family of demon clan, had his eyes brightened. He revealed a brutal smile and then said, Bao Ao, are you sure? Is that kid from our demon clan? He has the mark of the oldest family of demon clan on his forehead. I don't even know the profile of that family. You can see how old it is. Anyway, he hasn't received the family's inheritance yet. Otherwise, he wouldn't stand with the human clan, Bao Ao explained with a smile. Jieji was so excited that he couldn't hold his laughter. Our demon clan does have plenty of outstanding warriors. He's just a young man, but he can make the human clan pay a bloody price. Not bad, I like this kid. After we clear the humankind, I have to drink with him. Jieji, I've chosen him first. You want to snatch him from me? Bao Ao's eyes became malignant. The smile on his lips was as sharp as a saber. So what? Do you think I'm scared of you? Jieji didn't show that he was weaker. If that kid receives the inheritance of the oldest family, do you think he will listen to you? Bao Ao, don't be so arrogant. When that kid receives the inheritance, he will thrive. I'm not sure he would be weaker than us at that time. Bao Ao was surprised. He contemplated for a while and then smiled. Oh, it's true though. So, before he grows, I will make him accept me. I think everybody will have his chance at that time. I want to see if you can offer him something better than me. Jie laughed contentedly. On one side, Yin was having the most strenuous battle with Lin Meng's group. But on this side, the headmasters of the two strongest families of the Demon Clan were planning to steal the young man to their side. Master, he's our friend. We won't attack him. In the Corpse Clan formation, Corpse Mount and Corpse C kept silent for a while, and then talked to Corpse Chief in the big coffin. Corpse Chief's strange voice arose. The two great chiefs of the Demon Clan want to protect him. Do you think he will die here? Corpse Mount and Corpse C were surprised. They kept silent again. No, Kamaro shouted. That kid must die. He's the mortal enemy of our Ghostmark clan. I have to kill him. That brat must die. Yama King Abi shouted from the Dark Clan. Bao Ao and Jie became grim. The two leaders of the Demon Clan raked their vicious eyes over everyone else as a bloodthirsty aura started to diffuse. Before we destroy the human clan, if someone dares touch my Demon Clan's men, we shouldn't talk about anything else. The battle with human clan, you should think about whether we would want to join it or not. Jie grinned fiendishly like a bloodthirsty beast showing its sharp fangs. He wanted to start a fight here first. Bao Ao nodded. Demon Clan was a clan that always covered their members' shortcomings. At the same time, they did appreciate the new powerful generation of their clan. Experts of the previous generations should prepare the cultivating path for their next generations. It was the rule that they had always kept in mind. If they hadn't confirmed Yan's identity yet, they would never give him even a glance. However, as they had found that Yan had the bloodline of the oldest family, they immediately considered him the new blood of the new generation, and they instinctively wanted to protect him. The reason why the Demon Clan could maintain their mighty force until today was because all of their experts had followed this rule. Whenever a new generation of the Demon Clan was born, they would be nurtured to slowly progress until they become the new leaders of the clan. This rule kept the Demon Clan strong from the past until present. As Bao Ao and Jie had shown their attitude, the Ghostmark clan and the Dark Clan didn't dare talk more. The Demon Clan force was mighty among the 5 great clans. Under Bao Ao and Jie, there were countless evils and beasts. At least, none of the other 4 forces dared to counter the Demon Clan face to face. No matter which era it was, Demon Clan was one of the strongest forces. They covered their members' shortcomings. They were always hostile and ready to take revenge, and they had a crazily strong power. If they didn't have to do it, no clan dared to provoke the Demon Clan. Thus, although Kamaro's was hostile, when Bao Ao and Jie expressed that they would protect Yin, his clan had to weigh pros and cons. They stopped their verbal attack immediately. What if he isn't a member of the Demon Clan? The leader of the Dark Spirit clan snorted coldly. Whatever you want to do with him, we don't care, Bao Ao laughed. All right then, we should capture him first. Then, we will certify his identity. We just need to test once and for all, the man said. Bao Ao and Jie nodded, showing that they had no objection. The premise to protect Yin was that he must have the Demon Clan's bloodline, which would make the other 2 leaders take care of him. But if they could prove that Yin wasn't one of them, of course they wouldn't care about his life anymore. And they would kill him first. A young man full of potential, if he wasn't their family, he must die. This was also one of the rules of the Demon Clan. Outside the Silver City, Lin Meng, Nie Ruo, and Qin Guchuan wore a grim face. They discussed something and then decided that they would use a tremendous force to break the city. We shouldn't show any mercy. We don't have much time. Guys, we need to finish these traitors fast so that we can retreat to the Ice and Fire secret domain before the pagans come, Yin Ku suggested. Everybody agreed with her tactfully. Lin Meng started first. The original universe returning cauldron, which used to appear in the meeting hall in the Ice and Fire secret domain, emerged from Lin Meng's small hand. The original universe returning cauldron was the divine weapon of the Pure Land. Although this treasure was powerful, Lin Meng had never used it carelessly. As original universe returning cauldron appeared, energy immediately seethed like the immense ocean overflowing from the cauldron like a mighty energy river. This fall of energy torrentially rolled into 49 flows of red light, which looked like 49 giant dragons meandering towards the Silver City. Each flow of this red light could kill a warrior at the first sky of True God realm effortlessly. They swarmed and attacked the Silver City together. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Barriers, restraints, and formations on the city walls glowed. They furiously took in the energy from the top-grade essence crystals and precious mineral jades in the foundation of the city, to create hundreds of defending layers to resist the rumbling attack of the original universe returning cauldron. Countless dazzling waves of light rippled from the city, while the imposing Silver City suddenly trembled like a tipsy man. It looked like it was about to collapse. Inside the city, Yen, young Tian Emperor, and the others changed their visage as they could feel the city getting unstable. They couldn't hide their heavy feeling. The power of a divine weapon was intimidating indeed. It was urged by Lin Meng, a warrior at the second sky of True God realm. Only this kind of antiquity formation, like the utmost 8 Purgatory City, could resist such an energy attack. If it were the city like the Ice Emperor City or the Wonderful Stone City, it would have collapsed with only one strike like that. Be careful. People who don't have a responsibility retreat to the center of the city. The defensive force of the outer city is limited. It's built to neutralize the attack energy of the divine weapons. It doesn't matter if they can break the outer city. Once they dare step in, what awaits them is more perilous. Yen ordered quickly. He was calm and solemn while continually releasing the soul consciousness to supplement the consumed part of the formations. Hearing him, many warriors staying in the outer city retreated into the center of the city using the safe passage he had created. "Let me boost more power," Nierua said after pondering for a while from outside the city. Nierua had a 3-meter-long bone sword stabbed at his waist. While talking, he lifted his tunic and grabbed the sword. When his hand touched the sword, a malicious, murderous aura diffused immensely into 36 flows of dark smoke, which could disorder people's soul consciousness. The ghostly spirit sword used the ghostly spirits of the 36 exterminating caves as the body. After taking in murderous aura for 10,000 years, the sword was quenched. Ghostly spirit sword was the halidom of the 36 exterminating caves, a divine weapon. Nierua's soul had fused with the ghostly spirits. He had used his blood to feed them. He had to keep the sword on his body so that it could drink his blood to grow stronger. When he took out the ghostly spirit sword, screaming and screeching of the ghostly spirits arose from his body, as if they were bloodthirsty demons who could smell blood, which made them want to wolf down everything.